Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PGL Tour 2 Division 1 North America DPC 2023. My name is Nomad. I'm going to be your host for this season, and join me on the panel, we've got Fear and T-Panda returning, a TI winner and an absolute Viking to join me on this panel. T-Panda, how are you doing, my friend?
Well, why, thank you. It's America. Fun time indeed coming up as Tour 1. We had our expectations, we saw how it was played out, and now coming into Tour 2, we feel invigorated. We feel ready for this one, don't we, Fear?
I mean, of course we're ready for this, and what else I'm ready for is some of the teams that came through Division 2. I got to cover Division 2 as well, as Felt and DogChamp are making their way up here, so like being able to watch them and be able to perform is going to be really fun, especially because, you know, Thief and Alpha,
yeah.
I think we really thought those teams really didn't deserve to be in Division 1. They went out, these teams coming from Division 2, coming to Division 1, they really feel like they deserve to be here.
Yeah, and you know, when it comes to this Division 1, do you really feel like there's no more teams like that who are, you know, kind of going to get just shoved out and not get any wins this time around?
You never know, maybe. I'm a little afraid for, you know, at this point in time, they kind of had a hard time on Felt. Like last time they were in Division 1, they got relegated to Division 2. I think they looked pretty okay in Division 2, but DogChamp was really the team that everyone was talking about going into this Division 1 here, because they literally didn't drop a single map in Division 2, right? Felt, yeah. They lost quite a few games. They did lose 2 matches as well, so like it was a little shaky for them. So they're probably going to be looked at as maybe the weakest team in this Division 1 here, but they're still pretty strong and they have a lot to prove.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. And of course, you know, I'm decked out. I'm ready to go. I'm in my my NA gear.
You are.
I am. And don't forget, NA is not just America. I know that, and I got Canada right here. There you go. Shout out to you guys. Don't forget. Always repping my Canada guy. I did actually. This was supposed to be full size, but I ordered it on Wish, and this is what came. So
this is what happens sometimes.
I mean, that represents the player base in NA as well. For Canadians, we do have, which is just Bryle and RTC.
Yeah, it's just 2 players in the entire region. It's pretty sad, but let's take a look at the teams which are going to be participating in this division, because you know, we've got the big boys, you know, that big TSM and Shopify Rebellion, and then across the board we got the new guys coming up with Felt and with the side of
Team DogChamp.
Team DogChamp, yeah, the dominating team. Yeah. I mean, what I want to ask is, will anybody be able to break the top 2 this time for?
Break the top 2. I mean, we have contenders now. Yeah. Like, I think Nouns is always on that talk. They've always been close. They always fall short, unfortunately. But we do have a team this time that wasn't a contender last time, I would think. What surprised us a little bit was Wildcard. Yep. They've completely like revamped their roster. They got a lot of new big names in there. MSS coming in. We have Yuar coming in. Some of the remnants of like the Quincy crew coming to this like squad here. And these players are really known for going to majors through the region as well. So hopefully they can bring that type of energy and that play and that confidence to the squad to help them get there.
Yeah, like Sammy Boy, like when you talked about Wildcard in Tour 1, they had a roster with some, you could say, inexperienced players up to some extent. So now that they brought up these names that are already known to the North American crowd, to some of the worldwide crowd, is this the approach that Sammy Boy was looking for in the first place but didn't get it in Tour 1? Or did he learn from his mistakes? Or is this going to be like the new era of wildcard gaming and actually be a top contender? Who knows?
All this and more coming up in this season.
Exactly. I mean, I really think that this is just an opportunity that kind of fell on his lap. Like, Yuar maybe just took some time off or didn't find the team that he really wanted to be in for the first tour. Whereas MSS, he played with like Old G. Unfortunately, in Europe, they did not have the success they're looking for as well. So maybe they're like, all right, Sammy Boy, you got a Div 1 slot open. We're ready to go. And he's like, happily, come join us. And now we have a more American team.
Sounds good indeed. This is what the teams are playing for. $205,000 up for grabs here. And I mean, look at all these DPC points available. More than last season as well, as T-Panda mentioned there. Scaling up.
Yeah, I think that is the big storyline in terms of Tour 1's importance compared to Tour 2. Of course, the stakes go up, but you can't not highlight the fact that this is probably the biggest tour for the entire division. We're not talking about one team or 2 teams getting enough points to get themselves into TI. This is the breaker make chance, basically, because you know you've got much more points in the grabs, and then you have these new players coming into a lot of these teams that have already played Tour 1. it's really down to every single game. And that 3-week marathon is going to be a sprint this time.
Yeah, the condensed schedule puts a lot of pressures on the teams to perform here. It's going to be close. I mean, we can take a look at the format and see exactly what's going to be going down here over the next few days of gameplay. But essentially what we're going to be looking at is a lot of games in a short space of time. And as you mentioned, if you don't get the points now, it's going to be so hard to do it coming through to the next season. We've got 8 teams, a single round robin, all matches, best of 3, no best of 2s here, no sir. We got first and second going to the major, of course. First and 6th will be remaining in Division 2 to turn it around next season, and bottom 2 teams will be relegated. And you do not want to be relegated for Season 3 because there's just no chance your year's over.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, you definitely don't want to be relegated in any sense, but you want to get first place as well. Like, first place is so big in the DPC, the point department, because like getting first place in the region right now is the equivalent of winning the first major.
Yeah.
That's as simple as that. So if you get first place in the region, you get that many points here. In second place, 240 points is nice, but 400 points for first place in the region. It's absolutely huge.
It's mint.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. But let's have a look at the series we've got coming up today, because we did mention breaking it down to the top 2. Usually we save the best for last, but this time around, the top 2 teams off the last division are going to be battling it out right here, right now on day number 1. I mean, it's going to be a little bit later after our first series, but I mean, what do you think about that, Fear? Like, how does that settle for both these teams?
I mean, I think this definitely favors Rebellion in a lot of ways. Like, TSM is a team that just came off a hard loss from the major, so they probably don't know exactly where they're at as a team and like what adjustments they should have been making. Rebellion, they wanted to do better, but they got 4th place at the major. That's a pretty good result for this team who has been struggling over the last year here. And I think Rebellion is also one of those teams that they have good strategies going in, but over time, teams start to figure them out. So they always seem to be strongest at the very beginning of any tournament here, and that favors them a lot going into a matchup here where they're playing their strongest opponent right away.
Yeah, and like the fact that North America actually got pushed into 4th competitive out of all the regions, and that includes West Europe, China, East Europe, and SEA, which is super competitive. Rebellion showing that even if they're playing, they were screaming with Liquid, they got themselves a prime team to prepare themselves for, and a top 4 finish. Like, that's just what they wanted to get out of it, and that's a fantastic storyline in itself. But TSM, have they recuperated? Have they got themselves back together? Because, you know, the patch didn't really change that much, right?
I mean, I kind of want to ask, like, I don't think Shopify would be happy with top 4, honestly. Like, I feel like this team's hungry for more than that.
I mean, normally I would say yes, but after having such like a devastating year, like just knowing that they can get out of the groups, they can do well, win games on LAN, and get even close going, they went 3 games against Talon there, almost took it to top 3. I think they're not too sad about it, but surely they want to do better and they want to prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would completely agree. I want to see Shopify stepping it up, but of course, they weren't the top team last season, and we'll see if TSM are able to kind of pull off what they managed last season with the full victory. I mean, is there a caveat there for you though, T-Panda, with the full victory, being that like the last series, you know, both teams were already guaranteed the major, they let through Lena twice. You know, is there an asterisk there for you?
I mean, potentially, in a sense, what TSM is looking for, what they were able to achieve, can they repeat that successful victory versus Rebellion? Possible. Very possible. And that would actually mean a lot if TSM is able to get themselves a score on day 1.
All right, well, that is going to be the series coming up second. But of course, we have 5-Rat 4-Staff versus Nouns on the card for our first series of the day. This one is, you know,
all over the place.
Interesting. Yeah, definitely. I mean, one thing we haven't really mentioned so far, which I feel like we should, there has been a lot of shuffles in this region. I mean, how does that kind of reflect on the region, you know? Like, is that a worry for you for the stability and health?
I mean, for me, not really. I mean, I think it's stabilizing more than anything from last tour. I think last tour we had a very small representation from North America, a lot of Eastern representation, a lot of that Eastern European representation has now left, and we got back some North Americans, and I think that's a good thing. And I think we got a lot of players that we wanted to see come back. You know, UR and MSS being a couple big ones that come to mind.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of the stars returning, and my outfit would have looked very different last series, that's for sure. It would have been all over the place. So, I mean, going into more depth about these two teams, you know, Nouns, what meant they couldn't quite make it for them last year? last season?
I mean, it's a kind of a tricky question in a sense, because what we saw from their interviews and what we saw from our perspective, I think they played pretty well, but still very mistake heavy as a team. Gunnar was almost every single game carrying the team. You could put it, you could really put it that bluntly, that Gunnar was absolutely the top player on this team. So has Moo and Lelis, have they meshed together a lot more with the kind of the hero pool we've talked about? Moo is not the blink stunner initiator, but Lelis, he is the guy. So is that 4 role going to change a little bit in terms of hero picks? Has Moo found out something different? He is very locked into his item builds, right? Has he gone for the more meta routes? Has he looked around that maybe last tour didn't work out? No, it's possible. I think that could just be the case for him. But yeah, but now they got the same roster that they had before, and they want to keep pushing for that top 3, and top 2 I think is the biggest goal that they're looking at right now, because TSM, shaky start, Rebellion, they're on a roll. Can they beat that?
Yeah, that is the question. And, you know, we also, as well as Moo, we got to look at Yamsun as well, right? Like the carry player, the guy who we kind of expect to see, you know, being that backup. If Gunnar starts to struggle, we want to see that carry coming in and, you know, backing up his team with the farm and with the net worth. But that hasn't really happened so far. You know, he hasn't had any of those really big stand-up performances that's turned heads yet. Are you still waiting for that, Vir?
I mean, yes. I mean, for sure. I think Nouns is definitely a team where last tour, Yamsun, he didn't look like he found his place on the team. Whereas, you know, the last TI, he played for Wildcard as a carry, and I felt like he had a lot better performances on that team. I think it's just because he didn't mesh quite well with the team. So the big thing for Nouns is that this team in particular, they really need to like find their footing as a team, and they really need to overcome their like, I feel like they kind of get like stuck in the top 3. They get really close to beating some TSM or some Nound. They just lose. Like they just have this very big mental block that they need to overcome is I guess what I'm getting at. And can they do it is like the real question. And I'm not so sure. It's been a long time with this team being 3rd or 4th place. And like, I don't know what it needs for them to break through and find this epiphany and be like, hey, we can get this top 2, we can make it happen. But it needs to happen soon for them because they've been together for a long time.
Yeah, we got another team to talk about here, unfortunately. You know, 5-4 stuff, you know, the competitors to Nouns. And these guys, they've shuffled a lot. They have shuffled a lot. They've got 3 new players coming in. Red 2 is going to be on the mid. We've got Moose, who's going to be the position 4, moving over from Bait. And then we've got Giant on the position 5 as well. So, you know, mixing things up a little bit here. Was that necessary, and do you have faith in them?
At least in the eyes of, from the Bait perspective, when they had Moose still on the roster, Dendi and Moose was fantastic, right? It got better and better towards the end of the season. And I watched the BTS video of Dendi basically talking about the roster shuffles, and Moose, he was kind of not really saying why he left the team, because I felt like he was a perfect piece for the team, right? I felt like he sat in very nicely, but they probably know better what was the case. I feel like 5-Rat got themselves a fantastic 4-player into the team, and I'm excited to see how Speed and Moose work together. I feel like that could be potentially one of the best offlane duos that we have here in NA, and that's a lot said, but that's what I'm saying. It's a gut feel. I feel like there's a possibility Speed and Moose is going to be really good. And DNM and Giant, how do they sit together? Because I haven't actually seen DNM and Giant play too much together. You probably know better than I do, but do you feel like they have potential?
I mean, sure. I mean, I haven't seen them specifically play together before, but it's just like generic, you know, American position 5 with a carry. I'm sure it's going to be fine. I don't know, like, if there's too many issues to be had. I think Giant's not going to play anything crazy out of the meta, right? And probably just try and support DNM the best he can on probably like more of a meta and, you know, classic support pick, right? I mean, Warlock's pretty popular. Can't really mess that up.
And of course, we have to give a shout out to our sponsor, esportbet.io, and they are offering a $100 risk-free bet right here, right now on the Western EU and on the NA game. So if you are interested, head over there. You can find all of the information on the Discord, which is available in the stream's description. And you can bet with confidence and get your USDT back into your bank account if you don't win your first bet. So go and check that out if you want, esportsbet.io. But yeah, back to 5-Rat 4-Star versus Nouns. I also want to talk about this mid lane matchup quite a bit because Red 2, you know, versus Gunnar. Gunnar has been so good. He's been so good. But Red 2, you have faith in him, don't you, Fear?
Yeah, I mean, he's been one of those players that have been talked up for pretty much this year. Like, everyone's like, this is the guy to look out for. He's going to be the new up-and-coming mid laner. I think for a lot of people, you're looking at the mid laners for North America, people are just looking, you know, there's Abed, there's Bryle, there's Gunnar. And that's basically mainly the whole list right there, right? Of like who you want to get on your team. So we've really been short on like mid players that are very stable, and he might be that guy. Like he's been up on the up, and we'll see. He's going to play against, one of the stable NA mid players, and we'll see what he can show.
Wow, and well, starting things off into the draft here for game number 1, and new patch, new me. We're going with the IO. No Lena today, no Trian either. Is this what you expected?
Well, an IO starter is always nice. It does shuffle up things a bit. IO right now, I think he's sitting in around the top 25 of the contested pool. So I feel like this could either stay as it is, or it could even rise higher. A lot of options you can go for here, like especially looking into that second phase where you are going for the double pick, or 5rat's going to answer. You kind of know what the basic combos with IO is going to be, like the usual core setup, or are they trying something different here? Maybe through a mid laner that they can play around with the IO. I think IO Lesh used to be a thing that people would run a lot, or maybe an off lane that works out nicely. LC IO, maybe even like something, the Tidehunter IO, like get himself a bit of combo through that. But I'm intrigued by this Witch Doctor ban, really. I think, like, is he really that good?
I mean, time will tell. I think the cool thing about like these new patches is that we don't know anything. Like all these teams are screaming, they don't know what they're doing necessarily. And as teams start to win across the region, look at multiple regions here to see what's working and try to adapt it into their play style here. But one thing I do know that a lot of players are trying to go for right now is that mangoes got nerfed. They got nerfed pretty hard. Before you just spam mangoes and you had your own like healing. But now you start seeing heroes like Undying. It was pretty popular last patch too. But with Warlock, IO, these type of supports that kind of like help you get through that phase where you don't have enough regen.
Yeah, and also Rubik's still around there. I was surprised we didn't get a first pick Rubik, but I guess it changed a little bit as well with some of the heroes falling out of the meta where Rubik was still feeling super good. And now that all these niche picks came out, that's probably the reason why he wasn't instantly first picked into the draft as well.
I mean, every meta hero basically got nerfed as well.
Pretty much.
Keep that
pretty much.
Pretty much every meta hero got nerfed. So we're just going to see a bunch of new stuff. People are just going to throw a bunch of stuff at the wall, and we'll see what sticks and what doesn't here.
Yeah. At least the Ember's topping right now. 11 picks in total in Division 1, 73% win rate. That's pretty good for a start.
That's pretty nice.
Division 1. How many Division 1 games have there been?
Ember's been in 24 games. Wait, 26 matches apparently is the full data right now. So 11 out of 26.
Well, here's what happened last tour, right? Like, everyone started first phasing Ember, right?
Yeah.
And then it just got dumpstered every game. And then by the end of the tour, nobody picked it anymore until it was a good game for it. So we'll see if that happens again. I mean, Gunnar is a great, Ember player. It's not easy to shut him down, but I'm fairly certain Red 2 has the hero pool to shut him down if he wants to. He's not really known for the cheesy picks in the mid lane. I know he really loves like Leshrac and Puck and all the spirits, so we'll see if his hero pool can actually shut down an Ember. Maybe Nouns knew that as well, and that's why they felt confident going this early Ember too.
I also feel like some of the losses that the Ember Spirit has suffered so far are the ones where they build Blade Mail. I'm not a fan of the Blade Mail idea. It feels like a lot of mid players understand why they want this item, why it's so good, but it just doesn't seem to win them games. It doesn't seem to win them fights properly either. So I think things have already gone very bad if an Ember has to go Blade Mail.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like Gunnar's style. He always likes to scale a little bit, find his way into like kind of taking that 30-minute victory with his team. I mean, do you feel like 5-Rat 4 Staff have any kind of answer to the Ember so far? The Instant Sun with the Rubik, is that enough?
No. Definitely not. That's why they kind of like picked the Ember there, right? Like Undying doesn't really do anything. You also have your Rubik, doesn't really do anything. Having stuns is also very important, but I think more than anything where Ember really struggles is if he loses his lane and he loses it hard. Because no matter like what, if you don't have farm on this hero, it doesn't have much of an impact. And this is definitely a hero that can be exploited in the lane quite easily. So I think 5-Rat are definitely going to look to try and do that, but Gunnar, he's always been kind of like a cocky player. He's not even banning any counters at all to this Ember, just banning the Beast, he's banning the Morph. They're just banning carries. He's probably just like, whatever he picks, I'll be fine. Like, kind of is like, it's kind of like Gunnar's way. Like, he either owns and he looks really good, or he just feeds a little too much with his overconfidence. So he's just going to ride with that.
Yeah, I think like there's a bit of a draft advantage in a sense on the side of Nouns, because 5-Rat, they just went for double support opener, and they went for the Ember Spirit right after knowing that now we can just ban out cores straight up and get rid of all the worst matchups, basically. Speeds, Beastmaster taken away right away. We've seen it can be really good, but it can also be a slightly bit underwhelming. But most of the time, he's really good on the hero. So, I'm curious, there's like no CMs or anything to frostbite the hero. I think that was one of the biggest tools in Tour 1 is a pos 5 shutting down a mid with a bloody frostbite, like just using a basic W second spell at level 1, level 3, level 5, whenever you want to use it, and he just shut down the enemy mid. So they get themselves the mid answer, but I felt Nouns have a big advantage here. What's the combo with the IO going to be?
Yeah, that is a question. I mean, when they picked it, I was kind of anticipating they were moving into the Leshrac early on. That made a lot of sense to me. It's something they played a lot throughout the BTS tour. Rest in peace. But they didn't. They go for the Ember Spirit instead. So yeah, still looking for that combo there. Gyrocopter probably still in the bin. So
nah, please don't.
No.
So I think IO is just like one of those heroes right now that you don't need a partner that's a carry in that same way. That's just you're going to tether. He's going to carry the game like some Gyrocopter in the laning stage. You do kind of need two things, though. You do need someone to play with in the early game, which normally is your mid, which makes Ember always a very weird pickup when you do pick it with IO. You need someone to play in the early game. It's probably going to be off the offlaner in this game, and then you do need to connect to your carry later on. But I feel like your carry can be just about anything with an IO, and it's fine. Going to the Leshrac pick, though, I know that he just loves this. Red 2 loves his Leshrac. He's been playing it for years and years. I think Red 2, I think Leshrac. That's all I think. And then Ember's a hero that is generally good versus Leshrac, right? So, like, they're not going to exploit this Ember, which makes me a little worried, but they do have tempo. They have building push with the Undying, with the Leshrac. They have the tempo, but it's going to be very interesting giving Gunnar kind of like a free game.
Do you think they want to double it up and just go, I know you hate this hero, but CKIO?
CKIO.
Yeah, I mean, against the Lesh, when you already have the Ember brought up there, I feel like the CK could have a bit of extra free reign in the game and get himself a good start. DNM likes the hero. I don't see a direct IO pair up in his hero pool that he's been playing the most. Like, he could just bring out something that he's recently played and feels very comfortable. But I'm feeling CK here.
I mean, it's a little risky against the Leshrac. Like, you can burst the Lesh if you're a lot more farmed, but if you're less farmed than Lesh, then you have no chance at all. I mean, I've definitely seen many IO pairings. Like, I would even be okay with something more of like a Terrorblade here that builds a Scotty.
Could be.
You have the IO behind you. You can just like burst this Leshrac down. Drow was banned, so they're not going to have that. Anything that buys Scotty is what I really like to have against Leshrac, because you make him feel like he's on a timer or into the late game.
And, you know, I mentioned earlier that support duo. I just don't feel like this is a support duo which can kind of enable an aggressive core to go and, like, fish for kills, you know, to try and punish something like the TB. So definitely feel like it's open, but they're going to go for the Razor. Is that going to be a Moo Razor, perhaps?
Perhaps.
It's an open pick, right? I think that's why they went for it. Like, they don't know Moo's going to play it. Maybe Yamsun can play it. Who knows? I mean, it's good with IO, though. You give him the attack speed. You allow him to keep, like, pushing into the fights. I'm not sure what build he's going to go. Like, we've seen, like, the Bloodstone build, which I think has kind of died off a little bit, probably more into the BKB. If you do go on top of the Leshrac here, I mean, of course, Leshrac doesn't really need the damage, but Razor does reduce your armor and do a lot of damage there, so I think that's their idea there here.
So you got the Razor, and 5-Rat, they're kind of missing out on the offlane. Is there any potential they might look for, like, a very, very sturdy offlaner that can also make some plays happen? Like Timbersaw could be something. Is Timber's still in the pool, maybe?
I think versus Razor, they're not going to do that, but they do need something like that. I would agree with you for sure. I think when you're laning with a Rubik, you know, even like some Centaur, one of those like beefy, like, front lining type of heroes is nice, because this Leshrac is going to want some follow-up, and they're just going to take the TB away, which does make a lot of sense, because it is a hero that is quite good versus the Razor here, because you'll get the Pike. Even if he links you, you just have so much damage and your illusions aren't affected by the link. Razor does not like playing into that.
Yeah, they got a lot of physical damage on the side of Nouns, so TB, naturally a lot of armor, doesn't really care too much about the damage he takes. We did see West Europe play a Radiance TB earlier on today. Would you like to see that? I mean, we talked about NA being a copycat region. I mean, it could be an idea, but I'm not a big fan of it. It didn't really win them the game, but...
Yeah, I mean, well, you know, Phil's mentioning Radiance is cheaper now, right? So some experimentation is likely going to happen. You know, it's hard to say at this stage if it's good. I mean, if the top teams are playing it, then there's probably a good idea there somewhere. But yeah, it didn't work out in that series.
Speaking of experimentation, like, I posted something like a couple days ago. It was from the Dota 2 Pro Tracker website. They kind of mentioned what heroes that buy Meteor Hammer have been successful in this patch. You know who the best hero was? I bet no one will guess.
Ooh.
It's in this game, by the way.
Oh,
it's in
my
the
goodness.
Game. What do you think the best Meteor Hammer purchaser is?
Is it Ember Spirit?
It's Rubik.
Oh!
Actually, Rubik had the highest
That sounds clutch.
win rate with Meteor Hammer.
What, you can lift into hammer now?
I mean, I think it's just a cast range, right?
Oh, right.
You
Okay.
just cast that from 5 miles away. I don't think people are going to... That was just a funny fact, because Meteor Hammer, we're talking about Radiance, is also a very popular item this patch now. I don't think there's many Meteor Hammer purchasers, unless Rubik does want to go for it in this type of game. But one thing 5-Rat do need for sure here is they need more stun, because when you play Terrorblade, you do not like to get kited. You pop meta, people run away, you're sad. So they need someone that can just like put them in place so he can do the damage and they can use the Metamorphosis. Or something that can just help him just end this game really quickly, which is not a very common play style. People don't feel like they want to be on a timer where they have to end the game at like 25, 30 minutes or they're just going to get wrapped the whole game.
Yeah, I'm trying to see like a parallel universe where this Meteor Hammer would be good this game for the Runic, because you already have TB takes objectives late game, Leshrac can take them pretty early on, but you're fighting into a full-on brawler lineup from the side of Nouns. Like these heroes, the Tusks, the Razors, you have to relocate around the map, and Ember, of course, a lot of mobility. They just want to fight, basically. So do you hide in the trees with a Meteor Hammer to push if Leshrac doesn't want to go for the Edict build and just go like 404 or something like that? Or do they want the Edict to push around and just have Rubik with a much more standardized item build? Like, could also be a thing.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably what we're heading toward. I mean, hiding in the trees versus these heroes is pretty scary. But
he'll get a 4-staff, right? You're playing versus Razor. So like, Meteor Hammer's fun. It's Mimi.
It's 5-Rat 4-staff.
Of course.
They are 5-Rat 4-staff, so they definitely want to buy a couple of those. I mean, TB can buy one. Undying, depending how his game goes, unless he wants to become a core, will probably buy one. Rubik will buy one. They'll have a lot of 4-staffs this game. And right now, I really like this 5-Rat lineup more than Nouns. I've never been a huge fan of IO Ember. You do have the global potential. I mean, they're going to pick the Bat, right?
Ooh, the last minute switch. So, I mean, theoretically, they could run these guys everywhere. Feeling like a Bat mid, I suppose?
No.
It's a Moo Bat, most likely.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, where else
most
can you put
hero.
Ember? That's the question, right?
You can put Ember safe,
carry,
and then
right?
Razor could go offlane and mid bat. I think that's the only flex that they have, and
that's what made sense to me. But
yeah, I mean, it does make sense now that you put it that way, that you can still move the Ember with the Razor and then just 4-staff. Like what this last pick's going to be is really going to decide, and they went for the DK. And it's an extra stun, and it's also a pretty sturdy hero you can also use for pushing, which can work out for you. It's still going to be very solid in the laning stage, but it's a speed DK though.
Yeah, okay. Very interesting. So we'll be gonna...
What does that mean?
Yeah.
I wish you
elaborate.
I mean,
it is a speed DK.
Off-lane DKs just have the classic DK syndrome where they just want to push down that tower, pop your ulti, take the tower, just work on that and open up the space, open up the map through that way. But the hero is only good really for the stun and to reduce physical damage onto the side of, I mean, with the breathe fire. Right? That was hard to say. So I feel like it's a bit of a miss, but
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to see the Mars there because he's playing versus the Razor in the lane. He has a ranged stun that can get the link off of him. DK, he has no defense whatsoever against getting linked in the laning stage. Running up and dragging Telling is going to be a lane-losing strategy.
Alrighty, well, I mean, kind of leaning a little bit towards 5-Rat on the draft, but I think maybe we're still looking at Nouns as the overall winner. Is that what you're thinking?
I'm going 5-Rat on this one.
I'm going 5-Rat as well.
Double 5-Rat.
I want speed to prove me wrong with this DK.
Yeah, I don't like the overall draft of Nouns here. Like the overall draft is like if they make 1 or 2 mistakes, I think it's over.
Really? That's interesting. I wasn't thinking that. I think they just like to brawl, just like to run at them and fight. I don't know. Looks like fun to me, but I'll be going Nouns. But yeah, these guys going for 5-Rat 4-staff, which would be quite the shake-up for the opening game. Let's have a look and see what our casters think. We've got Mike, and I think John's been hitting the gym because he's looking a little bit different here.
Yes, thank you very much, Nomad. It is MLP Dota and, of course, John X5. Jonathan, have you been hitting the gym? You look fantastic right now.
Well, thank you very much. I've been hitting the gym for the last month a little bit, and it's paying off.
It certainly is. I mean, going into this matchup, we've got Nouns, we've got 5-Rat 4-staff. You heard these panelists. I mean, we just started the tour. They're already wrong, obviously saying 5-Rat have got the better draft going into this. What do you think?
I wasn't listening to the panelists. I was just listening to the guy that had an American hat, American glasses. He obviously knows what NA is all about.
Yeah.
If he says Nouns are going to take it, I'm going to go with Nouns. I don't care what those other two are talking about, right? It doesn't matter at all. But yeah, I can see some difficulties that they could face if they play the game in a way in which they have to play it fast, but at the same time, if they make a couple of mistakes, I think Fear talked about it very well.
Yeah.
Like, if you make a couple of mistakes, you're playing versus a team that arguably has better late game. So that can be a problem.
Right.
Unless, what Panda was talking about as well, like you have this DK into the Razor, that lane might be a big miss for them. Maybe they can switch things up, put DK somewhere else.
Maybe. We'll have to see. I mean, this is a brand new patch after all as well, right? So we don't know what to expect. I think they were talking about a Radiance TB or something like that.
I think the patch is getting to their head, man.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. There is too much anxiety. They should hit the gym with me, level things off a little bit. What's TB Radiance? It has happened.
It has.
It has, and it's happening not only in DPC, it's happening in pubs as well, but...
Right.
But yeah, Dota players in general should chill out a little bit.
that was in Western Europe anyway. I mean, it's one of the worst regions in Dota.
Yeah,
let's be
for
honest.
sure.
Right, we're in NA now.
Yeah, the best region that
That's
we're
right.
in right now.
That's right. So we'll get into the game very, very soon. In case you're wondering why you're still looking at us, we do have a pause going on. I do have some information. Neff, the manager of Nouns, has contacted me. Apparently, Nouns have not boot camped for this tour. They are not boot camping whatsoever. Gunners moved somewhere to get better ping. Apparently, the other guys are in Ohio somewhere. I'm not 100% sure. Ohio. They are literally in Ohio right now. So there's no boot camp going on for Nouns. I asked him if that was a good idea. He seems to think
is
it's...
Ohio like a big Dota hub in
I'm not sure. Nevertheless, they're in Ohio apparently. And apparently they seem to think it's not going to matter that they're not boot camping. They seem to think we're still going to place top 2 easily.
I like the confidence.
Yeah, so do I. That's all I had to say.
That's all I have to say as well. I'm looking forward to the game to see where this confidence takes them. Like, because boot camping, like it's nice to be around friends. At the same time, we're Dota players. We're not really social creatures.
Right.
Like, spending too much time around your teammates can be detrimental to your health and to your gameplay. So, sometimes it's better to just stay at home. Have your mom make you dinner, breakfast, and lunch.
Miss you, mom.
Like, exactly. You don't have to. You just don't have to be around your teammates all the time.
Look at this. 5-4 stuff. They've already gone for a big smoke up, wrapping around through the bottom lane. This is very unexpected, and Husky, he's still just hanging around. He's under vision now. They'll get the lift up into the Dragon Tail, and that should be an easy kill to go their way as Husky does drop. Red to pick up the kill on the Leshrac.
Yeah, they get the kill. I love these feeds when I'm a support, They make me feel... Just play better. Like, if you catch me as 5 and I die, I just get an incentive to play better throughout the game. Call you nerds at the end. Like, yeah, good gang, guys. Good job.
Yeah, certainly so. So we are going to start, I believe, with the top lane. DNM going to be chasing Lelis right now on that Tusk. So this TB, I mean, we kind of already talked about it. The panel mentioned it, this weird Radiance build-up we saw in Western Europe. I don't know what kind of build-up we're going to be expecting here, but do you have any kind of ideas to the itemization of the TB this game?
I think it should be run-of-the-mill standard build on TB. I don't expect any Radiances. You aren't playing versus any heroes that... need to be AoE damaged constantly, no illusions, no slarks, nothing like that, so just your casual, get your BKBs, your Mantas, your Scuddies, and you should be fine. Right.
Of course, the mid lane, Gunner's going to be against Red 2 here on the Leshrac. Red, of course, really enjoys playing this Leshrac mid. Then again, he is up against Gunner's Ember, and I still remember fondly the first time I ever watched Gunner play a pro match was back when he was in an amateur team called, well, not amateur team, but he was in a team called Ginnisbras in open qualifiers for, I believe, SEA. And this was the hero that really impressed me, is his Ember.
Really?
And here he is again.
Whenever I hear Gunner, I just imagine Razor. Like, that's the hero I remember him playing quite a bit,
right,
like, back in the day. But Ember as well, obviously. Ember, he was playing some Lone Druid as well, right? Like, recently.
Oh, yes.
Of course, like in the game that we've casted, for the first time that I casted with you, by the way. I still remember our first time, Mike. It was the Lone Druid played by Gunner.
Yeah, it was a lot of Wraith bans that game, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Quite a few, yeah.
Oh, nice dodge from Gunner as well, just avoiding that split earth there.
Missing 2 creeps though.
He certainly did. Not the greatest. I mean, Red is having a pretty darn good time in the mid lane. I mean, this matchup between Leshrac and Ember, like, is it meant to favor the Leshrac this hard?
I feel like you aren't really shutting down the Ember as Lesh. He's not... How better is he at the moment? 9 CS versus 5. I mean, Gunnar can bounce back. Like, it's not the denies. There weren't many denies. It's just that he missed a couple of last hits under the towers. So
Right.
that was the problem.
Of course, bottom lane as well. You're going to see Yamson and Husky there against Moose. And of course, your boy Speed on that offlane DK. Believe it was T-Panda who had his doubts about the offlane DK here from Speed. In particular, he mentioned Speed's name when he had those doubts.
He had like some... It was an interesting way of calling out my boy Speed. I spent one summer on the lake with him, I believe.
Did you really?
I think I did. I think it was this Speed, yeah.
very
it was
romantic.
Stormer, Speed, Jabs. All of us were on a lake in Sweden.
Wow.
Good times.
Giant, he's not having a very good time right now. He'll drop the Tombstone on the Undying. Does have plenty of strength available. Moo already put in the hand up. Snowball will be there, but it may not land. But no, he'll get there just in the nick of time.
Decay.
Giant does get the decay off, still running towards the tier 2 tower, but seems like he is set to fall.
Yeah.
Giant, I mean, at least he gets the split gold between the two, but nevertheless, still a nice pick up there for now.
Yeah, he made them travel all the way to the tier 2 tower. TB, meanwhile, he's farming under the tower. So if you're Undying, I guess that's not the end of the world. They wasted a lot of their spells, their mana, resources. So I think you're fine. You TP back. You give some items, tangles to your carry. I just love justifying position 5 feeding, by the way.
Hey, I feel you, man.
I do it for the bros, you know.
I get you, man. I'm a pos 5 player myself. We gotta feed sometimes, you know. It just happens.
Gotta cover each other's backs, you know.
Nobody else will.
Of course.
That's for sure. Of course, talking back to Speed for a moment on that DK. I mean, you heard the doubts happening. I do have a question. Speed's known for his Midas gameplay. This man loves Midas. If he can buy Midas on any hero, he will buy it 100% of the time. And I want to ask you straight off the bat, is this going to be a Midas game for Speed's DK?
I hope it isn't. Like, if he has some insane game and he gets a Midas, like, okay, maybe it can work. But you have a job as a DK in this game, and that's to initiate, to stun. Like, there's no one else that can do it. Rubik, you cannot not wait for him to get that Blink Dagger, so... If you're DK, I believe that Midas is way too greedy.
Yamson? Bottom lane, a bit of a chase to break out. Lift is going to be there, but he does have Husky to back him up on the IO. Heals are coming in, but it's still a lot of damage being dealt by Speed and Moose. Yamson's still on the run. Speed still chasing him down. Plasma Field will be thrown out. Yamson should be okay, though. Speed's still going. Go after Husky instead, but at the very least for now, they are really forcing Nouns to waste a lot of time in this safe lane as they do back off successfully. But my goodness, this DK Rubik, like just no fear in the world.
Yeah, no fear. At the same time, their lane is pushing in, so they have missed quite a few of those last hits. I hope Yamson goes back to the lane, by the way. This isn't worth it any longer. Like, you're just missing farm here, right? Like, the DK, he takes some damage, he has that Dragon Blood. He's gonna heal up anyway, so... But eventually, they get back.
Nice little glyph there as well. Speed, he wants to go for a dive in. Does find the IO, and that should be another. Husky, he will drop or pop the glyph for that, but it seems all worth it. And well, now you've got Yamson alone for a little bit. Maybe you could find an opening.
You can dive him even. Like, look at all the creeps. For some reason, Speed has moved away. Like, he moved the creeps into the small camp. Maybe they could have dove him there. It would be risky, obviously, but was perhaps possible. Look at the difference between the two cores, by the way. The two carries. Like, look at the TB and his CS, and look at the Razor.
The Duke out by Gunnar, but yeah, I agree with you there. Like, this TB's farming way too freely at the moment. Only behind his own Leshrac, and that's kind of scary, right? Because TB, it's known to be one of those heroes that can flash farm very, very fast once you do get into that jungle with those mirror images. This Gunnar, he's going to maybe be ganked in the mid lane. Very low on mana right here, but it's going to throw a Remnant out. Still doesn't have the mana to actually go back towards that Remnant at the moment. There will be a lift up, but Gunnar will just casually walk back. So they did drop the Tombstone as well, but it seems like FireRat, they want to try and abuse the 5-minute siege creep timing. So they will pop the Diabolic Edict here on red. Tombstone to protect them. Lelis is going to show up, but the shards are a little bit off the mark.
Why do you think, why did Red, like, hesitate there? Like, there was Split Earth, there was no mana on Ember to move back. Like, it was interesting. I thought that maybe they had him, but he just moved back after taking that Sleight of Fist damage.
That's fair. I mean, maybe because the Tombstone was going to expire. I mean, that's my best guess, but I kind of agree with you on that. They probably could have played around a little bit longer. It's DNM, speaking of playing around, is being chased down here by Moo, but it seems like Moo's going to be okay to back his way out. The TB going to hang around his T2 tower.
Yeah, meanwhile, his illusion is farming under the tower anyway. Now red TPs as well to just to make sure that the tier 1 tower stays alive for a bit longer.
It looks like Moo's just going to creep skip instead. Just pops the Firefly, gets the farm. The red is rotating, but Moo should just be able to get to the low ground. Does have Lelis there just in case he needs it. And DNM, I mean, with all this happening, like you mentioned, he was still farming just with his illusion behind the tier 1 tower, and he's still top of the net worth board on this TB. Like, there's no slowing him down at the moment.
Yeah, they aren't really putting in any resources to stop him. Like, there's the Bat Rider on the top lane, but when you look at the map, they're not really playing the top lane. It's mostly 5 rats that are defending the top and making sure the TB has a good time. So eventually, Nouns might rotate Gunner towards the top lane if he gets a good rune, which is he getting right now.
Right. Perfect rune there with the double damage. See where the rotations do happen. Gunner, I mean, you kind of mentioned it. You've got to find a way to deal with this TB. Mind you, I mean, in terms of net worth, Gunner's not sitting too bad. Like, 4th place right now in net worth. Maybe he just wants a little bit more before he bothers, but we'll see what Gunner wants to do. Obviously, again, DNM getting a bit getting away with a bit too much free farm as Lelis is going to intervene here, just trying to annoy him in this jungle. Steals a creep away, but not too big of a deal as Gunner. Instead, is going to start forcing in the tier 1 mid tower. Looking to be a little bit aggressive here against red. Obviously deals a lot of damage with that Sleight of Fist and double damage at the moment. So they are going to move in. Lift is going to be there. Split Earth, though, is going to be off the mark. And now Gunner, he's going to go for the dive in, but can't deal with the damage. Will Remnant away and barely survives through it. And so will red.
Yeah. Obviously, the only difference is as Ember, you TP back to base. You come in a little bit faster. Maybe you can go on the Rubik.
I mean, you just said it. Moves. Going to be chased down. Gunner should have the kill and will. Very nice pick up there from our Ember.
Meanwhile, the Undying obviously is helping the TB in the jungle. One bad thing is they had a lot of stacks, and I say it as a bad thing because it's not really that enjoyable for a TB to farm without the illusions, without the meta. So you actually had to pop that tombstone. You actually had to commit a pretty big spell, a pretty significant spell in order to secure TB's farm. And it's not really secured. Like, Lelis is very annoying here.
Hey, he's just been left alone. Like, he can just keep hanging around soaking XP on this task, and yeah, he's constantly been snagging creeps away from this Terrorblade. And that has allowed Yamsun as well. Like, on this Razor, suddenly he's second in net worth. The TB has dropped to the 5th, or rather 4th place. And so that they have successfully slowed down his farm just a little bit. It's a 10-minute power rune now. Lelis going to secure the illusion rune for Gunner. Not too big of a rune anyway, but could come in handy as... I mean, they may group up and try to force the mid tier 1 tower in a little bit here now.
Yeah, what's really the difference? Yamsun is still farming under the tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, TB is in the jungle. Obviously, you get that GPM advantage from normal creeps. So, Yamsun just... he should get out. I feel like he doesn't know, obviously, what we do. But perhaps this is the right time to bail.
Could be. See what they want to do. Gunner, in the meantime, going to start pushing in that mid-tier 1 tower. Speed and Red, they're going to show up down at the bot tier 1. Siege creeps are available, but you don't want to allow the mid-tier 1 to go down if you are the Dire right now. Still, they can get through the tier 1 bottom tower very, very quickly with this Dragon Knight Leshrac combination, and Speed will immediately TP into the mid-tier 1 to try and defend this, but chains are out. They found the DK already with the shards. Oh, the shards are off the mark. And now the Snowball might be right into his own death. They do get the Dragon Tail with the lift up setup from Moose. Lela's still trying to survive the best he can. They'll try to turn it. Giant now the one in danger will back his way out. And somehow Lelis will finally go down as Red does show up from the side. Even finding Yamsun now with the split of that. But look at the damage output from Gunner. Just doing so much here for his team. Chasing down Red on the Leshrac. He'll find a double. He might even find a triple. Speed is going to try to run. They have the tumblers to close the gap. And Gunner will walk away with a triple kill. And they even found the tier 1 mid.
Damn. Such a bad player, didn't kill Rubik and didn't get the ultra. No, for real, like that was so much damage. Ember is a scary hero when he's played by someone as good as Gunnar. Like, you can see just how much he can do in a fight such as that one. And that did not look like a good fight for them. Ice Shards messed everything up. Like, if they catch DK here, it's an easy pick off into tier 1 tower. It's not messy. But sometimes your mistakes create opportunities. Chaos is a ladder or whatever, you know? Like, you go in, if you can outplay them after the mistake, like, you can probably reel in a couple of kills.
I mean, Lelis just survived so long here on the Tusk as well, right? Like, that. It seems like that's what enabled the opening here. And
I feel like the best plays in this game were set up by mistakes of the team that made those best plays. Because it's very hard to bait people in the tier 1 scene anymore. Like, it happens, but it's hard. However, if you make a mistake, you're obviously baiting them into something, right? Like, they see an opportunity and then you counterattack.
Here's the thing now, Gunnar gets very, very close to that Maelstrom timing. And considering he was a bit behind in terms of net worth, now sitting second place, just behind the Leshrac. Nouns looking like the favorites again going into this game 1. Moo's going to be spotted there for a moment by Lelis, but Lelis won't bother for a shard throw out. Speed, meanwhile, hanging around the mid lane. Not going to go for anything. Red was right behind him, but they don't seem to have the initiation tools right now on this Dragon Knight.
Well, they do. It's not just on the courier. It's flying over. Once he gets that blink, maybe you can smoke up. Both of the supports do carry smokes. They're running back. That's going to happen. Now the only question is, who do they want to kill? There's an Ember, and he is extremely juicy.
Can they get him? I mean, he is running right towards DNM. This could be the perfect opportunity. As it seems like they have spotted the Ember. Gunnar, does he fall for it though? Dragon Tail is there. It's going to land to set up, but they don't have the follow-up stun.
I think, you know what, like, this is a mistake of the Terrorblade. Like, if you notice what was happening here, if there's an Ember +1 moving into your triangle, and as a TB you're moving towards him, like, you're giving something away. Like, if he moved back a little bit, if he just ran towards the tier 2 tower, Gunnar would feel a little bit safer, a little bit cockier. Perhaps he'd try to do an aggressive play.
Well, at least they are going to find a task. Shards are going to block the staircase, though, and Lelis has survived a little bit too long now, so he can go for the snowball in. Lelis, though, getting sharded up by Moose, will go down as now Gunnar does get caught out, but does have the remnant away. He's going to be just fine. So 5 Rat, they'll walk away with at least a Tusk kill. But that's about it for now.
That remnant on the mid lane. Like, okay, he goes back in. They don't have dragon form anymore, right? Yeah, it just expired, so another big dragon form used without really doing a lot, but they're fine. The TB is farming bottom lane. He's already taking the map, like, slowly just pushing in with the illusions.
It's a very close game as well. Dota Plus thinking 52% to 48% the way of Noun, so just a very, very close matchup here between these two teams. And that's the thing as well, like, 5 Rat, they recently had roster changes. I believe they got rid of Albino Zebra.
3 players, right? Or 2? How many did they
Moose
change?
came in as well.
Yeah.
At least 2 came in here for 5 Rat.
Yeah.
Have to say as well, Neff did send me a message saying to point out the fact that he thinks they're very bad for getting rid of Albino Zebra and wanted to call out 5 Rat for that. Especially Pandas, apparently, who manages the side of 5 Rat. Nouns?
Especially calling them out in Neff's name, obviously. Shout out to Neff.
Don't shout out Neff. He doesn't deserve it. Top lane, Scan is out. Now they know Moose and Speed are hanging around red right there on the Leshrac. Seems like Moo is the one who wanted to know. It's one of those fun games where two players have the same name on the opposite teams. Always a pleasure to cast those kind of games.
You should have casted Chinese Division 2 last month.
I did.
You did, exactly. So, remember.
Yeah, I do remember those names. Not really a problem anymore, though. Thankfully, I suppose.
Yeah. One way or another.
Yeah. So 5-6 now, 16 minutes in. Quite a slow matchup between these two teams. Both sides seemingly just comfortable farming for now. There have been a few group ups here from either side, but neither team's really made the attempt to smoke up and travel across the map to try and find each other. Just more than happy to farm up. Yes?
Yes. No, everyone just kind of happy farming up, but I think the items that are coming for Nouns will be more significant at this point in the game. Because you have these, what do you have? You have a BKB on both the Razor and the Bat. Once that's up, like, you're pretty much set. You should be fighting constantly. Meanwhile, on the side of 5 Rats, what are you actually waiting for? Like maybe a BKB on the DK? Well, that's about it. Like you're never ready to fight until TB is online, right? Like you're just delaying this game from this point onwards.
Well, Moo, I mean, he's currently being watched right now at the top lane. Moose is there on the Rubik, along with Speed. They could try to make a play on the Batrider, but seems like they might just be lacking damage to actually secure the kill, so Speed goes down towards the bot lane instead. They could try for the tier 2 bottom tower if they wish. DNM is hanging around the area on the TB. Still very farmed up now on the Terrorblade, second in net worth, only to his own Leshrac.
That's a huge rotation, this huge ass smoke going towards mid. Red.
He's just getting away with the Diabolic Edict. No one's really there to punish him apart from Gunnar. In fact, Speed, he's going to pop the Dragon Form preemptively. Moo does show up as well. Red in a bit of a hard place at the moment. Does get trapped up. Does pop the Bloodstone, but it's not going to matter. In fact, Yamsun now can get right to work. Taking down Speed, taking down Giant. They might even find moves on the Rubik, though Chains is not going to be there, but it won't matter.
Yeah.
Triple kill for Yamsun.
That's the BKB, right? Like the moment he picks it up, they're ready to relocate, they're ready to fight. I love the way Nouns also smoked up. Usually, if you're playing versus an IO team, you know that the rest of the team is somewhere else, right? Like there's IO plus that one IO compatriot, partner in crime, whatever, on one side of the map and 3 other heroes on the other. So Nouns kinda smoked up, went towards the IO, towards the bottom lane, caught Leshrac in the middle. Seems good.
Yeah. I mean, it's just Red getting trapped up, maybe having a bit too much confidence in the Bloodstone region, and obviously it doesn't pay off for him. And without the Leshrac, they can't really keep going. Very, very tough kind of team fight here for 5 Ratters. They do drop 4, and well, now Nouns, 3k advantage their way. 9-6.
They're forcing TB now to fight mid. They can definitely take down the tier 1 tower. They shouldn't be punished for this, but the meta has been popped. Like, maybe a bit too much, because now the BKB will be off cooldown on Razor, and if you're Nouns, I think that you're just looking to fight once again.
We'll see. 5 Rat, they'll back off for now. Nouns have grouped up, and they are going to go for a 4-man smoke right on time.
Yeah, like the TB still has meta though for like half of the duration, so you could perhaps wait for that, or you can just pounce. You don't care. You have 2 BKBs.
Bottom lane DNM, they know he's there. He was just farming the creep wave, so Gunnar, he can jump right in. He doesn't have any help around. It's just DNM against the world. In fact, he did have his Undying, but all he could do was drop a tombstone and run. So Gunnar picks up his 5th kill of the game, and that was almost a little bit too easy.
Yeah, it's like telegraphed, really. Like, you should see this happening, coming.
Oh, Red. Top lane, he's going to go for a run. Snowball is there. The IO relocate to bring in Yamsun, I believe. They do at least find Lelis to get started. Red, he's actually going to be able to run away. Instead, Moo's going to turn his attention onto Speed, but he literally just TPs out, and so does Red.
Just TP, lol.
They just got out of there for free.
Just TP, lol. There's no stuns on them anyway, so what's going to happen? They can't stop you. Okay. Maybe Nouns feeling themselves a bit too much, you know, that confidence, that cockiness coming to them.
Yeah.
They lose Lelis. Like, he's the one that needed to survive there because he's the only one that can break those TPs.
Pretty rough.
Yeah.
At least you only lose Lelis. Like, it's just a pos 4 Tusk at the end of the day, but...
Yeah, it's all fine. Like, for them in this game, like, losing Lelis isn't really a big deal. Like, but they want to constantly keep on the pressure. They want to constantly slow Rat down. So, because of that, losing him maybe is more significant than it seems. Just that you're not getting those kills, actually.
Yeah.
But they're in a good spot, though.
Yeah, and still 3k advantage here for Nouns. 10-7, 21 minutes in. You still have Red at the top of the net worth board on this Leshrac, but as we've seen, like, the Bloodstone just doesn't seem to be doing quite enough yet. He is going to build into the BKB, which should make all the difference going into these team fights, just not allowing himself to get locked down by the side of Nouns. Speaking of Nouns, they have grouped up once again. Seems like they might even try for Roshan.
Straight into the pit. Like, they're wasting no time. You can see that the tempo in which they play this game is very fast, but it's also very on point. It's how they needed to play the game. I feel one thing that really went their way is this Gunnar Ember having a good time on the mid lane. and he's kind of carrying the tempo. He's kind of setting a lot of things up. The smoke is a bit late, it feels like.
Very late indeed. Roshan's already gone. Question is, do 5-Rat still want to try and force the fight? It seems like they will. They'll make the jump in onto the Batrider, but no! There's going to be a big snowball save out from Lelis. Moo will survive for another day. Speed's the one to go down, and now Red's in trouble. He'll try to make a run out. Looks like Yamsun won't be able to chase him down, but instead they found DNM. Even better. Moo's sticking around, trying to kill off Yamsun. Can't get away with it. And Red... well, Red's not safe yet either. Gunner's on the chase. Tier 2 tower, he will find protection in it, but no, chains are out. Gunner finds it. Red will go down.
Wipe.
It's a full team wipe for the side of Nouns. And I mean, 5-Rat, they go for a fight right after Roshan.
Yeah, that's a good wipe if I ever saw one. That's a really nice one. Like, I don't know who to command, the Tusk or the Io, like Husky or Lelis, because both of them played a part in basically saving that fight, right? Like, you had the Holy Locket, you had the mech, you also had the Snowball. Which came first?
Holy Locket into the Snowball was what happened there.
So Io perhaps being on point a little bit faster, but both of them should be commended. Like, literally, the two supports saving the fight completely.
Absolutely. Very, very tough for 5-Rat, just so close yet so far. I mean, had you found that Batrider to get started, it could have been a completely different team fight, but...
yeah. Maybe if they just smoked a bit faster, like if they were there on time, but that looked like they're on time as well. Just didn't work out.
Well, now the Tier 2 top tower is going to be in danger. I think 5-Rat after that last team fight does not want to engage again, especially into the Aegis of Yamsun. So they'll let the Tier 2 top tower go down for free. Instead, they'll try to force in the mid lane. But Gunner's there to protect it, so they're not going to be able to get away with this at all. He's just going to clear the creep wave very easily with the Sleight of Fist. And now they're just done. Top tier 2's gone. We'll take your outpost. Nothing 5-Rat can do about it. They've just got to go right back to the farming game.
It's kind of hard for them to play the map. Like, if you're 5-Rat, like, you're playing versus a Bat with a teleport, you're playing versus an Ember. I mean, Bat with the boots of travel, sorry. Like, Ember that can Remnant anywhere, you have Io relocate. It's just like... splitting this map, being the true 5-Rats, is very difficult for them. Like, at best, Illusions, I suppose, from TB can do the majority of the work and perhaps Speed with the Fireball, but that's it.
I'll group up again. Noun's going to head towards the south of the map. It seems like there are no Giants around, but more importantly, Speed is also around the corner. He'll blink into the tree line. Moose, can he cancel? Well, they got the chains out from Gunner. They can. They will miss out on Speed at the end, but still Gunner now on a godlike spree, 9-0 and 6 on the Ember. And they might even find DNM. Shards, oh, it's barely off the mark, but they still seem to know he's in there somewhere. DNM going to be scouted. The Snowball, though. Oh, reaction
Top
speed
lane,
a little
Ember.
bit too slow. Meanwhile, well, Gunner.
Yeah. Okay. What did Fear say? He can be a little bit overconfident from time to time. I don't know if we're going to get the replay or not. I can give you the, too long didn't read. He went there alone on the Rubik and the Lash, got lifted, got stunned, then got stunned again by DK.
Ouch.
He thought he had Lincoln, so he's invincible. Happens. How much gold did he feed? 9 streak, 1,300 gold. Feels good, yeah.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Costly mistake.
Certainly is. It was kind of annoying as well. I was about to commend his Ember. I was about to, show off the fact that I made the comment earlier about his Ember, but, I'll just keep my mouth shut now, I suppose.
It's fine. We're all allowed one mistake per game.
Well, 5-Rat now, they found the Ember. They're not really in a position where they're in control of this game at all, but there is still about a minute left for the Aegis, so perhaps they can wait that one out and try to make a bit of a group up and a bit of a team fight. Looks like they are going to find their Undying, so that'll be Giant gone immediately. Forget the team fight I just talked about. And Nouns, they might just go for a bottom tier 2 tower while they still hold the Aegis.
Is Giant taller than Saxa?
I highly doubt it.
Okay.
Highly, highly doubt it.
Then I form a petition to remove his nickname as Giant.
It's a bit unfair. I saw Saxa in person once. I didn't have the balls to say hello because I'd have to look so up. I'd almost break my neck saying hello to the poor guy. It's incredibly tall.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
It's the Balkan man.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I don't know. There's something in the genes there.
Something.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen for
I
us.
didn't get him. I don't know what it's about, but yeah.
Tier 2 bottom. It's gone. Nouns easily claim it. 5 rat. I mean, at the very least, the Aegis is no longer there, so you do have a bit of an opening now, but instead they're trying to maybe set up down a bot lane. Problem is it's only speed, and he will probably have to come back towards the towards his base to try and protect that. In fact, never mind. Nouns just back off. They'll smoke up. They'll head across the map.
Hey, look at this DK. He bought the 4 staff, like Blink Force. You know, doesn't feel that great.
No.
Yeah, it's like your position 4 DK or something like that.
It's rough. Hey.
Hey, John who?
Illusions. We'll scout out the fact that they were smoked up because Moo did pop the Firefly early, so it gives the smoke away. Nouns will not be able to get anything out of this. And Nouns, I mean, you still control most of the map here. Like, 5rat do not want the fight. So I suppose you could just play the farming game if you really want to, but it does seem like they want to try and get some fights going. Mind you, again, like, when you control the map this hard, maybe you just don't need to. Like, of course, you are against DNM's TB, so perhaps the idea is we don't want to drag the game out too late against Terrorblade, but... what are you thinking? Like, the matchup here against Nouns, like, do you think the TB just completely outscales them later on?
Honestly, I don't even know what I'm thinking. After these last 5 minutes of the game, my mind just kind of blanked. Like, nothing's happening. Nouns, I felt that they've kind of stepped off the ball. Sometimes it's all right to chill out, farm up a couple of items, but I'm not sure what the big exact item they're waiting for. Like Jamson going for that Satanic. Perhaps they could be taking the map a bit more aggressively, but...
Someone forgot a neutral item. There's an enchanted quiver sitting in the die triangle right now. Who was that? Who did it?
Come on, it has to be TB, right?
It's probably DNM, yeah.
Yeah, like some illusion play, forgetting it. They're pinging it out, I believe. Like, he just did it, so...
I mean, it is a bit of a garbage item anyway, right? Who cares?
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
100%. No, he didn't ping it out. He was pinging where he's going next to farm. He's like, I'm going here. Don't disturb me.
Can he see it? Surely he can see it.
I mean, he's probably watching the map somewhere. There we go.
All right. There you go.
No,
No, pick it up.
Come on.
DNM, come on. There you go.
Okay.
If he walked right over it, I would have been real upset.
Is anyone going to pick it up? Probably not, right?
Nah.
There's no one on their side that actually benefits from it that much, so... But still, you don't want to give it away.
Yeah.
I usually, like, if you're playing a carry, especially if you're playing something like a TB, you're not... Most of the time, you're not watching where your hero is. You're clicking the map, you're sending illusions everywhere. Like, there's absolutely no reason for your screen to be on your hero.
Oh, they just smoked up Lizard. Moo already breaks the smoke. BKB's in time speed. Gonna get caught by the lasso. He tried to go for the initiation in, but immediately caught out. And now Gunner, he just wants the team fight. He'll rush forward. The Lincoln's is broken and the lift will be there from Moose to make sure the chase cannot continue, but he is not done yet anyway. No chains out though. He did miss. So Moose and Giant, they're going to be just fine to back themselves out. But the tier 2 tower is just going to go down for free, it seems. And I mean, if you're 5rat, you can't really fight without your DK, right?
Yeah, he got that blink, he got that force, and Moose was like, okay, thank you for coming to me.
Oh.
I have, Octarine Core, there's Psychic Headband as well, like he lassos from a mile away. Red?
Gunner's got somebody. Looks like it's Red on the Leshrac. Red's still going to be okay to back off, but again, the tier 2 tower is the main objective here for Nouns. And they do have a double damage to go back to as well. This is the roughest part, is Gunner. He's going to run right into it. Looks like Yamson will be the one to bottle it up. But Roshan's up in about a minute from now.
Red.
He's running.
He's got no TP. He has BKB though.
Oh, they connect with the plasma field as well. Yamson gonna connect perfectly as Red still trying to run, but the chase is ongoing. Chains will land. Force out the BKB. Red, how fast can you run? It seems like he's gonna be fast enough, even the lift up to make sure he gets away, but they're still chasing him down. DNM now the one in danger. He's trying to run himself. The slow is not gonna be there from Yamson. Looks like everyone is gonna be okay.
That was literally the bet. Okay, let me wait a bit. Okay.
Yes. Chains?
Is he fine? He's fine. That was literally the best rescue I've seen in a while. And I don't know, it's like one of those Sylvester Stallone expendable movies or something. Like, they move in, they save the Lash, they put the TB as a bait, then they lift the Lash out with the Rubik Shard, and they put the Tombstone in the end to slow them down. Like, I don't know, like really nicely played by 5-Rat 4-Staff. And obviously, it's in the name of the team now. I understand the 4-Staff on DK.
Yeah.
So there's one on DK, there's one on Rubik, there's one on, obviously on Terrorblade. It's a Pike, but whatever, it counts.
Giant might go down immediately. Barely survives from now. In fact, Yamsun's the one getting taken down. With the Eye of Skadi on the TB, it's very hard for Yamsun to try and get away from this, but they do make the jump in along with Lelis, and Yamsun somehow is still alive thanks to his IO. He is not going down. Oh, Red's the one in trouble, but Gunner gets sundered. DNM still gonna drop anyway. It doesn't matter. Lelis comes back in. Speed is gone. They're brought back on Red. Moves will drop as well. Lelis somehow securing a triple kill on the pos for Tusk, but eventually will fall. But here comes the cavalry. Giant, he is still alive, but not for long. He is gone once again. In fact, that was a dieback. Red, can he survive through it? He brought back as well. He cannot afford to die right now, but Yamsun is not going to chase him down. The Tombstone, they're a bit afraid to keep fighting into it.
Yeah, the Tombstone did a lot of work there. I mean, didn't really do a lot of work, just saved Lash from dying, basically. Yeah. From dying twice, right? Like, did he buy back? He did. He bought back as well. That was a really bad fight if you're Dire. Like, you just lost a ton of your heroes, some of them twice. Does not feel that great. The fight was kind of straightforward, though. Nothing extremely special. They committed on the bat. They couldn't finish him off. Meanwhile, Tusk was just cleaning up the house behind, so...
Yeah. Well, Roshan's still up. Nouns definitely want to try and secure that if they can. Of course, 5-Rat do not want to give that one away if they can avoid it.
Honestly, that whole fight, I was just counting 4-Staffs. How many usages did they get? Not too many. And apparently they're not buying all five 4-Staffs, so that's why they're losing.
Very, very sad.
Yeah.
Nouns.
Lash isn't getting one, you know.
Gunner gonna move in. Chains is out, moves. Immediately gonna get bursted down. Though he does get the 4-Staff off, it's just not gonna make the difference.
There are 5 rats, 4-4-Staffs.
It's terrible. It just makes no sense. The Nouns, they can go right after Roshan now, and it's just completely open for them. They can try to fight back here on 5-Rat, but without your Rubik for another minute, it just seems like they don't even want to try for this.
Do you think that because... I'm gonna stop, I can't. Like, because your name has 4-Staff in it, are you like more inclined to buy the item?
Oh, they do buy a lot of 4-Staffs. The thing is, when it gets nerfed harder, the question is what happens after that? Like, what does his team do?
4-Staff was nerfed for so long. Like, leave the item be, please. It's one of the best items for me in the game.
Yeah.
When it's in the game. It doesn't have to be broken. Just make it viable and I'm happy.
It's a good item.
Yeah, it just makes a lot of things happen for you and for your teammates. Like, it makes the game more dynamic too, so I like it.
Tier 3 Tower's under siege now. And Nouns, they are kind of defending and pushing at the same time. Speed's already been caught out on the Dragon Knight, and he might just be gone.
He just doesn't feel like a core.
Doesn't feel like a Dragon Knight.
Doesn't feel like a Dragon Knight, definitely.
And that Tier 3 Tower, it's still under siege. Yamsun's just been there along with his IO. Always has the relocate back play, and well, Yamsun might just casually walk out instead. They'll lift up the IO, they'll take him down, Husky's gone, but Yamsun's still freely able to just walk out of there, and they just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, they popped the meta, so that's a really... That's a rough thing to do, because the moment IO is up, maybe even without the IO, they can fight you once the meta is out, so... You defended the high ground at least.
The thing is now, though, you have a Refresh Orb available on Yamsun. Like, he's going to be a real problem now on this Razor.
Yeah, he's a Chad Razor right now.
Yeah.
With the Satanic, with the Refresher.
Very problematic.
And you have an IO, right? So, are you gonna die in this game? Most likely not. Red?
Getting jumped, Red already caught. Lasso's perfect from Moo. Tips are out from Gunner. And Red is gone. That's how you know that things are not looking too bright for you when Gunner starts tipping. And here we go. I mean, if you are Nouns, you just move high ground. Like, there's no buyback available on this Lash track.
Yeah, that's 100 seconds without the Lash. That's 80 seconds without the meta. Yep,
Easy.
That's a high ground push, my man.
Certainly is. Nothing to stop it. I mean, Five-Rat, they could at least try to slow it down with moves on this Rubik. They'll pop a Glyph. Moo, in the meantime, finds Giant. That'll be Undying God.
I don't think they fight here. They just wait until Lash is back up. Like,
Gunner,
if they manage to wait that long.
he'll fight for sure. He'll just jump in right into the Rubik. Finds one. Speed, he'll be okay in the fountain, but now they'll just keep going. They don't care. They're just so far ahead now. 20k advantage.
It's like 40 seconds, right? Like, there's no meta. There's no Lash for 50. Yeah, you just push, you take two sides. Rats, they've got maybe one more fight in them.
Yeah, I was about to ask you if it's about time to call it, but there you go. One last team fight perhaps here for Five-Rat 4-Star.
You can kind of always guess if a team is gonna call or not. Maybe if they killed the DK here.
Yeah, Speed may have had enough of life here as the chase is on. Sleight of Fist connects. Moo, he has the info. Speed will go down. He does have buyback, so they might just hold down a little bit longer.
Yeah, you're just waiting. You have the meta now in 4 seconds. Lash is back up. But, okay. You won't lose all the Raxes. One more fight in them.
Backdoor protection, doesn't matter. Yamson hits hard enough. Now they've got the creeps as well. Through the mid lane, and that'll be the tier 3 tower bottom. There's just a casual push happening. Like, no one's defending whatsoever. There is now going to be a smoke up from Five-Rat. There's still 20 seconds for their DK to be back up, but again, they can buy back on speed if they wish. Splitter's going to land immediately, or rather miss immediately, as Gunner. He's going to make a jump in. Undying Giant, he might already just be gone, and he will be. Gunner picks him off. Yamson, he'll go on to another. DNM in trouble, is still going to survive through this, but now they are just going for objectives. They don't really care about the team fight. In goes Gunner once again. DNM now in massive danger, is being chased down, will go down on the TB.
GG.
That's it. They call it. A
Yep.
very rough game here for Five-Rat, and you know, to be fair to Five-Rat, they did have a good first half of the game when things were being played very, very slowly.
Man, there was nothing they could do. The man in the NA Bold Eagle shirt called for Nouns victory.
He certainly did.
Who are we mere mortals to disagree? Who are we? Like it was on Nouns to actually prove that he is right. They just had to. They had to defend the NA honor, and they did.
Speaking of our panel, though, there was two people that did not have much faith in Nouns draft, particularly to Fear and T-Panda. I believe they believed in Five-Rat 4-Stuff, and as usual, they were wrong. So let's head to the panel and see what they have to say for themselves.
You know what? I like these casters. These seem like good dudes. I'm on their side. Yeah, Nouns absolutely turning up for game number 1. Five-Rat 4-Stuff, unfortunately, not able to put it together, gents. I mean, you know, Fear, what was the breaking point here for Five-Rat 4-Stuff?
I mean, I think it was that mid push that they tried, where Leshak tried getting behind there, like getting the the cheeky little play, using the edict and the trees to kill the tower. TB wasn't anywhere close, and this was it right here. They're actually going to show it to us here. They get caught here. Big thing about this is Terrorblade's bottom lane right now. He's farming. They have a lineup that scales really well. You see Leshak's top at net worth, TB's top at net worth. All they needed to do is stall, continue this pace of the game. They would have been fine. Or they needed to bring TB there, so when that relocate came in, they're all 5 as a team. The Metaforce gets popped. They can turn that fight. They choose not to. They rush it a little bit, and then of course this one too. The snowball save on top of the not even the relocate, just the mech from the IO, completely turning this fight. And I think after this point, it was all done and dusted for Five-Rat.
Yeah, I totally agree that the moment that mid happened, it was a bit of a snowball effect. It was a small snowball effect from that, but when you look at it, it's a 2K net worth lead. It's a massive lead at that point because they have no playmakers on the side of Five-Rat. And Nouns, their draft is exactly made for this. They win that one fight, they're going to continue onto another, and another one, and it just kept on going like that. So, you know, Nouns draft, it kicked in because Five-Rat kind of allowed them to.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they were finding the momentum, the Nouns, you know, and Again, you know, I hate to say it on a winning game as well, but Gunnar, he did kind of overextend it a little bit, but this time his team were there to catch him. This Razor, Yamsen, really did kick off in this game. Like, I was finding a lot of impact and a lot of good reads from Yamsen. It's not like he was playing this Razor where you just sit back, you farm, you rely on your IO to just kind of take the really safe entries to the fights. He was going in like early on as well, you know, going in where he didn't have that safety blanket, but the reads were good. And that lands you a 15-1-15 finish on the Razor, which is chef's kiss.
Yeah, indeed. You got two players on the side who had 30 KDA at the end. You got Mu, you got Yamsen. Everything clicked pretty well. I do agree with you. With Yamsen's performance, this was one of the rare occasions where Yamsen looks really hot as a player. When he's had these kind of mediocre performances from game to game, this was a really good one from him. And despite Gunnar making a mistake or two, yeah, I mean, this was the classic Gunnar, right? He might overextend every now and then.
Yeah, but some of those extensions were great because like he was like camping behind the tier 1 a lot of the times, getting low, putting pressure on even though he lost the lane, at some point just completely outplaying the other team. And he did really well in a situation where he wasn't supposed to shine.
That's true. Second pick, Ember Spirit, and still going 10-2. You know, that's kind of insane. Maybe he'll just about squeeze out the MVP instead and steal the spotlight once again. It's no breaks for Yamsen here, but yeah, Gunnar will be the MVP for game number 1. Making those early movements as well. You know, it's all well and good saying that this Razor turned up to the right fights, but ultimately he only had the game he had because Gunnar was there early on. You know, making the space for him, giving him that good start, and putting the pressure onto 5-4 stuff. But I do want to come back to this team a little bit because it felt a bit rusty, which is strange because, you know, this team didn't go to the major. You know, they didn't really have much else going on, so one would imagine they would have been practicing. But a lot of these moves felt a little bit weird, especially that mid play, like you were saying. You know, like it felt like the Leshrac was on a completely different wavelength. Like any Leshrac there surely is telling his team, you know, don't go in. I'm just doing this thing to try and like draw some attention, to get the tower low. You don't want to start a fight at the back of that, but the whole team comes running in and it's a train wreck. I mean, how much of a concern is this for a team like that?
I mean, I think for this particular game, like they had a good draft. I did think they could have taken it into the late game here. They just need to slow down a little bit because like in this one single game, they got outplayed. It happens. You know, Speed, he didn't have the best laning stage ever, but they kind of put him in that situation to not have that. And if a couple things don't go right, it's very easily to like, I'm having a bad game on DK, let's go do something. Or Leshrac have a Bloodstone, I want to go fight. They're not really at the full game plan of like what they should be doing as a team. Like, TB needs to farm, play slow until TB gets his items. They didn't hit that timing, and they just kind of got ran over for it.
Yeah, a bit of underestimation on the side of 5-Rat versus that announced draft, because what we were talking during the draft as it was building up, that this is a brawler lineup. And they got to play that game because 5-Rat allowed them to. I think they underestimated Nouns a bit heavily that early on into the game. A bit unnecessary. I think they still need to give the respect when you look at those heroes. The way that they can play, they can do it, yeah, but it's not very favorable on their side that they wanted to execute that game. So I guess they just take a bit of like during the break, maybe they just talk a bit like, guys, it's chill just a little bit. Let's calm things down a little bit.
The rats need to relax, you know, go back to the sewers, you know, relax in your home environment and come back out of there fighting strong for game number 2, which is coming up after this short break. a beautiful intro back to a not so beautiful host, but I've got two beautiful panelists to balance that out as well as we get into game number 2 of 5 Rap 4 Stuff versus Nouns here at the PGL DPC NA Div 1 Tour 2.
Season 2.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's a lot to get through. Thanks for helping me out
Are
there.
you making
bud.
fun of Americans or what? That's a beautiful outfit.
How could I? You trying to say this is ironic?
Of course,
How
it
dare
better
you.
not be.
That's why I've got this guy in between us. Straight into the draft for game number 2. I mean, in terms of fixing things up, though, there's not really much we want to see from 5 Rap 4 Stuff. Their draft made sense on paper. I don't know, maybe they need to make things a little bit easier to execute. You know,
Maybe
just,
the DK.
Yeah, the speed DK.
Yeah.
The speed DK.
We did talk about that.
We did.
I think that is the one point where, like, he's playing DK into Bat, he's playing DK into Razor. We talked about how Yamsen had amazing laning stage, amazing game. I mean, he had a pretty easy lane, right? And he wasn't very challenged very much there. So I think in this particular game, they want to play the same type of game. I think it was fine, but maybe in the last couple picks, mix it up a little bit if Nouns is also going to go with the same type of pick if we do see an Ember Spirit again. And it looks like we're deja vu.
Day 1 of NA DPC. Really thrilling me here, guys.
Yeah, a lot of uniqueness here in this draft. Ember, Io, Rubik, Undying. Are we just going to roll out the same heroes and 5 Rap ends up winning the game because they fix out the errors? I mean, I feel like that could be the case.
I mean, definitely. I think they feel like their error was in either a ban, which they banned the Razor out there, or it was potentially in maybe we just messed up our last couple picks there. And I would agree wholeheartedly that is what happened, and they probably feel the same way. So we're going to see a similar opening, but the next picks coming afterwards will be changing for 5 Rat. Nouns, they may or may not want to change their strategy, but they kind of have to now if 5 Rat want to ban out key components from the last draft.
And like reading the order that Nouns usually drafts is Moo has priority, right? At least he wants to get priority with his hero pick. So that last phase, what they want to look for, is it again going to be a Moo hero? Do we look at potentially, well, Gunnar's already locked in his Ember Spirit because he's phenomenal with the hero. Like there's nothing wrong with it. So does Yamsen feel like he needs something different now because the Razor's out and they potentially just switch around the hero picks with the second and the third phase? Or just go with the same idea, basically, where Yamsen can play an early playmaker carry hero, and Moo, he can just basically easily connect with that idea as well. Like, he doesn't really need anything super flashy. I was surprised the Batrider did go through that far into the draft. I feel like that could have been one of the bans that they should have done on the side of 5 Rat.
Yeah, maybe. I do think the Batrider did not have the best lane that I don't think he wanted to have that laning stage that he had in that particular game. Like, he chased around the Undying around in the jungle all the way to the tier 2. Took a lot of time.
Yeah.
The TB was complete free farm that game, so I think he expected to do more in that particular game with the Batrider. So if 5 Rat wants to like change things up, which they clearly don't, they picked Lesh again. I was also going to mention maybe don't go for that Lesh against the Ember. It worked in the laning stage. It seemed okay. I mean, it was mainly just play. I think I'm okay seeing him again because he is very good on the hero.
Yeah, it's comfort for the team as well, right? You know, if you know this guy's going to give you a solid performance on the mid lash, which he kind of did until things started getting a bit spicy there, but overall the laning phase was good, and that's what they want to play around. So yeah, I'd like to see them change up these last 2 picks though, for sure. But I also want to see Nouns change up their draft. That's not just because I don't want to see the same draft again.
There's a hero that intrigues me right now. When you have the Ember, bring up the Coddle. I'd really like to see Coddle Ember again because I feel like it's
with Io, that's a lot of heal. Yeah.
It's a lot of heal. It's a pretty busted combo as well. It pumps up Gunnar even more with the reduced cooldowns. You can just throw even more slates into the fight. But is that more of a scaling thing if they want to have that Coddle in the lineup, or do they just want to push on early because they're not really killing Leshrac with a double slate with the instant reduced cooldown? Like, it's just not enough to blow him up right away.
I mean, this is support, right?
Support, I was thinking support Coddle, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Io Coddle as a support duo feels
all right, we got a new hero.
a little sticky. But yeah, we got something cool. We got an SF coming out. Finally, Nouns decide to push the random button, and we get to see a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I mean, now, as far as I know, we get to see the carry, unless Moo has been practicing some off-lane SF here, but like, this time, he won't get the last pick, right? Because now I think you just straight up pick your offlaner here because you see your lane. It's going to be SF versus, it's going to be IO SF versus, Rubik plus whatever they want to pick here. So Speed should pick here, and now this time you don't get that counter pick on DNM as Moo, and that's going to put you in a little bit of a worse situation. This is supposed to be like the situation you're supposed to be in when you're playing on second pick, where you do get that last pick to counter pick a lane. They didn't really have that big of a punch with that last pick DK, right? Into the Razor, into the Bat Rider. Things are looking a lot better for them here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I like the direction this is going in, but I kind of like this Primal Beast. I mean, from what I've seen from this hero, the biggest counter is heroes that can either get away from him or control him up in some way when he's like trying to stomp around. Shards is like not usually good enough to control up this hero. So right now, I would say it's looking like a pretty good Primal Beast game. What do you say, Rick?
It is. It is, because there's no silences on the side of Nouns. I think that's one of the downsides for the Primal Beast is being silenced. It hinders your onslaught capability by quite a lot, and especially if you had like literally silencer in the team. You pop last word, you onslaught, he doesn't get trample off, for example. Now he basically is ignored by almost everything except for the root from the Ember Spirit. Does he really want to use it on him? Does Ember want to focus on getting the Lesh lockdown, which worked very well for the Nouns last game, that they just fully prioritized Leshrac early in the fight, keep him held on spot? This Primal Beast kind of breaks that ideal of what Nouns want to prioritize inside those fights. And he's got a good lane for himself too. I was going to ask Fear, would you like an offlane Undying or an offlane Primal Beast? But he's got 80% in 15 games on Undying, but he's also got 75% in 12 games on this Primal Beast, and I do like the Primal more.
I think you should definitely play Primal this game, because, like, I mean, you mentioned it. Stuns, escapes are great, but, like, Io, he doesn't have a stun. SF, you don't have a stun. Nothing can stop Trample right now, and they can't escape the Trample either. So, like, it's got a lot of damage. They're just going to have to out-DPS him there. I think Moo's last game, going for that level 1 telekinesis for the first blood, really hurt them in the laning stage. Well, this time he probably won't. I hope he doesn't do that, because he can definitely win his lane if he goes for the Fade Bolt. They have the Trample here. If they get on top of this SF, I'm afraid this IO can't out-heal it in the early game, so he has pretty much a free lane here.
Yeah, and he has also got the extra scaling with this Primal Beast, because you still have the Pulverized Piercing BKB laid on into the game with level 25, so that's great against Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this draft, as usual, looks pretty good for 5-rat, but I think it looks even better than last game. So that's a good thing. There was always that one weak link, and I think it was just
DK.
the speed DK. That was the weak link. And I feel like he's set up for success here. Last game was almost impossible for him to shine. I still thought they could have bounced through it, and he was just going to be that guy with the Blink Dagger, making things happen and kind of get carried through.
Yeah.
He could be a superstar in this game. He could be the one putting the team on his back and, making them go to a victory here.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, both teams are very lacking in when it comes to like kind of lockdown, and that kind of makes like the big spells the kings. And as we mentioned, Pulverize, very, very good this game. Gives you that control, which they really badly need. And yeah, you're just kind of have two heroes running at you.
They banned the Bat, which is also a very good move here, because that would have been Moo going in for that last phase Bat Rider, get that extra piece of lockdown. You can focus these single targets down really easily, and also maybe even get away with the game at like 12, 14 minutes where the Bat just kind of gets out of hand completely.
Yeah, I could see that being an issue. I mean, I think, again, not just because of last game, but I think I want to see Moo on something which, like, possibly a Centaur or something, just to kind of give him a bit more team fight going on.
Sadly, he doesn't. Sadly, he doesn't. But has he changed his manners? Like, does he want to go for that Blink Initiator?
I mean, he can, and he will if needed, but I don't think he needs to. He has an Ember mid. I think Gunner normally gets slapped on that role because Moo knows that he'd rather not do that. He'd rather hit creeps. He'd rather try and win his lane. I think he's going to try and pick something that is hard to counterpick. Like, I'm not sure what exactly is in the pool he can pick in this patch that is good. Nigma got pretty hard nerfed as well. You can't deny the range creep anymore, otherwise that could have been something.
Wombo combo with Darkseer, maybe.
I mean, Darkseer can work, but he does not get to see his matchup. It got banned last game, but that's because they had a Terrorblade, right? So it made sense here.
Yeah.
But he could potentially play the Tusk as well, and they could pick another POS 4.
Ooh, I'd really like that, actually.
Yeah, the choices are really theirs, and like, however Moo is like reading this patch right now, we're kind of going to see at this moment, but nothing really sticks out for me as like, this is going to be a super good game for it. I think more than anything, he wants to win his lane. He may not pick a strength hero because he's playing versus Undying. If he has the Tusk as POS 4, he's going to pick something that can lane against it. That's why I was thinking the DP, maybe Enigma can still be a thing. You are playing versus the Rubik, of course. Not a lot of great choices here that pop up to my head right away.
Yeah, if you're just picking blindly some offlaner,
Doom.
The
Right.
Doom. I was about to say that. I was thinking like the Doom is great. The Tide Hunt is not so
Yeah,
awesome,
okay.
but the Doom is literally something you can pick here into this unknown last pick because he is still a very good hardcore counter, and that takes that option away from 5-rat.
Yeah, I mean, that went through my head too, just thinking Moo, but I didn't think it was really good this game, right? You're playing versus Leshrac. He pops all his spells, Bloodstone. He'll heal through the Doom. You have the Rubik as well, who can steal the Doom. You have Undying, who can heal. And this hero just pops his ultimate. If he gets doomed, whatever, he regens it. So, and let's not forget the fact that you're going to be running a Tusk Doom versus an Undying. This lane is hard.
It's an alchemist.
It is.
It's been
That's
many
worth the
a
glasses
move.
coming off. Huh?
I know. They come off.
I didn't
It's
see
like,
it correctly. You got to take
Jesus,
the glasses off.
is there a tint on these things? Or? Yeah, blimey. Okay, I mean, a hero back from the dead after. I mean, Radiance is back.
True. I mean, I always thought this hero was underrated, personally. I thought it was playable, and most of the games I did see it, it did well. It won, some it lost, of course. I think eHome played it a bit, and they didn't do so hot. But, however, this hero, if you get good farm, he fits the criteria for a carry. He can buy a blink, he can stun, he can initiate, he buys powerful items, he has good timings. You just have to have a good lane.
Yeah, I think the question here also is, DJ is the only player who's played Alchemist so far. He won, and that's a support Alchemist. Okay. Is the core Alchemist better than the support Alchemist in terms of barely any data?
Yeah, you're struggling with other numbers here, but I don't know. Fear, what's your prediction for this game number 2? I feel the way you're leaning, my friend.
I mean, I think Nouns is, I'll just preface, I think Nouns right now is a better team, has a better read of the game, but I think 5-rat have outdrafted them in this game. So I'm going to just go with the team that I think has a better draft. And I think 5-rat has a better draft than last game, and I thought last game they could pull it off, so I'm going with them.
Yeah, we're in the sewers
quickly?
with Fear. I'm going with 5-rat.
You guys are doing
I like
it
the
again to me.
I like the NML.
I'm up to my neck in the sewers right now.
Yeah, you guys are swimming in it. All right, well, I am going to go once again with Nouns. I just think they're the better team, and the draft doesn't matter and enough. But I could be wrong. Let's find out. We've got our casters for game number 2. It's a Bozzy and an Aussie. It is Lizard and Mike.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We do go into game number 2 here between Nouns and, of course, 5-rat 4-stuff. Lizard, I have one question for you, sir. What the hell is Alchemist doing in my game?
Well, a couple of items that he usually builds got buffed, so perhaps that's one of the reasons, like why an Alchemist is in the game. It's, like some Radiance. I hear some talk on the street that Radiance is...
On the streets?
Yeah, Radiance is popular again. So perhaps that's why it's picked. Like overall, if you they discussed how Doom cannot really have an impact this game versus the Lash versus the Alchemist once he pops his ulti. So that's also partly the reason. I'm just wondering how easy will it be for Giant Boris to be a Giant Undying on this lane. Like a lot of the K stacks are gonna be happening on that lane.
We'll see. I mean, he had a decent laning stage last time around, but obviously a pretty rough game afterwards. So we'll see.
Yeah, last game they got that first blood on the IO.
Speed. Speaking of rough games, Speed already getting caught out, but does have the onslaught away. He's going to be just fine, losing about half his HP. Speaking of Speed, our panel was talking about how his DK had 0 impact, and they're happy to see the Primal Beast coming out here for the man. Do you agree? Do you feel like Speed on this Primal Beast will have more impact going into game 2?
Yeah, we'll see. The lane can be extremely volatile. Like you're playing into an SF. Like there are ways for you and Rubik to kill him off, right? Get on top of him, kill him. At the same time, you're playing into a Tusk and SF. If you trample in, if you make a wrong call, if you run in, you eat 3 raises to the face, like you can be feeding here as well.
Absolutely. Because you're looking at that mid lane right now, you're going to have Gunnar on the Ember once again against Red. So the exact same matchup here between the Leshrac and the Ember. Of course, last game around, Red had a very good laning stage, just completely dominating for most of the game in terms of that net worth graph.
Yeah, so this time he should throw the lane. Throw the lane, win the game.
Right. Well, there you go. Well, we'll see what Red does get done here in the mid lane. Gunnar, I wonder whether he switches things up here on the Ember. I mean, he obviously had a very strong game himself after the laning stage, but do you think he changes anything for the lane at the very least?
Yeah, he hits a couple of extra last hits under the tower. He already changed that, right? Like in the last game, he was missing a couple. It happens to everyone. Tier 1 player, 1K MMR player.
Same thing.
Everyone misses last hits. It's just the degree,
Yeah. I mean, MMR is just a number at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, exactly.
Yeah. How's the side lanes going? You've got top lane, of course. Moo's going to be there on the Doom. He's going to be against DNM, of course, Giant, and we'll have the support of Husky on the IO. You talked about Giant having a decent laning stage considering how much strength he can steal. For now, though, they are just pulling the creep wave away. And well, Giant, he might be able to harass Moo quite heavily here, getting some body blocks off. Hands up, though. Moo just going to walk away.
Hands up? Yeah, because that's what you do to an Undying. You just skip the waves. You skip the waves, you run around the tower, you take those creep waves back. But, you know, when you do that, you're not contesting with the carry. You're not messing with the Alchemist at all. DNM is once again having the freest time of his life. And I think it's a bit different. Like that last game, when you're a TB, like you can join the fights, but if your team is suffering, you don't really make a huge difference.
Right.
In this game, if you're an Alchemist and you get your items on time, like you can be a beast very early on. So
Giant. It's getting constantly slowed up here. Husky with some great body blocks on the Undying. Still does have quite a bit of decay stacks being made now. 24 strength being stolen away. They'll turn back onto Husky and, well, sadly for the side of Nouns, they just didn't have the damage output to take down the Undying, but they do have the damage for his courier. They'll at least get that. As we are going to have a pause coming out. And Lizard, I wanted to ask you a question.
always ask me any question.
People have been commenting about this, the creep waves being pulled away, as we just saw with Moo. Well, when 7.33 comes out next year, do you feel like the pulling thing with the creep wave should be kind of nerfed, maybe?
No.
No? You like it?
No. I think it should remain the same way it is right now. It's been nerfed already. Back in my day, I remember when you would walk around the tier 2 tower for like 3 minutes, stack up 5 waves for yourself, and then go onto the lane, farm them all up. You know, right now, we found a compromise.
Right.
You can't pull them before the tier 1 tower. You pull them over there.
Well, bottom lane, First Blood's going to be drawn speed, able to pick up Lilith there on the Primal Beast, so a nice pickup here for the side of Five Rat. Meanwhile, top lane, Moo's going to be chased down, but Husky is there to try and protect. Still, the stun is going to land from DNM. They'll drop the Tombstone as well, but it's not going to matter. Husky, he'll just try to farm that up. Along with Moo, they will be able to secure. Giant unable to get the deny off on the Tombstone. And you say back in your day that that you used to stack those up. Wasn't that Eternal Envy that started that? With the Bristleback, he used to just pull all the creep waves over into the mid lane and just farm them all with Cool Spray?
Envy started a lot of weird things, so I couldn't say for sure. I can't remember.
I miss him.
Yeah, but it could be him. I just remember a lot of supports doing that for their offlaners. So, you know, sometimes back in the day, anyone could be very useful.
Yeah, the good old days. Lelis, bit of a chase onto Moose down at bot lane. Tag team activated, won't really have the damage, but he's just trading harassment here. But Moose, he's a Giga Chat. He's just standing his ground. Confident with the Fade Bolt damage reduction that he can fight back and eventually does back his way out, but it feels like Moose came out on top of that exchange. Lelis forced to back away.
Look at Yamson.
Meanwhile, Yamson, he's going to intervene. The Rubik now maybe going a bit too far. And, well, as I say, he came out on top. Moose is going to drop. Lelis does secure the kill. And, well, it turns out he didn't come out on top.
Yeah, sneaky little Essa rotating from behind. He first pushed in the lane, rotated in, killed off the Rubik, helped out his Tusk friend. Nicely done. At the same time as Rubik, you rotate mid, right? Like you refill that bottle. You make use of your death, so not the worst thing.
Husky, top lane. Tombstone drop, stun should land. DNM waiting to literally the last half a second, though Husky still able to get the tether away. Moo with a very nice position to allow the escape, and well, that's gonna hurt for Five Rat. Like, they dropped the Tombstone once again. So close, yet so far.
It hurts, but yeah, Alchemist isn't losing anything. Like, I think it's still net win for Five Rat on this top lane. Like, they aren't completely dominating and making Doom not farm, but they're getting everything.
Bottom, Snowball gonna save Yamson at least for now, though Speed still looking to try and keep the fight going, though they will try to turn onto Moose now. Moose gets hit by the raise, does go down. Lelis able to secure the kill onto the Rubik, and sadly they are unable to find Yamson. He will survive for another day, though he is quite low in HP, but he's got some stick charges if he really needs it.
Top lane.
They are going to make the jump in. But Moose, or rather Moo and Husky, both going to be fine to walk out. DNM was the one being chased down anyway as Moo. He'll go for a little bit more, but ultimately will back himself out.
Gunner.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Red now going to get jumped here by Gunner, but there is going to be a rotation in from Moo. Still a nice remnant away. It's Gunner feeling himself already on the Ember, trying to get aggressive. Avoids the split out that was incoming from Red.
Yeah,
But that will reveal that there is a ward.
I feel like he's starting his shenanigans already. He's already diving 2 heroes. Like last game, he did the same thing to a Rubik, to a Lash. The same combo, and then he died.
I mean, do you remember when you were young and you used to be able to do that? You know, just dive anyone you wanted?
I don't remember anymore.
Oh, Moo getting very low top lane.
What's up with all of this? Like, do you remember when you were young and calling Fear old, man? Like, we need to set different standards in this game. Like,
I mean, Fear is old.
that's not old. He's 35.
That's old. I mean, come on. Yeah, I mean, he's you know, he's just about to fall over, that bloke. He's old.
I just imagined the dude back in the green room, like shedding a tear. I'm trying to protect him. He's like, he is old. His time has passed.
I mean, at least he won a TI. Only one, but he got one in the end, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's one though. It's not
Do you
that
think he
impressive.
still remembers?
Probably not, let's be honest. Moo, gonna go for a bit of a chase onto DNM. There is gonna be a stun channeled up by DNM, but ultimately he should be okay, though they are going for the dive in perhaps, and in fact they are. Moo not gonna stop with the Scorched Earth, and the tether movement speed has plenty just chase down DNM.
They have the speed aura, man.
They have the speed aura, of course they do.
They're playing versus speed. They have speed aura. Like,
That's fast.
that's very fast, yeah.
Giant, he's gonna experience it now himself, but they don't have Scorched Earth for another 4 seconds, and they'll leave him be.
That's actually so sick. The movement speed that they get from the aura, like 12%, it's quite significant in these chases.
It certainly is. I just felt like there was no chance of escaping, as we might see it right now. Moo running at 465 movement speed at the moment.
Ah, he lost it. He lost the tether.
Unlucky. He's going to be okay to back himself out. Meanwhile, mid lane, Moo's trying to set up onto Gunner.
There's bottom lane action as well.
Oh, there is too. Lelis, he's going to be chased down on the task. Onslaught going to connect, and Speed able to secure the kill. Speed already handing out tips now towards Lelis as well.
He's mad. He's mad after that first game. I don't blame him. And he might even be able to secure this tier 1 tower on his own. Like, no one is rotating in to defend.
I'll tell you, that's one thing you don't get to see from Speed very often. Like, he's not the kind of guy to tip. So you might be right. He may actually just be mad after that first game. They might even chase down Yamson here, but Moo's unable to keep up on the Rubik. He's going to have to watch him walk away. But like you said, like, they could just go after the bottom tier 1 tower, and Speed, he can basically do it on his own.
Yeah, so far he's taken down like the majority of the tower, 80%. Here comes Red 2, you know, secure the tower.
Top lane, Doom was committed, but the Chemical Rage came off in time, so they won't bother chasing. Like, he's just now too tanky to deal with.
An ult for an ult.
That's true.
Yeah, one is 145 seconds cooldown. The other not quite as much.
Not quite an even trade, that's for sure. Because TPs do come in. Speed with the onslaught right onto Husky, though. A nice tether away is going to allow him out for now, but not for long. Giant able to secure the killer's Moo. He will continue running, but the zombie will chase him down, as well as the rest of 5 at 4 staff. They'll land a stun. Lelis, Shards is out, blocking the way, but they have the pulverize from Speed.
Nice attempt from the shards, even though those shards, I believe, blocked him on the stairs, so he wouldn't be able to get up. I respect the idea. I feel like this time around, Nouns are struggling a bit to capitalize on these early game movements. Like, they have to wait for Gunner or play with him. If you remember the last game, like it was Yamson that rotated mid. They took the tier 1 tower very early on, activated Gunner, and then he was just everywhere on the map. Right now, he's kind of bound to that mid lane. Hasn't made any big rotations or any rotations at all.
Certainly has not. Top lane, Speed. This is a bit of a rotation coming up from the rest of Nouns. Speed, currently the highest net worth on the board. He's going to be able to onslaught away, and they just can't stop him. They don't have any stuns left. That's kind of the thing. Like, you can't really rely on Infernal Blade to cancel onslaught. It's not very reliable.
Yeah, they need to really think about the way they use their disables.
Still, T1 mid tower's dropping. Lift is there. Looks like they have found Gunner for now, but Gunner still able to just get a Remnant out. Should be fine to just walk away from this, and will. Speed unable to ever get the Pulverize off.
Nice attempt from Five Rats. Like they let him take down that tower so low that he's thinking, okay, I'm able to do it, and then they pounce with the Rubik, with the Primal Beast. Unfortunately for them, Ion and Doom were on point too. Like they connected. They rescued the Ember. I mean, he was gonna die if they weren't there.
Absolutely. Still 1k advantage the way of Five Rat, so not all is lost yet. Five Rat looking for Yamson down on the bottom side of the map, chasing him down with his smoke, but eventually just gonna let him go. Meanwhile, top lane, Mood is gonna secure the top tier 1 tower along with Gunner and Husky.
And not sure why they're not perhaps pressuring the mid lane a little bit sooner with Red 2. Like last game he was on point. He did die a couple of times doing that, but I believe they're in a much better position this time around. Like,
well, they're gonna try now. Glyph is forced, Diabolic was popped here by Red. Lelis is gonna show up on the tusk, but he needs a bit more help than that. Pings are out, they know Red's in the tree line somewhere. The tier 1 very, very low now, but Gunner's gonna show up on the Ember and see if they want to keep going. Little bounty rune there from Husky. That trusty shovel, just digging it up, allowing the bottle refill for Gunner. Still Red 2 not giving up, gonna go back into the tree line, does find the tier 1 tower in the end. And that'll be about it. I mean, they're just trying to buy more and more time for their Alchemist to be farmed up. And I suppose as long as DNM's hitting creeps, you're still happy with the state of this game as Five Rat.
yeah, you are. Like you've just taken the tier 1 tower. The Alchemist is finding his item progression as well. I believe he has the relic already. Yep, he does. So he is going for that Radiance. I'm so shocked. But yeah, he gets the Radiance, BKB Blink, and you're kind of ready to fight. If you're Five Rats, I think their power spikes and the way they can play this game is way different than that last. That's mostly because of their position 1 and the offlane.
Well, there's the Radiance now. And I'm going to really be able to escalate and farm at this point. Like, what do you think the big difference is with this Radiance pickup, right? Because like we had the patch, and I believe the
Cheaper, right?
just cheaper overall.
Yeah, but it's quite cheaper. It's not like a little bit. It's significant.
Right.
Like an item that accelerates your farming being this cheaper, like it's a huge deal.
This is a huge deal as well. They're going to find Gunner on the Ember, and the relocate play was not there in time from Husky. Could not react fast enough, so Five Rat able to pick up the kill onto the mid-Ember, and that's a big one. And of course, Husky, he has to come back as well. They'll just patiently wait for the IO. And there you go, Husky, he's not even going to move. He knows he's just dead. Won't even bother trying.
He didn't try the EGM TP. Was it EGM or Ake that did that? EGM, right?
I think it was EGM.
Yeah, it was EGM, yeah. Good times. I saw that and then I tested it for like a week after.
Yeah.
And then I gave up. I'm like, okay, I have Bosnian internet. I should just stop trying.
Yeah, not easy. That's for sure.
Eastern European internet trying to TP out of relocate, yeah.
Oh, well. 3-7, 14 and a half minutes in. Looks like Mu is looking top lane once again for DNM, but not going to be able to break the distance. So, you don't really want to commit Doom and just, get Chemical Rage out anyway. You'd rather not have that happen again if you are Mu. Instead now, they're going to smoke up with 2. Yamson smoked up on the SF, going to head towards the bottom lane because they do find speed on the Primal Beast.
Doesn't have that BKB actually. He's so damn close.
He is, but not close enough. Does get caught out by the Walrus Punch and the Requiem.
It's always like that, isn't it, in life?
It really is.
You get so close, you overcommit, and then you get punished for that. Like, he's what, 130 gold away? He was 20 gold away, actually, before he died.
That's rough.
Yeah.
20 gold. Well, he'll respawn soon. He'll be alright.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, if you look at Nouns right now, they don't really have very good combos for getting kills. Like, even if you Doom someone, it's not that easy. Like, Io is playing with the Doom. I'm feeling maybe if you played with the SF, you Doom or you chain with Ember and then you relocate with the SF, you have enough burst damage. Like this, it's kind of hard to play the game on the side of Nouns.
Certainly feels that way. Red, broken smoke. Lift is there on Gunner, but he's still just going to be able to remnant out. Does find himself a very nice regen rune as well on the Ember. We'll put that in the old bottle. The Nouns seem to be more than happy to just slow play this game. Like, even against the Alchemist, they're not really concerned about the escalating farm that they are finding, as now Moo's going to get caught out here on the Rubik. On the staircase, sharded up by Lelis, is just going to drop. Gunner able to pick up another.
I've seen many teams that were all right with Alchemist farming.
Speed. Pulverize was there, but Relocate is there as well. Husky, he might just come back and die for this, but I say that. Gunner is showing
He's
up on
got
the
BKB
Ember.
now. Doom has BKB. They can't take this fight on the side of Rats.
And they may try to. Gunner does show up. Onto the Undying they go. Giant the first target, as now the Doom does fly out, but there's an onslaught. Gunner's gone. Speed does catch him out. Husky's gone a boot. The BKB, it's only going to be used to TP away from Moo.
Yeah, I said like they can't take the fight, and I'm thinking, why not? Like there's, yeah, sure, there's a BKB on Doom, but so what? There's Undying with Tombstone on the high ground. There is a ton of damage coming from the Alchemist with the Radiance. By the way, that same Alchemist has a BKB now. Your Primal Beast has a BKB. Like, yeah, I don't know what the plan was, but letting this Alchemist farm so much probably wasn't the greatest idea. We'll see. Maybe Nouns have something in store with us, for us with this SF.
I mean, you'd hope so. Like, Yamsun is still just freely farming up on the SF, but naturally can't really keep up the best in terms of net worth against an Alchemist, of all things.
There aren't many heroes that can,
No.
if any, so...
We'll see, though. I mean, Yamsun maybe just believes that the hero, like the 1v1 matchup between the SF and Alk just favors him on the SF.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's true. Ember just cleaves Undying in two with that one hit.
Certainly did. As now they're going to run into Speed. Gunner able to pick up the Invis Room, but Pulverize is out. Chain's available on moves as well, locking him down even longer, but they have the IO to heal him up. Here comes Red though with the follow-up stun, but Gunner, he is still alive. Husky providing way too much heal on the IO. As long as he's around you, you just can't deal with him.
Yeah, they don't have Doom though, right? So without the Doom, they couldn't really counterattack. They couldn't really make any plays there. You're also waiting for Yamsun's BKB. Meanwhile, if you're 5 Rats, 4 staff, you could force, like, there are two options. You force an objective like this rush, or you wait for the blink on Alchemist to set up things.
Well, they'll choose Roshan.
Because why not? Like, they can't really fight you. I believe that 5 Rats are stronger at the moment, especially around the pit. But, yeah, it looks like Nouns won't even try and contest that.
No, certainly not. Roshan going to go freely the way of 5 Rat 4 stuff, and it's a pretty massive pickup for them.
I was thinking maybe Gunner goes in, he tries with some slide to fist, right, and stuff like that, but he decides not to. And this time, he has switched up his item build a little bit, so he's going for that Mage Slayer. I believe it was Maelstrom into Linken's last match.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you are correct on that.
Yeah, because he was also playing versus Dragon Knight, he needed that Linken's to make sure he doesn't feed in the mid game, but Mage Slayer this time around also pretty damn solid versus the Lashrak.
It's kind of ridiculous. Like, you pop a Slider Fist and basically everyone on the other side does 35% less magic damage. Not very fun to play against his 5 Ratters. Well, DNM's going to stun himself here on the Alchemist, trying to set up for his team, but can't quite do so.
He's just farming.
Right.
You know, there's that self AoE damage.
Of course.
That's what he's doing.
Does have to blink up as well on the Arc, like, to set up for his team later on.
Yep. I feel like his timing is already here. They can take any fight. With
they're
the Lash,
trying.
yeah, they're trying. With the Lash Ages, like, you just start pushing objectives one after another. You force these real Rats on the side of Nouns to fight.
You do have a blink up now on Moo as well, though, so you do have a nice way of initiating for that Doom. Mind you, he doesn't have the old Centaur Stomp, so he doesn't have that nice stun. No, he does now. He literally just finds it as I was saying that. So War Stomp is now available on Moo, so he can set up with a very nice stun. In fact, here we go. Speed gets caught out mid lane. They do commit the Doom immediately, and Speed will get punished. Though his team can still just freely push through the bot tier 2 tower. But now it seems like they will attempt to pressure the mid tier 2 instead.
The mid tier 2, the top as well, is being pressured by Gunner. He already got 50% off to the tier 2 tower. Like they're making the right plays and they're reading the game. Fear said it correctly. Like the panel in general, it's nouns that are just on point. Like when it comes to the strategic approach to the game, they're a bit faster. Even though their draft does not look that great, they're making all these small little movements to gain advantage.
Bottom side, they have got the Undying. Oh, Giant, he gets denied off by a neutral creep. Of course, that damn Thunderclap, man. So annoying when you're in the laning stage, but now it actually saves Giant and denies him off.
You gave him just that one little clap with the Ursa.
Very, very nice. Meanwhile, Red's just pushing in the mid wave. Does get rid of the creep wave, but won't stick around for the tier 2 tower. Seems like he is going to go back towards his team and group up a little bit. But Firebat, you kind of wonder how far they can push this. Like, they still have the Aegis up. They are going to still rotate, find a double damage rune for themselves, but where are they headed is the question. They've still got 2 minutes on this Aegis. Surely they get something else.
I feel like they're lost a little bit with the way they're drawing on the map. It's a mess. And the way they're moving as well, it's like... we're trying to take the tier 1 on top lane, now we're moving down bottom, even though there's no tier 2 on the bottom lane. Now we're drawing towards Io and Doom and Gunner. Maybe just take the tier 2 tower mid lane. Maybe that's an option.
Perhaps it is. I mean, Red does show up to clear the creep wave, but they aren't committing.
Yeah, they're moving away again. They're losing a lot of their time. Like, I think they're losing a little bit of their momentum. At the same time, it's not bad. Like, you have an Alchemist, he's still farming, it's still completely fine. Like, he can get that AC, mitigate some of the aura that the SF is bringing to the game, so... They're in no particular rush at the moment.
Well, they certainly are taking their time. TP's out in the mid lane, nobody going to get caught out there from Nouns. DNM just continuing the farm game, like you said, probably looking towards the AC now.
Probably. We'll see. Like,
yeah.
He still didn't really commit to anything. 3.5k gold.
And Firebat? They're probably just going to let the Aegis expire at this point. Like 37 seconds left. Not too much time here for the Leshrac to try and use this again.
And this Io taunt makes me think he's relocating every time. Just makes a sound as Io, you know.
Yeah.
Entering the portal sound. And there we go. Called it.
Where are they headed, though? Bottom lane. Just push out the creep wave. Just make sure they can't keep these waves forced in.
Like, you see the way Nouns are playing.
Oh, Gunner. Pulverize is there. They've got the Ember at the very least. Onslaught to make sure he gets locked down, and Gunner does go down. But it does feel like you're spending the whole game just chasing heroes from Nouns. So, like, you eventually find the Ember, but it feels like Nouns are just buying more time. In fact, Red does get caught out mid lane, and suddenly they find an even trade for themselves.
Yeah, you get that haste, you feel invincible, you get doomed, it gets dispelled off. Easy pick off for Nouns.
This is really becoming detrimental for Five right now, because sure, you've got an Alchemist farm. Like, we get it. The Alchemist is doing his thing, but I don't know, like, Nouns, they've been playing very slowly the whole game. It seems like they've got a game plan.
Look at the net worth of Alchemist. Look at the net worth of the whole team. They're only 3k ahead. And that 3k is basically in the Alchemist. So they're not necessarily taking the full advantage of him. And he didn't go for the AC, he got SNY. So another thing that, I mean, it's all right. It's not that bad. I would have preferred the AC, but this is good too.
I mean, I guess the status was especially pretty good against the Requiem Fear, right? Like, you'd rather not spend the whole team fight just running away.
Exactly. I just want them to... I wanted them to utilize that advantage earlier.
Oh, jump in again. Gunner getting pulverized up, but a snowball may have saved his life, and it seems like it has, because Gunner, he can now fight back. Moose is already gone. They even found Giant, and the only person they lost is Lelis. The Tusk goes down, but you found 2 supports for your trouble. And again, this is where I kind of go back to Firerat. It's like, they're great at laning stage. You get into the mid game, they're doing fine, but once you get into the later half of the mid game and into the late game, it seems like they start to look a little bit lost. Like they're
undecisive, I would say, right? Like when they had that Aegis, they didn't really pressure the map. They didn't really close it. They had Aegis on Lash and Blink BKB Radiance on Alchemist. I feel like that's your ultimate power spike, your ultimate timing in this match. With that, you could have literally taken at least 2 more towers, tier 2 on the mid lane and tier 1 on top.
Yeah.
But they were just trying to constantly... You know what the weirdest thing for me? Nouns was playing how they should be playing versus a team that's stronger versus them at that point. They were trying to split push, relocate on the side lanes of the map and stuff like that, like ratting basically. Meanwhile, 5 rats, they weren't even doing anything against that. Like they weren't really... They weren't really pressuring. They weren't even forcing that kind of movement.
Moose, nice pick up. Does get the lift off onto Gunnar, but Gunnar doing so much damage, and Moo jumps right in. Doom is out. They've got Speed with the Doom. Speed's gonna try and go for a run as Moo. His BKB about to wear off. How do you get out of this, sir? Looks like he will be the one to go down. And Speed looking for a Soul Rip does get it from Giant, so he's barely gonna survive. Just in the nick of time.
A relocate as well. One more.
Uh-oh. Well, there's another. Husky trying to save his cat, rather his off lane. Won't be able to do so. So a bit of a win here for 5rat. But I ask you the same question. What are they going to be able to get with this win?
Well, this time around, Roshan is back up. There's no Doom for 100 seconds, so maybe you can think about doing that. Think about going into the pit. Or you can wait the AC first. We'll see what they opt to go for. Lash, mid lane.
Yeah, gonna get caught out. Red, gonna try to run. Fear is there from Yamsun, but he's still a very, very fast left frac. It's gonna be okay to back off as now Gunnar. May get lifted up by Moose, but not quite. Unable to get within the range to pick him up. They do at least take the Fire Remnants away from the Ember, so you do have that kind of extra mobility now on Moose to set up for his team if he needs to. And with that 5rat, I mean, it's kind of like you said, it seems like they are gonna wait for the AC build up here onto DNM. Though Nouns, they do not want to wait for that. They are going to group up. 3-man smoke through the mid lane.
And there's a blink on Tusk, so you can perhaps set things up with him or the Doom.
Can they find the side of 5-rat? Like, it's kind of hard to move up to that high ground. They've got the vision.
You can see the way they're drawing on the map. They know, they kind of understand where 5-rats are going to move. It's one of those positions in the game in which you're just kind of flipping. You go on the enemy side of the high ground, they go on yours, you wait each other out.
Well, they're trading T2 towers now. Glyph's going to be forced out from the dire end of things. 5-rat, they are going to back off again. They'll go for a 5-man smoke, try to head for the fight. Thing is, Nouns have wards around this area, so they've got the vision advantage. 5-rat, I don't know if they really want to fight this. Speed's going to make the jump in. He has already found the Tusk, but Husky again saving the day, allowing the snowball, but now Husky's in trouble. Yamsun, he'll get the Requiem off. A decent chance, but they still will lose the Tusk, but in goes Moo with a 3-man stun. They're going to find Red. They're going to find Giant. Who else can they get? DNM forced to run away as he has been doomed up in Speed. Speed is still trying to blink out. Is going to be all right. How does Nouns win that team fight?
Well, they had 2 buybacks, right? Like I believe, yeah, Io and Lelis, both of them, buying back, saving Yamsun. He was on the high ground. You couldn't really hit the SF. He was also ice sharded out. So he was literally a beast. The Doom did go off on Alchemist that was already BKB'd and ultied, so it didn't really do a ton. But it did pretty much force Alchemist out, so... I didn't expect Nouns to just win that fight as cleanly as they have.
It seemed a lot cleaner than it should have been, really. Moo had a very nice jump in. Husky obviously proving to be very annoying as well on this IO. Like that Holy Locker mech build-up just so darn annoying to play against. And yeah, I mean, the thing is with DNM, like, once you pop the Doom on the Arc, it feels like his impact goes down to 0. Like, he just can't do anything.
I mean, is that true, though? Like, you have Radiance, you have AC. I guess, yeah. With the ulti, you're not really hitting that hard.
It's the thing, like, last team fight, he got doomed while he was BKB'd and popped Chemical Rage, but he didn't want to fight. He just ran, left his team behind, and you kind of wonder, like, it does seem like in those kind of instances, it's probably worth sticking with your team and trying to fight it out. Though he does not do so.
Yep.
Now they're grouped up bot side, but again, it's like, well, what's the plan, boys?
Maybe just some miscommunication in that fight as well. The plan is Rubik has stolen Doom, so maybe you can make a play off of that. Maybe they're unaware. If you get that Doom on Ember, it's a damn easy kill. But you need to do it fast. You are playing versus an IO with a relocate. That's a full Scuddy now on SF.
Oh, that's a problem. Like for the Alchemist now, all that regen suddenly goes down to nothing, and
yeah, it's the region, it's the kiting as well. It's just
real rough. They immediately smoke up now, and they know exactly where they are. FireRat, they are still waiting to get this Doom off, and they may find Gunner. Gunner is going to bait for his team, perhaps. Right underneath that creep wave. FireRat still so patient. There's the Doom out. They finally found the Ember. Can they take him out in time? It seems like they probably can, but Moo's going to jump in. He's going to try and start the team fight. Gunner buys back immediately on the Ember. They've already got TNM down. The Arc just completely melts in the middle of all this. This Giant, well, Giant will be chased down as well. He just drops. And this Alchemist, I don't know how many shots it took Yamsun, but it did not take very long.
Yeah, he's melting. Even with the AC that he purchased, it doesn't really matter. It's not that Alchemist doesn't have a lot of farm. He's decent. It's just that SF has way too much at this point. Like the Silver Edge crits with the Scuddy. It's kind of disgusting. I don't know, like FireRats in the first game, that draft definitely had a couple of issues. Like they couldn't really utilize on their advantage, like capitalize on their advantage. But this time around, I think they just had everything they needed, but just didn't play the draft properly. Missed a couple of crucial timings.
Sadly, that's what seemed to have happened in Tour 1 as well. Like, it seems like this team improves often enough, but it's just laning stage is great, but once you get into the mid game, it seems like there's a lacking of a.
I feel like there were too many ideas.
Too many ideas. Oh, that's a nice way to put it.
Like you saw the drawing on the map as well. Like go top, go bottom, go mid lane, something. Like there are circles everywhere.
And now they missed the stun. Moo's not lifting him backwards, so bit of miscommunication there between the Pos 4 and the Leshrac. Keep in mind, these guys did have quite a few roster changes here on the side of FireRat, so communication issues could be a thing. And well, you just kind of mentioned maybe too many game plans here from the side of FireRat this game.
Yeah, completely understandable when you change your teammates.
Yeah. Now it's just patiently waiting for the next opportunity, but only a very, very slight net worth lead the way of FireRat 4 stuff. Less than 1k. Yamsun just patiently waiting with the Silver Edge, but can't really run high ground. Or maybe he can. Even with the Sentry Ward there, he just doesn't seem to care. So they do jump in. Moo is out onto speed, though does get lifted up by Moose, but has the BKB available into the Requiem now. Still DNM, gonna jump in on his own, trying to go after the Tusk, but the IO, again gonna save for no Lelis. He will go down, no snowball in time. Still Speed, where's he going? Speed is down. They even lost Moose on the Rubik. Giant.
There's no BKB on SF. Maybe Alchemist can jump in.
I mean, maybe. They're going to try, but they've got to try for Husky, and he's been doomed up on the Alchemist. This is not looking too good. Buybacks are bound. They're going to keep trying to go for this team fight. Moose might drop and does. And that should force Nouns back after the bottom racks.
Yeah, 3 buybacks. They catch the IO in the end.
Pulverize is out. They're still trying for Husky. Again, this IO has been so detrimental to the side of FireRat. It's proving to be such a nuisance.
Yeah, they need to be careful with how far they chase because... yeah, there is no buyback.
Well, they get Husky at the least. They're still trying for Gunner. Onslaught is not going to connect. Gunner gets the chains off. Has an Invis rune to pick up, though. Red is going to stun him up nicely, but he has the Aeon Disc as well. Pops the Invis, just goes for a run, trying to juke them out into the Roshan pit, but they do get him. They do find him. He was underneath the Sentry Ward. And so you get some nice kills there.
You get some amazing kills. Like you lost a side, but that's 100 seconds without the Ember.
Massive.
Yeah, just step aside and push. Like you have Red with the Edict. You have the tier 2 exposed on the mid lane right now. I really want to see them decisive at the moment. I really want them to go high ground, make something happen until Ember respawns. This is your opportunity.
It absolutely is, and considering they committed 3 buybacks as well, like, you need to get something. Yamsun though, big Requiem out. Red's already been caught on the lash rack and he can't survive it. Oh boy. Speed, maybe they can kill the SF. Massive pickup, Requiem stolen by Moose, they will take him out. But he does have buyback if he needs it. So they go for a little bit more, but Lelis able to avoid the split earth. Yamsun did commit the buyback to try and reinitiate into this. Lelis still going. But it seems like Yamsun proving to be very careful now, not wanting to die back while his Ember's down for another 35.
Yeah, he should definitely be more careful now. Like, you bought back, but so did Lash. This game just became much more interesting, I would say, than it was 5 minutes ago. Was it off of a couple of mistakes, perhaps? But who cares?
Yeah.
It's better now. Like, there is no buyback on Lash, there is no buyback on SF. Like, anything can happen.
It's all about the entertainment, Lizard. Who the hell cares if these pros make mistakes? It's all about the fun.
It always is, right? Like, we love to see some carnage in games, in any game, in any sport.
Absolutely. Let there be blood. Snout.
Wait now.
They are grouping up again. I mean, now they know the buyback was committed by Red, so if you get the Leshrac one more time, he's down for 100 plus seconds and
Yamsun?
show himself in the mid lane, but he's still safe by his team. I think the thing is, as long as they know Husky's around, they practically know they can't die. That's the way I'm kind of looking at this.
Yeah, there's no real burst without the Alchemist, right? Like, and even he didn't go for the most bursty item build, so you should be able to survive no matter what happens. Like, there's Holy Locket, there's Mac, there's Glimmer Cape as well.
That was the overwhelming blink recipe going down the toilet there, Lizard. That's not the greatest feeling. So that'll be down for quite a few minutes now for the Alchemist. 3 minutes to be exact.
Yeah, that's a rough one. He didn't purchase the Reaver though, right?
No.
Yeah, just move into a different item. You know?
Hard time, boys. We'll see what DNM wants to do. I mean, maybe you just drag it out, wait the next 3 minutes. I'm sure they can get away with that. Tier 4 items are spawning up anyway.
Realistically, you're an alchemist. Like, you have 3 minutes until the courier respawns. You can buy something else and then later on go back into the overwhelming.
We'll see what he wants to do. Like, for now, Nouns have actually got the net worth lead their way. Very, very slightly. Less than 1k net worth. But considering you are up against an Alchemist, that kind of goes to show you the state of the game right now. This is not the kind of position an Alchemist wants to be in.
Yeah, statistically, being behind with an Alchemist position 1, it's not that good for the team with an Alchemist.
No. Stats by Lizard, thank you for that.
Yeah, I've just checked these stats. The numbers, they don't lie.
No.
I'm looking at the bottom of my coffee cup and I see it, like, can you read? The coffee mud. It says, yeah, the stats do not lie.
Thank you for that, Lizard. 5 Rat, they've smoked up as 5. Gunner is around the area. They will see him in the mid lane, but they aren't going to make the jump in quite yet. Keep in mind, Gunner does not have buyback for another 30 seconds, and
they have a creep wave on bottom lane. They have to deal with.
Oh, that's rough.
It's just being pushed in. Mid lane is being pushed in as well. That's something they're not really doing that great on 5 Rats.
Yeah, but Roshan just spawned up. Like, they can't really let this go down. Thing is, they can't fight without Red either. And Red, he's running back the old-fashioned way. He's quite fast, to be fair. Problem is, though, Roshan is going down even faster. But it is going to be left for now. Half HP is where Roshan's been left at. Nouns not willing to risk it again. There's not many buybacks available for either side at the moment. Really, the only ones that matter right now is the fact that DNM and Moo have a buyback. Nobody else really matters. I mean, Lelis does have one, but you know, it's a task.
Yeah, usually, what you want to do before you take rush is you push out one of these side lanes so that the enemy cores need to go back, defend. Right now, for now, the creeps are doing that job. You see this opportunity Red is showing.
Oh, Moose. They're getting caught out, trying to lift his way out of the Roshan pit, but does go down.
It's basically Red. Like, he shows the moment you see him defending that tower on the bot lane, he's too far. So you go in for the kill or for rush, doesn't matter.
And there goes Roshan, very, very quickly dropping. No contest, all items picked up by Yamsun. And he gets away with all of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure, it's like split push 101. In order for 5 Rats to play this, they needed to push the bottom lane a little bit further.
Yeah.
Like, it's not only one wave that's in your base and then you're done. No. You need to go push one more extra.
Thing is now as well, like, you're dealing with an Ags Ember. Like, it's... You lost the Aegis, you lost the cheese. The cheese and the item make matters worse. Like, Husky's just not going to let anyone die. You've got an Ags Ember. Yeah, this is where Ember just seems so ridiculous with this upgrade. And now even a Shiver's Guard coming out on Moose, so even more, even less health regen coming out for the Alk.
And the Lash as well, remember.
Right.
There's the Bloodstone, so he's ranged. Being hit by Scuddy from the SF is absolutely no fun. Abysmal. Like, you can't really run into the SF as well as Lash. You don't have a BKB. Even with the BKB, it wouldn't really matter. He just chew right through you.
Very tough position here for 5 Rat. Now 7k behind. It's not what you want to see if you are a 5 Rat fan.
They built only 2 4-staffs this time around. Or maybe even 1.
True.
No, two. The Primal Beast and the Rubik. Last game they were role-playing much better. They had four 4-staffs.
At least Speed sticks to it.
Yeah, Speed definitely sticks to the 4-staff. He's a real man of culture.
Certainly so. But now, looking to try and push high ground once again. They are taking this one rather slow. Not willing to kind of throw the game back the way of 5 Rat if they can avoid it. Of course, Gunnar, he did spend all his gold again, so he doesn't have buyback gold available on the Ember right now. But Jump In is there, Lift is up, they do get the Split Earth onto the SF. Yamsun may get blown up here, in fact it's a lot of damage being pumped out, but BKB, oh, he goes down. Husky was not there to save him. No BKB available now on the SF, so he might just drop again, but no, the cheese! And the relocate, he's gonna be alright. Husky barely saves the day.
Will they fight here? They will, right? Like,
can you?
Yeah. Or you just defend the SF.
Lift is up, they've got Husky on the IO. Looks like they're just gonna let him go. Meanwhile, Speed though, does get a nice pulverize off, but Walrus Punch is gonna be there to cancel that off, and in fact, Speed's gonna be left alone.
He has no buyback.
He does not, so Gunner's gonna make the jump in. Gets a double chains off, but maybe he's going too far, but he'll just go even further. He doesn't care. He's got the Ags up, so he's just fine.
I feel like what happened there in the relocate is one of those things that happen to IO players sometimes. Like, he tried to relocate instantly. He tried to tether instantly after the relocate, but he tethered on the same millisecond, so SF got picked up with him.
Oh, whoops.
And Jamson was like, yo, I don't want to be here, man. Cheers.
Well, luckily for them, Speed gave them an exit gift by handing his own life away. DNM may have handed his own life away as he gets stooped up and immediately gets bursted down. All right, now the game's looking really rough for the side of 5 Rat. So they just jump in. Gunnar still needs a way out. Does Remnant away once again, and he's going to be just fine. They're more than happy with the buyback being committed by DNM. And it seems like they can just stick around. Gunnar's going to go for a reset back at the fountain.
Yeah, maybe they're thinking, yeah, they don't expect it. We can go in once again. But this smoke should be kind of obvious. As they moved through the creeps, they AoE'd them.
But they've got a side device. Red is going to use that Hex up onto the SF. DNM going to jump in right behind, but there's the snowball, and there's Husky again. Yamsun going to turn right back around with the BKB. At least the 4-star. It will save Red for now, but for how long? Or more so Yamsun, or rather DNM. DNM's gone. It might be time to call it, boys. It's looking like a rough one. Everyone just dropping an ultra kill for Gunnar. Do they want to hand the man a rampage? Let's see. Tips are out for Gunnar. He's going to go for the dive in. Moose, Giga Chat, going to hand a rampage over. Still making it hard, but there's your rampage for Gunnar. Thank you very much, he says. And that'll be about it. GG is called. They've had enough. 2-0 victory to the side of Nouns. And I mean, for 5 Rat, I keep saying the same thing. Like, they're great during the laning stage, Lizard. They seem to be quite strong in the mid game, but afterwards maybe a lack of game plan, maybe too many game plans, as you said it. I don't know.
I feel like it was that middle part of the mid game.
Right.
You leave the laning stage, you start making moves, you start connecting, and then it kind of all. It's like a Hydra. Like there are too many heads here. Like they're just being pulled everywhere.
Yeah.
Apart. Like they had an advantage in this game. They could have utilized once Alchemist hit his timings. They hit those timings and then they just stopped playing the game. They weren't really doing a lot. They completely let SF get to his timings to get what he needs to actually be a bigger threat than the Alchemist in the end. That high ground fight around the triangle, not the triangle around the Rush Pit, where Yamsen just demolished them, that was the turning point.
Well, I'm always happy to see an Alchemist lose. I hate this hero so much, Lizard, so always a pleasure to see that. Of course, our panelists did again side with Fire Rat 4 staff, even after that Game 1 loss, so let's head over to this panel and see what they've got to say this time.
Thank you very much, Mike and Lizard. Oh, we have a little fun here, don't we? Yeah, indeed. Nouns getting the 2-0 after all, despite the drafts maybe leaning towards Fire Rat's favor, at least according to you guys. But in the end, Nouns do play their way back into it, but definitely not a smooth sailing win here. I mean, what does this win kind of say for you, Fear?
I mean, they know how to bring back a game where they're losing, which is a very valuable skill to have. They were losing all 3 lanes in this game. I did like a small pivots they made here. They swapped the Tusk with the Io in the laning stage to not give Speed the freest lane ever. He still had a pretty free lane regardless, but all 3 of their lanes were lost. But as we saw multiple times in this game, the power of the Io and the Tusk saves, they just turned fight after fight with these.
Yeah, absolutely. It was...
He said it all.
yeah, well, there we go. I guess we can just sit and watch the highlights now then. Thank you, Fear.
I mean, I got more. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Fire Rat, I loved how they played that early game. You know, obviously, they come out ahead. They have every single lane won. I just wanted to see, a little bit faster. It's not, a lot faster, otherwise they would have thrown. But, a little bit faster. You couldn't give them enough... This was a kind of game where you could have choked them out and not given them enough room to come back into the game. But I feel like they did give them just a tiny bit too much space, T-Panda.
Yeah, Game 1 and Game 2, we look at the very far other end into the very far other end, basically, where in Game 1 they were way too hesitant. Game 2, they were a bit too calm, you know? They couldn't find the golden middle road, which could have definitely helped out Fire Rat a little bit here. This game was super tight towards the end. I was like, this could actually be a win for them. This could still be a loss for them. And it did turn out to be the latter, where Nouns were just a tad bit ahead of them. I feel like they had a very good package in terms of how they execute this game. Like Fear already said, the comeback that they were able to mount and hold on to it. Because a lot of teams, they get that glimpse of hope and they throw it away. Nouns did not do that today.
And how did you feel like the Tusk kind of enabled them back into this game, Fear? Because he was playing some pretty fast-paced Dota on this support.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nouns here showed us a side of them that a lot of teams are going to look at and be like, they like this Io, and they really like this Tusk pairing with it. They kind of cover each other's bases a lot. Like, you need that stun, you need that catch, but what this really adds is the fact that you have 2 ways of saving. And I think Fire Rat had a hard time identifying how to take the team fights into that here. So I think Laylis on his Tusk was really good. He had a lot of clutch snowball saves, but most all his snowball saves were accompanied by Husky as well, aiding in that save.
Yeah, and also all the way back to the laning stage where they decided Lelis plays the 5 and Husky goes into the off lane. I think Lelis with this Shadow Fiend, Yamsen on SF. This hero, if he gets shut down in lane, he's still a flash farmer, gets back in really fast. SF has always been like that since the start of time. But Lelis he sacks his game so that Yamsen has still something to recover on. That's only a 2-death Shadow Fiend. That's not 3, that's not 4, that's not 5, which could have been a potential. Maths is good here. So that is something that they can still fall on, is Yamsen getting himself a game, and he's not in recovery mode.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's very adaptable on the Tusk, and that is why he will be our MVP for this game. Number 2, a crucial component in coming back into this one for Team Nouns. Overall, though, I'm still worried for Nouns, honestly. I'm just being completely honest. They played well, for sure. You know, it's first game back as well, first series back, so, can cut them a bit of slack here. But going far behind against a team like Fire Rat 4 staff, I'm just not sure that's kind of what I wanted to see from this very first series. Is that harsh?
No, I don't think so. I think given Nouns' track record, we haven't really seen them come out just dominating from start to finish here. And in this particular game, Yeah, they kind of got stomped in the laning stage. Both games, they had a little bit of a rough start here, but a little bit to 5-Rat Force's credit that they're a new team. They're good at laning stage. They clearly are a bit lacking in that mid-late game scenario here, where Nouns it does have that still. So if they can like focus up on, it's a little bit picks, but at the same time, it's going to be a little bit more play. If Nouns can like sharpen up quickly in the laning stage, they have that mid game. They have potentially that late game, but do they have that late game against like the top teams in the region? That's going to be the question.
Yeah, I agree. Like just to chime on the idea about what we saw in Tour 1 was even the weakest teams or the low-seeded teams would be great in the laning stage and the early game, but they could not handle the mid game. That's where the top seed teams really know what it's all about. So there's something still to work around on that.
Of course, always something to work on indeed. But we have the star of Nouns. Gunnar is here to talk to us about this series. Hello, Gunnar, fellow Patriot.
Hello,
How's it going?
It's good. It's good. A little tired, but I didn't really sleep last night.
Oh, that's a shame.
You know,
Why
it's
not?
good overall. I flew last night.
I see.
I didn't
Busy
sleep on
man.
the plane. I slept like an hour or two last night. So,
Ouch. All right, well, you played pretty well considering that. I mean, game number 2, was there any sweat at all? Were you guys getting a little bit nervous, or was it all cool heads?
Not really. I mean, I thought I was playing bad the second game. I got chains level 1 because I thought the primal messed up on the runes, and I wanted to chain him. So then I had chain for the lane, which was kind of sad. But then mid game, I don't know, no one was ever really scared. I know Husky wanted us to do more in the early game, but like after the early game, when the mid game happened and we're like behind, I don't think we cared.
Okay. Phil, you got a question?
Yeah, sure. I got a couple. They're going to be a little more patch related as, you know, the new patch did drop here. What do you think is going to be like the new lean of this patch, if you have any guesses?
I mean, the new Lina. I think Brood is still the same Brood.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know if it's the Lina, but it's still the Brood. That's for some carry that just kind of wins the games.
Yeah, just some
Nature's
hero that
Prophet's
just gets
good.
picked all the time, and it's going to be like
It's gonna
really
be the
strong.
same heroes as last patch, I say, except not Lina. Like Brood and Nature's Prophet, and then whatever teams feel like.
Gotcha.
I know Lesh if you're Quinn now, you know, from Europe.
Okay.
So,
All right. Last question I have is going to be, they changed Mango, which is pretty big. It's now like the not most efficient like region item. What is that going to do for the game, do you think?
I think it matters. If you buy 3 mangoes, you now effectively, like this patch, you have the region of 2 mangoes, so you lost a mango every 3 mangoes. So it's kind of, people just buy mangoes, from what I've seen, just for the mana now. And people are having to pick more heals, like Witch Doctor is popular, I was popular. So just kind of actually having sustain in the lane rather than just having 6 mangoes on a Spectre and having free health.
All right. Congrats on your win here, Gunnar. And I actually want to follow up on the idea that if you're kind of threw around with that patch and heroes, your Ember does definitely look great, but you don't need to specify. Did the patch open up some potential new possibilities in terms of your hero pool?
I mean, unluckily, there's a certain hero not in Captain's Mode, or a really cool hero would be available for us. But I think the mid pool is kind of similar to last patch, which is kind of sad. The only cool one I've noticed is Invoker with the Meteor Hammer build, because he wasn't really that popular last patch, but you know that one's still that's still in the works. It's a little iffy. I'm not sure about that one right now.
All right. And kind of touching upon the history that you have had as a team, coming from Tour 1 to Tour 2, you guys are not boot camping right now, but what is different with Nouns as a core compared to Tour 1 and now coming into Tour 2?
I think the last time we tried to do a lot of work, and we kind of, I don't know if stress is the right word to use, but we like not work too much, but like we put in a lot of effort. And I think the effort after we chilled and we talked between the seasons is like paying off now rather than in the last season, if that makes sense. Like it was like all this high work and it was a lot of ideas and we had to make them work together. And now I think that this is hopefully the season where the ideas are coming together.
All right, thank you so much.
And talking about ideas, you know, where are those coming from? You know, is that yourself? Is that your coach, Astenia? Is it like literally everyone having a voice?
Again, the chaos thing was kind of, I think our team has a lot of people who want to have voices. I do, Husky does, Moo does, Lelis our captain, so he does, our coach does. Yamson's honestly the quietest one in terms of like out of game, like guys, let's do this. But he still cares. And so what we are trying to do now is kind of let our captain and our coach dictate the game and the draft. And so we're trying to rely more on their ideas rather than having 5 people want to do their own game plan.
That's very interesting. So yeah, you're kind of like restructuring a little bit the conversation you're having. Like, is that just in game, or does that apply to out of game as well?
It's mostly out of game. In game, it's more just, you know, whoever's strong should just talk. Like if you're 20-0, it's your job to talk no matter what role you are. But it's mostly like in draft and out of game. It's like in the previous, you know, we'd be picking like a carry, and everyone's like, I think you should pick this here. I think you should pick, you know, IO carry because it's gonna own. And Yamson's like, I just want to play like Ursa or something. But now it's kind of like people can maybe give their ideas. But we'll be like, Lelis, what do you think we should pick? Or Astini, what do you think we should pick? Like, what's archetypic hero? Does he need to have a stun? Does he need a farm?
Yeah.
Like Battle Fury, like blah, 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 blah. You decide. And the person playing the hero kind of fills the role that the captain wants.
Okay, all right. Some great insight. Thank you very much. And finally, very important question. How do you farm MMR with his Muerta hero? I need to know, please.
Skip the ult. Just go
Skip
4-4-0. I went 4-4-4 and no points in ult until like level 14 or something.
Oh.
I destroyed. That's the game I won the hardest. So yeah.
That sounds a bit like the Giga Chad sniper build, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think the ult is, I mean, the way I say it, it's like Circle, where it's like a defensive tool, I think, where you just think of it as a self-decrep. So it's like some Ursa jumps on you, you just press it to decrep. You don't use it to damage. The other spells are just crazy. In my opinion, I think the silence is good. I think the passive is good. The fear is amazing. So just, yeah, skip the ult.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. Everybody, get into your pubs and start grinding that out and get yourself some free MMR. Gunnar, thank you so much for coming to talk to us as always, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Good stuff indeed.
What a well-spoken gentleman.
He is indeed.
He is,
yeah.
yeah.
There's a reason this guy's got so many Twitch viewers and fans, because he talks like that, and we love it. Fair, I did want to ask you, though, about like that kind of communication issue which he brought up. Is that something which kind of you've seen a lot throughout years?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think you can definitely get on a team that have, especially if a lot of veterans on your team, a lot of them, you know, have experiences and where things went well from them, and they all want to recollect and like share those experiences. Then all of a sudden you have 5 players like wanting to play a certain way that they played in the past, right? And it gets very chaotic and very hectic. And if you don't really narrow it down to like 1 or 2 voices, I really think you're not going to be on a team that it gets a very collective and like find the right tempo that you need as a team to like go and win those games. Because unfortunately, Dota's a game where you have to be on the same page or you're just not going to do the right things.
Yeah, and it's easier if you don't have to hope for things to click.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hopefully Nouns will continue to make those improvements, and we'll see them blazing through the rest of the DPC and putting a threat towards those top 2 guys, which are being very sticky up there at the top. But while we're talking about those top 2 guys, they're about to play against each other. That's right. We have Shopify Rebellion versus TSM as our second match of the NADPC. That's going to be coming up very soon indeed, in fact. What a hype game. What a hype series. I mean, you got to ask the question as well, you know, how both these teams going to be feeling coming straight off the back of the major, T-Panda?
Well, I mean, this is the series where you wake up your friends, you get your brothers and your sisters and everybody to watch collectively one of the best games that we're going to probably get in this NA Tour 2. So Rebellion in an interesting situation. Do they still have that hot streak going for them, coming in from the top 4 finish in the major? And then you have TSM, who had a very underwhelming performance in terms of their eyes. Probably the audience wasn't expecting TSM to really thrive against the top teams in the world, but from their side, they're definitely very disappointed in that they couldn't go further than the group stage. So we're looking at a very hungry team, but are we looking at a sated Rebellion? Definitely not.
I mean, I think Rebellion going into this, like I said, they oftentimes start off the tournaments very, very hot. TSM, I mean, they started off pretty hot last time too. This was our last series, like quite literally the last series to decide who was going to get first or second place. We're going to get it right away on day number 1 here. So that's going to be pretty hype. And I am not sure who to favor here. I want to say Rebellion, but TSM, I'm sure they had a lot of time to think and talk things through. So I'm expecting a very close series.
Yeah, they're hungrier and they want to keep their crown as the kings of NA, at least when it comes to the DPC. Will they be able to do that? We're going to find out. But right now, we want to talk to you about esportsbet.io's new offer, where they're going to be offering a 50% bonus to your winnings with only a 2 times turnover requirement. It's a great way to boost your earnings if you do win a bet, and that is only available through esportsbet.io. So check them out. Go to their Discord. The information is in the description, and head over there if you want to go and place your bet and get a little bit of extra money for your first win. It's a great opportunity. Check it out, esportsbet.io. But But now we're going to be throwing it over to a break, after which we shall be back with that Champion Series. It is TSM versus Shopify Rebellion coming up after this break. Hello and welcome back to the NADPC, where we are now getting into our second series of the day, and it is going to be TSM versus Shopify Rebellion, battling it out in a best of 3 in the very first day. Very exciting stuff. But of course, first, we need to say thanks to our sponsors and shout out to them as well, esportsbet.io, who are running a fantastic promotion. In fact, it's 50% on your first time bonus deposit with only a 2 times turnover requirement. So if you want to maximize your earnings and get a little bit of cash on your first few bets, you can earn big in USDT on the right bets. That is esportsbet.io. So check over with them if that is something you're interested in. And they're, of course, sponsoring this event. And they're doing great deals over there. So check it out if you are interested. But back to the Dota, back to the action. We've got a huge series coming up. And we've got some very handsome, very finely dressed panelists to join me. Kind of putting me to shame a little bit, but you don't look like Patriots,
Not at all.
So what can you do?
I mean, I was born there. I don't need to wear that. I don't need to prove my patriotism.
Yeah.
That's fair point. That's fair point.
I'm just a sleeper agent here, I guess.
Yeah, the Finnish sleeper agent ready to turn and, on the keyword, which is salt. But yeah, we have a very great series coming up for us. Of course, these are the 2 teams which were at the major. Shopify Rebellion is the first team I want to talk about because they're the All-Stars. They came 4th at the major, which is a good result. This team, they will be hungry for more, but considering, I think they'll be reasonably happy. But why did they not get first place last DPC, considering they did so well at the major, T-Panda?
That 2-0 from TSM definitely haunts them a bit. That was a pretty rough loss in the sense of Rebellion came in ready, they beat everybody, but having to play TSM last, was that actually a perk for TSM to build that chemistry inside that team and just take them by storm? I don't think a lot of people were expecting a 2-0 from TSM against Rebellion, but it did happen. And honestly, I think it could happen again if TSM is ready, because they've had a bit of a break in between where Rebellion has just been going on games. So let's see if they've got the magic this time.
Indeed. I mean, do you feel like there was any testing going on there? You know, they let through the Tree and the Lina twice in a row and lost twice in a row on Shopify. Was that just testing for the major and they didn't actually care too much about the result?
Surely they cared. We talked about like how many points you can get by getting first opposed to second place. So I think there was just a lot of skewed data in like the DPC, especially for North America. Lina lost a lot. Treant also lost a lot. So they probably thought the heroes weren't as strong as everyone thought they would be, but turns out when you play against a team that's like in your, league, they are that strong. So I think it was more of a reality check than a testing ground.
And of course, on the other side of the coin, we have TSM, who were the victors of last season, 7-0. They beat absolutely everybody. They only dropped 1 game, which is kind of insane. But then they didn't do too well at the major, where it really, really counts. I mean, what do you think the mentality is now coming into season 2 for?
I think they just learn as much as they can. This was a team that does not have a lot of LAN experience on some of their players. Like Ari and Kasane do not have a lot of experience on LAN, right? So like they got to try their ideas out. They didn't really work, but unfortunately, I think it was more of a learning experience. What could they have gained from that, and how can they move forward?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. It's a good test for both of these, like getting their feet wet in the major, but didn't quite work out for them. I mean, do you think it's just nerves then, which is the difference, or do you think it comes down to like, being able to read your opponents and just having such a massive pool of opponents to face in the major that the prep was kind of harder to do and made it a different story?
Well, I mean, what I understood from the performance on the side of TSM, that Tomato wasn't playing up to his level. I think playing in front of the home crowd was actually, I would say, a negative factor in a way. He got a lot of nerves out of it. He was very frightened in a way on the field, and also maybe outside of that as well, understanding that there's a lot of pressure on this guy because he's got a big-ass fan base. If you talk about SA, there's a lot of fanatics out there, so they wanted Tomato to be there at the top, get to the main event, play in front of a big crowd, so he wasn't playing at his level. I think Kasane was also one who was a bit underwhelming, but you have to take into account that was one of the biggest places Kasane's probably ever been to in his entire life. So with Ari, Whiteman, and Kasane now getting that experience, I think that could do a lot of good to them here. Getting back to what was a training ground in a sense, because they beat everybody, right?
Yep.
So now that they get to play against the top team again, after just playing some really hot teams, they're in a pretty good position, but does these patch changes favor them? The Lina's no longer there, so do things shift up with the draft? Very possible.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that every time there's a patch, it's always going to favor every team that isn't at the top, because obviously if you're at the top, you've kind of figured out the patch.
Right.
You know what works for you. So the teams underneath you, they get a chance to reshuffle, and we'll see what they do as we jump into the draft for game number 1. It is TSM versus Shopify Rebellion on day number 1 here of the NADPC. Very exciting stuff, and I'm very interested to see what gets picked and banned here, because it's really interesting when we're looking at these top teams and their reads on the patch and seeing what they think is going to be strong, what they think is going to be weak. We saw Nouns earlier believing heavily in the IO and the Ember Spirit, opening with that twice in a row. And the IO has been banned here by Shopify Rebellion, so clearly they share the same thoughts.
Yeah, the IO already seen it in action. Some of the teams have kind of figured out we've got a lot of IO players in not only just this division, but in the entirety of all the Division 1s. So I like the idea that this was something I was asking in Tour 1. I wanted to see a lot more IO from the players who are like professional experts with this hero. So Rebellion taking it away is a very understandable ban. TSM actually banning out the Lina themselves, which was wasn't necessarily expecting that one to come out, to be honest.
RTZ's still spamming it in pubs, so like maybe that's it. I mean, I played versus Lina recently. He still believes in the hero. I was mentioning earlier in the green screen, I still think this hero is strong in this patch. It might not be first pick strong anymore, but maybe it is. Who knows? Because it was just that powerful. But
there's another.
This is a hero, and that Gunner said, like, this hero hasn't gone anywhere from last patch. It's still the same old Broodmother. Lina's not Lina anymore, but Brood's still Broodmother.
Brood's still Brood, yeah.
So they do get a
way.
Broodmother. And that's going to be, like, really good for them. And Rebellion's always been a team that I always respect when it comes to drafting, because it feels like, unlike a lot of the other teams, you know that they kind of have a good read on the meta. They try really hard. Bulba's really good at like doing his research as well. So like the fact that we see IO banned means that like I definitely believe this is a hero that a lot of teams have been practicing and has a lot of potential.
God damn, though. TSM with a first phase Slark. I mean, that's a bit of a statement. Not a hero we typically see in the first phase. I mean, is this an answer to the Brood here?
It is a bit. Like, we've seen the Slark Brood matchup a couple times, and I feel like we've seen Slark majorly plays really well in this matchup, but we've also, when we've seen like Slark Brood has actually won the lane because they've had a really good 4 who just links together with this hero to shut down this Slark. So, like the Hoodwink Brood, for example, is one very nasty combination the Slark has to be cautious of. So I like the, I would say cockiness in a sense. TSM happy to first phase a carry hero, which
Speaking of cocky.
Yeah, Shadow, all right.
I mean, this is a hero. Like Rebellion, they were struggling a little bit in the the playoffs there. RTZ picked up the Shadow Fiend 2 games in a row against EG. He had some like brilliant plays on it. I was even calling him out. It's like, you know, RTZ hasn't really been showing up. He's been playing these games, like he's been playing well, but he hasn't been having any big impacts. But this has been a hero he has had tremendous impact on. He really believes in. And, you know, it is a flex too at the end of the day. They can also put it on the mid lane as well if they really want to, but very interesting pick order for sure because it doesn't really counter anything but maybe the Slark.
You know what you just said? That was a very intriguing ring to it.
What?
RTZ versus EG.
Yeah, it was.
It was, but it has. Yeah, it's got a very interesting flair to
Yeah,
it.
and he won.
And he won.
Yeah, Rebellion beat EG at the major, so it took 3 games.
EG with a problem.
But it was both those games they won were definitely on the back of an RTZ SF.
You're going for the Enchantress ban. So
Damn.
I'm kind of looking at the idea of, does TSM want to play the Beastmaster for Kasane? Because Rebellion should probably be targeting that as well. I think the Beast is still pretty decent with the Axes versus this, the Spider, basically. The Vision play, the Axes are very good against the Spiderlings. They don't nuke them down anymore at the max level, but still that extra Vision tool. So I feel like Rebellion probably needs to address that Beastmaster here.
Yeah, definitely. It's always a threat, you know, a few of those offlaners which you just need to be careful you don't let slip through the net and give a really good game. Especially in the hands of, you know, Kasane, we've seen some performances from him where he's been able to, like, when he hits his comfort zone, he's a very scary player. But hitting that comfort zone has not been like every single game, and especially at the major, we saw him completely out of it. So, you know, he's going to be hungry. He's going to be looking to come back in and remind everybody why he's on this team.
Yeah, and exactly why he was so hyped when he was playing in the NA division last tour. And it also had that really good synergy with Slark. Like most of the heroes that he plays that just directly buff up on the side of Tomato, which I think Tomato and Kasane is a very good combination in the sense of their hero pool connections.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be interesting to see if they choose to adapt the style of continuously putting him on the zoo. I mean, there's no... Visage was like a first phase ban, right? So there's a lot of respect there. So we do have the Lycan still going through. We do have, you know, the Beastmasters you mentioned. Do they want to stick with that? We also saw him every once in a while pick out a Centaur or a Primal Beast. Very curious on what direction they want to go. It was actually just in our past series, we saw a Primal Beast versus SF. One of SF's weaknesses, he can't really stop the initiation there. So that could be something that they might go for as well. And there's the Centaur ban. I mean, those are just some of the couple heroes that we've seen him play that aren't the Zoo, right? So they're just kind of like getting those out of the pool, because Rubik is one of those heroes that functions really well with those type of heroes, especially Centaur. Just the lift and the stun, brain dead combo can't really mess it up, and SF has no like defense against that.
Well, now I'm starting to get really curious about this mid matchup. Like with Bryle and both Abed, like their hero pools haven't really been contested at all, in a sense. It's just about Kasane in the ban pool from the Sub Rebellion, TSM more worried about the supports on the side of Fly, and of course Crit, because they've been playing out of their minds. Like you look at Fly and Arteezy, you can't help but say it's probably the best NA duo there is and has ever been, like potentially. And then on the side of Saberlight and Crit, I think they linked in really well. Saberlight maybe still finding his ground a bit with his heroes, but Crit played, you know, he's just such a good player, man. He's just such a good player, I can't help but highlight it.
I mean, the thing about Crit is, like, during the DPC, he played a lot of these Hoodwinks, Rubiks, tried to win the lane, and he did win the lane too. But moving into the major, they switched their playstyle up quite a bit, and Crit was more on the tinies. He was like we saw an Earth Spirit come out of him. He was playing Tusk. He really switched to that melee roaming position a lot, and I'm very curious to see if he's going to go back to that. I think he should, because look at those first three heroes. He's got a Brood. You've got a Shadow Fiend. You've got Undyne. You've got 0 stuns right now. So, like, you need some, like, heavy stuns coming out, and I think Crit does need to be that. I think there is a Tusk in the pool. There is a Tiny in the pool. Something like that could be really good, because you can make those rotations to Abed if he is playing that mid-SF. I think you can use that as a flex now in that situation. And then Brood is totally fine to be left alone in these situations.
And the Tiny Undying was a really good combo in Tour 1 too. It was a very good combination.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when we're talking about that offlane as well, Saberlight, you know, he's a young Zoomer, you know, bouncing around all over the place. You know, he's got the energy, but he needs to be controlled a little bit. And Crit, always calm, you know, almost...
Calm and collective.
Maybe not father-like, but big brother-like, you know? He's there to pour
Crit was very quick at the major. Just leave him in lane and let him feed, to be honest. He's like,
that's a good father figure.
Yeah. Sounds like my father figure.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
But we'll see what he picks up here. They're burning into a lot of reserve time on this pick here. I think they're really deciding, do we want to try and crush the lanes, or do we want a more rounded draft? And I honestly think, like, they cruise through NA by crushing their lanes. When they kind of got to, like, the major, and they're like, we can't really do this anymore. So they switched it up and had Crit make some more rotations, make things happen on the map. But looks like they're going to go straight back to try and winning the lanes here. Very much so have very little lockdown. Very little lockdown here. They got the Requiem and a Cookie. That's about it. So... And we're going to go back to the Lycan for Kasane.
A Requiem for a Cookie. That sounds like a great song title.
It is, yeah. I made it myself.
And
I'll do the CD later.
Yeah, and now we see again the core synergy in TSM. They went for the Lycan. They've got the Wolf Bite potential later on, but they already have, like, the damage reduction coming out from Howl versus Shadow Fiend is detrimental. You see fights where SF just does not do a single bit of damage because the Howl is such a really good, just a good
Howl
spell.
Is crazy, yeah. Like, Howl is really underrated. But yeah, you mentioned, like, not much lockdown. Good luck cooking a Lycan. Good luck. That's going to be hard.
Yeah, I wish you had a disruptor now on your side.
Yeah. Oh yeah, getting Cookie land on him. You're right. Sorry about that. What do we need here? I think you really need Abed to be something that can be cookied, I guess, to make something happen. But what would that be?
Yeah, I mean, TSM is what they're looking for here is a potential tempo controller hero. I wouldn't be too surprised if they went for something like a Storm Spirit, for example, on Bryle, because I feel like it's got the supports to survive a potential gank. Rubik, Disruptor especially, very, very good defensively. So I would like to see something that controls early on. What's your mind?
I think they're going DK. That's going to be my guess.
Oh, this is
for TSM?
No, for Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify, they have the first pick here. So they will see if this SF is the mid or if it is the carry. You technically don't know right now.
True.
So, like, they think the SF's carry. I also think SF is carry right now. So they kind of need to pick a blind mid here. And, like, I've been a little underwhelmed by picking things like Tiny and stuff, like, blindly here. Some people might like a Kunkka, but that hero also, like, not a lot has changed since the major. We did have a patch, but that hero did horrifically at the major. So, I mean, Storm for Rebellion I'd be okay with, but you're playing versus Disruptor. I mean, Slark as well with the pounds. Like, no matter what they do here, you kind of have to be that type of hero that makes something happen on the map here. and you're going to get counterpicked. So it's not really a very easy situation for Bryle right now.
Yeah, it's hard. I'm sticking with the original prediction, but yeah, could go for something more kind of active, I suppose. But I mean, you don't really get much more active than DK.
Oh, you want just a blind DK mode?
I mean, if you want a hero with just more damage, just go TA on the side of Rebellion and just
my goodness.
live on the minus armor. You got Meld, you've got the
live off the
presence
greed.
of the Dark Lord and everything. Like
that cookie got to do some serious mileage in that draft.
I mean, technically in Dota, like it's gonna be
Wow.
SF mid. I mean,
Okay.
so it is a form of control, right? Like the Rupture is good versus Lycan, it's good versus Slark. They're definitely not going all in hard lockdown because they got in the same situation that I just got on my head with. Like, what can you possibly pick for Orbit here that can be initiator, get counterpicked, and like also fit your lineup? And it didn't. None of them looked good. So they're gonna go for like put SF mid. Probably won't lose your lane because it's SF. Get farmed. Brood will get farmed. Every once in a while, you'll throw out a Rupture. You got a Rupture plus, the old... Oh, my goodness. That's a Tinker.
wow.
All right.
Okay.
That's Tinker Lycan. This is 2015. We used to love that back in, like, the Sumel and Me EG. Like, you can TP onto the Wolves as they're scouting through, do some really cheesy stuff with that and get some kills.
Yeah, it's cute. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's enough to take game number 1. That's my question, C Panda. What are you thinking about this Tinker pick?
Bryle has played Tinker the last time 1.5 years ago, 2021.
All right.
And 7
I'm a
games, 57%. I've been dying for a Tinker here in NA. Bring it to me. I mean,
Yep.
I absolutely
TSM.
despise and hate this hero in pubs, but I like to watch Tinker play.
You're a sick man, C Panda. Phil, what are you saying?
I don't even have a comment for this game. Like, this game is too wild. Like, I'm just going to sit back and learn something new.
Fair enough.
Very
enough.
rarely I get to say
Well
that, but
said.
yeah.
Yep. Sometimes the best word is no word. Well, let's see what our casters think about this game number 1. And quickly, I'm going to go with TSM, by the way.
Okay.
I believe in, I'm down with the sickness. Let's get a Tinker win under our belts. And let's find out what Mike and Lizard think about this game number 1.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to get into game 1 here between Shopify Rebellion and TSM. Lizard, can I just... You don't know this, but Tinker is by far my most hated hero. I mean, this hero... Just delete it. Get rid of it. Like I know it's garbage anyway, but just get rid of it.
Man, I feel you.
Yeah.
As a meepo spammer, being lasered and it goes with aghanims on every single meepo back in the day makes you smaller, makes you miss.
It's rough.
Yeah, just get rid of the hero.
You just get rid of it.
I agree.
Nevertheless, I mean, you've seen both drafts here between Shopify Rebellion versus TSM. I must admit, before we went into the NA DPC, I wasn't expecting these two teams to be playing on the first day
Yeah, like
of Tour 2.
I didn't really sleep today. I'm like, okay, just some NA. I'm gonna cast some. I don't know who even plays here
Yeah.
any longer. Some Bendy games, whatever. I'm like, hey, that's a pretty good game. Better get some sleep.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be definitely a fun one already. Starting from the draft, it's very interesting. Like Fear, he said he's gonna learn something new.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think we're just gonna see if Tinker can work once again or not. We've seen some teams perhaps try it out here and there. We've seen some Chinese players as well on that mid lane. Like nothing to say. He was the one playing it the most recently, but he had some success.
Yeah.
It didn't always look great.
No, it certainly didn't. What also doesn't look great is we are into a pause straight off the bat here for
But
game
you
number
look
1.
great. It's fine.
Oh,
look,
no,
look
no,
at
you
this
look-
shirt. It's
You look
amazing.
Get out of here. Stop it. Still, we are going to get underway very, very soon. Game number 1 here between Shopify Rebellion and TSM. I can't wait. I mean, this is the prime matchup of NA DPC. Can't even get my words together, Lizard. That's how excited I am right now. Now, there it is. There's my most hated hero. This piece of garbage right here. If this was never in Dota, it would have been a perfect game.
This piece of garbage.
I mean, it's
gold.
literally trash, this hero.
Cold Tinker. Yeah, it is. It literally is, yeah. Like some scrap metal just pulled together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing he's missing is some track by the Bounty Hunter, to make it even more annoying.
Oh,
But he does
Yeah.
have wolves, and they're just as bad. So it's not only about the TP, obviously. It's just that they're giving vision constantly.
I just don't get it. Like, you let heroes like this in the game, but we can't get Gambler. Like, why can't we have Gambler in the game? I don't understand.
I'd make that switch at any given point. Like, just switch the Tinker for the Gambler, sure.
Yeah. Anyway, we do have some high fives going on in the mid lane. Bryle, I mean, Ari's been high fiving. Nobody else wants a bar of it. Everyone's just walking away. And we are going to have another pause to come out. How does the SF matchup work against Tinker? Like, it's not something we get to see very often these days.
It should be fine to farm up, right? Like, you're in SF, a couple of raises here and there. At the same time, you're kind of squishy, so the rotations on you can be detrimental to your health. Like, at the same time, who do you have on your team that can... Like, you really... Like, this is what they talked about during the drafting stage, right? Like, you have the snap, and that's your only stun on the team. So your rotations on the Tinker might be difficult. Like, usually, how do you deal with the Tinker? Like, if you don't deal with him in the lane, you deal with him with some Zeus, you deal with him with some Clockwork, Storm Spirit, whatever, heroes that get on top of him easily, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have heroes that get on top of anything. Like,
Right.
not only Tinker. Like, you just have to play the game in a very specific way if you're Shopify.
What do you think about, like, if Crit ran like Ags on Snap? Like, could you rush an Ags on a pos 4 Snapfire this game and like try to abuse the Gobble Up to get these kind of to catch the Tinker out?
It's a decent idea. I wouldn't mind it. Like, I feel that there's a lot of weight on his shoulders in this game. It's not only about the Ags. Like, he can get the Ags. He can get the... I'm not sure, like, the Shard is decent, but Aghanims would be probably the best bet, like you just said.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really see any other way to do it, right? Like, you've got a Broodmother, which I guess Saberlight can be a little bit sneaky in the tree lines with the spiderwebs, but...
No, it's all about that mid-game and how you play it. If you manage to crush them in the mid-game and take over the map with the Brood pressure, then definitely it can, like, anything can work, but it's very difficult. Like, the Bloodseeker was a good pickup, though. Like, with the Thirst, with the Rupture, you're basically countering both the Slark and the Lycan.
Right.
But I've seen this backfire so many times. Teams pick up the Bloodseeker into the Slark, and it still doesn't work. Like, Slark just does way more in this patch.
That's the thing with the pos 1 Bloodseeker. Like, it feels like this hero just... I don't know, it just doesn't do enough as a pos 1, and I also have my doubts. I mean, I've constantly called Bloodseeker pos 1 complete trash.
Like, you call a lot of heroes trash.
Not
man.
a
Did you
lot of
notice that?
heroes. Very specific
No.
heroes, Lizard. The trash ones, in fact. And you know what? I'm usually right. Are we frank? I'm a modest man, but I'm usually right when I say it.
I'm a modest man, but I'm always right. Nice. Very humble as well. Realistic, you know.
Yeah. Anyway.
Your wife must be really happy.
Oh, she, obviously she got me. How could she not be?
Like, of course.
Mid lane, Arbet and Brawl going at it. So the Tinker versus SF matchup, you kind of already pointed it out, but you think Arbet should have a pretty easy time.
Yeah, I think it should be solid for him when it comes to Shopify Rebellion. Like, the mid lane should be all right. I'm thinking about the bottom lane. Like, the bottom lane might be rough for them. Like, you're playing the Brood and the Snapfire into the Slark Disruptor. Like, Brood into that Disruptor is always... Yeah, it's kind of spooky, you know? Like, you can get Thunderstroke, you can just get glimpsed, you can't really run across the trees. The Slark is a mess, like, he's stealing your stats. Can get rough.
Yeah, certainly can be, and we'll see what Saberlight and Crit do down to that bot lane. Like, for now, Whitemon, I'd say, is one of the better Disruptor players out there. Just very annoying to have to play against this man when it comes to this hero, but we'll see what Saberlight does end up doing. Of course, top lane as well, you're going to have Ari there against Arteezy, and there'll be Fly on the Undying against Kasane right now on the Lycan. So both sides like have these offlaners that are quite ratty, right? Like, they both just want to push lanes, be very, very annoying. And we'll see which one kind of gets away with it, I suppose.
I feel like maybe Lycan is a little bit freer to do whatever he wants on the map. As Brood, you're kind of contained to your webs, right? Like, and your team needs to really understand how Brood works, needs to play around the hero well. It's not really that difficult any longer, as Brood has been in quite a good spot recently.
Certainly has been. I mean, the nerfs came in, but most people seem to believe the hero still does the exact same thing. We'll see what it does. Obviously, no first blood being drawn yet from either side. Both sides just comfortable farming up. Arteezy having a very good time top lane, just completely uncontested here on the Bloodseeker. I suppose it's one of the things, like against Lycan and Rubik, chances are Arteezy's not really going to have too tough of a time. And so you are going to have a pos 1 Bloodseeker that should escalate and farm quite a bit.
Yeah, he's a strong laner overall. 7 armor, you know, like a lot of armor early on. And you also have obviously Fly with an Undying, so...
Bryle getting dived right now. Arbet gonna cop a laser. Raises out again. Arbet, he has another one available, but just needs to pop the mango. Does do so. It's still not enough damage, but he has another. He has the W. Can he get it off? He's diving in and he does secure. Arbet. This man always does something. You know, every game, he always does something a little bit special. And this time around, just dives the Tinker. Meanwhile, speaking of diving, Shopify, top lane of dive, top tier 1 tower.
Yeah, because of that mid lane, right? Like you have level 2 thirst, you're getting a lot of...
Kasane? I think he's just dead. Oh, the blood right. How does that not land? He makes it out just in the nick of time. Arteezy.
Tinker rotation.
I mean, it's very early for this. Level 4 on Bryle, but it might just be enough, and it will be. The rocket damage. I mean, that might have been just on the edge in terms of the damage, but it is enough to take Arteezy down.
Yeah, it's like Abed pulling in one direction, Arteezy in the other. you get some insane kill on the mid lane, meanwhile your carry is just diving the tier 2. However, it doesn't matter, because Fly goes in for the rescue. He gets that kill on the Lycan. Yeah. Kasane, he was just playing on way too low of an HP for way too long.
Certainly was. Kasane
he got killed by the cave, by the way, so...
Yeah. Hurts. Not very, very fun. Going back to the mid lane for a moment, like he's in this position now as the SF where it feels like you just can't do too much as Brawl anymore. Like, he's gone for the raindrop, so he does have some defense against the magic damage of the razors, but it does feel like Arbet's just in complete control of the mid lane now.
It's always like that, right? Like if an SF gets a slight advantage, he just spams you with the raises. He gets obviously the souls as well, so you have to be extremely careful.
Bottom lane, Whitemon gonna glimpse away the Broodmother. Saberlight could not finish off the kill onto the Disruptor. Tomato actually gonna go for a bit of a fight here on the Slark, but
Saberlight is having a really good lane. Like I expected Whitemon and Tomato to perhaps do a bit better down here.
They certainly haven't. I mean, Tomato's still finding the CS, but I do agree with you. Like, Saberlight just found a bit too much farm here on the Broodmother.
Exactly. It just feels like the Brood isn't really contested at all. Usually you can see the Brood perhaps even being under her own tier 1 tower at this point. But it's fine. As long as the Slark isn't shoved out of the lane, like you're fine on TSM. Like you're just farming up as the Slark, you stick around. If the Brood reaches like that level 6 and cannot take the tower easily because you're around, that's already a win.
Arbet. Speaking of a win, Whitemon may just drop, but Fairy Fire is there in time. Crit, he's still able to secure the kill. Still laser out, Arbet. Gonna get the heal out with the bottle. He's barely gonna survive. In fact, he's looking to try and turn this perhaps. Crit, in danger. Does get a cookie off, and now the Requiem comes in, Arbet!
Oh, man.
Oh, Arbet, you can't just do that! He can't do that!
Yeah, that was just dirty.
Oh, just...
Nice little haste onto the high ground. Turned, you saw it all. No need to repeat what happened, just beautiful from him.
Just every time.
It's like one of those, this is one of those games in which SF feels like a god at this point. Like you're having too good of a time.
He certainly is. 2-1 and 2 right now for Arbet. Almost top of the CS board. Arteezy 1 CS ahead of the SF, but considering how many kills Arbet's got, he's probably top of the net worth board at the moment.
He is. Yeah.
It's kind of like you said, and even 2 bounty runes just waiting there for him right now. It's kind of like you said, like this SF, considering the start he's had, he's a bit of a god at the moment in this game, and you're not going that classic POS 1 like SF build-up, are you?
We'll see what he opts to go for top lane. Sane.
In danger. Lift is going to be there. Brawl shows up at the right time. Arteezy once again going down to the Bloodseeker. And now Fly should drop as well. Does still have some decay stacks going, but it shouldn't make the difference. Wolves just chasing him down, giving all the vision to Ari. Though Fly, still trying to run, is a tanky boy, but with the rocket damage to come in. That'll be more than enough. They do take him down.
Yeah, just rocket from downtown, those wolves following him around, giving vision.
So annoying. Nevertheless, like, it's kind of like you said, top lane's like pulling one way, Arbet's pulling the other way right now.
I wasn't gonna say it again. I'm like, okay. I called him out once. It's enough. No need to repeat it. No need to rub the salt in. But yeah, like top lane. Once he gets that level 6, perhaps we'll see some rotation. You can utilize that rupture. It's just that Brood does not need any help at the moment. SF is doing fine, so both the supports are top. Bloodseeker feels pressured to make a move, gets punished for it.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe if Arvid really wants to, he can go for the POS 1 build-up on the SF, considering how this game's gone, right?
Yeah, maybe he should.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Bro, he'll farm up some stacks in the meantime. Ari just making sure he's protected. Obviously, the Tinker, it's a bit of a slower process. He's just level 7 right now, so just has to abuse the laser spam. But we'll go back to the triangle and keep farming up those stacks. Could even decide to go after Artesian Fly again if he really wants to. Does reveal himself with that heat-seeking missile, but again, it's all about the triangle right now for Braille. Though if you are, the side of Shopify and you kind of get a gist that this is happening, it'd be perfect timing to jump in right now and just take the stacks away. But it doesn't seem like they have any idea this is happening.
Yeah, they aren't really willing to go win as well. Like, you don't have an offlaner that can rotate in, help you out. The Brood is just completely contained to the bottom lane at the moment, so if you're going in with at least a 4 versus 5 kind of a scenario.
Bottom lane, though. Tomato. Tombstone's going to be dropped. Tomato does have Pounce, just looking for the angle. Is still trying to look as the Shadow Dance has been used up. Tomato, though, still being chased down, still just running in circles as his team is rotating. And is eventually going to be able to pounce away. He's alright. Fly in the meantime. Does get caught. Or Bryle's been spotted by Saberlight, but he's more than happy to fight. There is still plenty of bodies around. SR. Shopify, they're the ones that need to back now. Saberlight dropping a little bit too low as Ari is going to spot him out. More webs to come out of Saberlight. On top of the cliff, and now Ari's the one to go a bit too far. He's going to get punished.
Yeah, he became a little bit too greedy. Went on to the high ground. Nice little read by Crit. Read that greediness and just waited him with open hands. Yeah, like, this is a problem for the Brood, right? Like, you have this Lark on the bottom lane, he has his ulti. Well, he doesn't have it right now, but usually he does. And he's just defending the tower. Like, as a Brood, your main objective is to take that tower as early on as possible.
Here we go again. Tomato's still hanging around, trying to slow down the push coming in from Saberlight, but really can't do too much about it. SR just waiting to jump in if they can. Saberlight gonna try and abuse Tomato just a little bit. TP's incoming from Brawl to try and help out, though Tomato's taking so much damage. He'll pop the Shadow Dance once again. Instead, Brawl gonna get spotted on the tree line. He's gonna cancel his TP off. Meanwhile, Tomato dropping a little bit low, does back off, but Saberlight's still on the chase, and in the meantime, they have found Crit on the Snapfire, but Crit just casually walks away from that Static Storm. Still somehow alive as White One's gonna go down. And Arbed, he's got the blink up, but no! Whoopsie daisies!
Was close. Like, interesting, by the way, he went for the blink build. So
yeah?
Gets that blink very early on. Obviously wants to be active as he rotates down bottom to help the Brood push. Doesn't accomplish a ton with his rotation, but almost he did. And they do manage to take down the tier 1 tower, so the map opens up quite significantly for them. Suddenly now as a Brood, you feel like you have options. You can take the enemy jungle, you can rotate to tier 1 mid. The game feels like you can breathe again. You're not pressured to just constantly throw yourself at the tier 1.
Yeah. Things going very well right now for Shopify Rebellion. Like, 3 of their cores top of the net worth board. In fact, Arteezy's the one that's kind of going the slowest right now on the Bloodseeker. But he does have the Maelstrom timing now, so his farm should escalate quite a bit. But it's just great signs here for Shopify. Like, this is a team that did come top 4 after all, the latest major, so, looking to be the favorites, even though they weren't the top team in NA last season.
Yeah, they lost to...
TSM?
Yeah, right? They lost to TSM the last season.
But they're just looking so confident in this game. Really just a complete outmatch so far. 4K advantage going their way at 12.5 minutes. And you kind of wonder, like, TSM... In fact, hold that thought, because there is going to be a 4-man smoke up. See what they can find.
Look at Fly, like he's reading this move
He
very
has.
damn well.
Smoke broken. They're going to try and settle for the Undying. Glimpse back onto Fly. He's literally just taunting them. Perfect read. Perfect gank of the tank. Or
Nice
rather, gank of the smoke. Is now Tomato going to try and run. Whitemon in trouble. Ari does go down. Or rather, yeah, Ari does go down. Whitemon barely able to get out.
Yep. So 1-for-1 in the end. And because of the proximity of the tier 1 tower, Saberlight instantly goes in. So the trade isn't that great. Look at how he's scouting Tinker with the spiders as well. The TP is there.
I guess it's another thing, like with the Tinker, right? Like, you're never really safe TPing into tree lines because the spiderlings might just be watching. And, well, Saberlight, he just leaves those spiders behind to go after the tier 1 tower, but they are going to be dealt with.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, what do you even accomplish if you see him? Like, you can see the Tinker TPing. It's just like you can't really do a lot about it at this point, at least.
Kasane. Scatterblast going to land from crit. Wolf form is going to be popped. Arbed is around. Rupture is there. Kasane is just going to go to Arbed. He just TPs away. He lets Fly have it. Meanwhile, Arteezy trying to run from the creeps is going to be fine to do so. So they'll just let the Undying hit him for the last hit.
Cool guys don't look at explosions.
Certainly not. Fly in the meantime going to get lifted up by Ari. Brawl trying to get the damage up, but it's like he'd rather just farm the small camp at the moment. We'll just leave everything be. Instead, Whitemon shows up. Very, very nice static storm to just land on Fly. And it'll be our Undying gone. And even Crit could be in danger, but a nice double cookie before he goes down into the Blood Rite. And now the Requiem out from Arbed. That's going to be 2 down. It might even be a 3rd. Ari's trying to run, but it's no good. Arteezy will chase him to the ends of the earth. We'll see if he can juke him out of the tree line. Blood Rite, it will land. And that'll be enough. Arteezy will secure. And Crit, I mean, you die for that, but it's a perfect setup.
It definitely is, and it's such a nice triple kill as well for Arteezy. Like, let's be real, it was the Requiem, right? Like, it was again the SF that did the majority of the work.
Yeah.
But obviously Crit helped out, and Arteezy was the one that just snooped all the reward up.
Oh, it's 7-13 now. 6k advantage. If you were coaching TSM right now, like, what would you be saying? Like, if you were the leader of the team at the moment, what would you be saying, Liz?
I wouldn't talk to them. Like, I wouldn't talk. I wouldn't talk to myself. I picked Tinker. It's like,
Yeah, that's true.
just, I feel you. I feel you. I'm on your side this time around.
Thank
I'm
you,
not.
Liz.
I'm not always, but this time definitely I am. Like, Tinker is something I hate deeply.
It has a place in everyone's heart, I think.
Then again, this game can easily turn once he gets a couple of items.
Right.
Like you reach that power spike on Tinker with the Shivas, suddenly you're TPing on the wolves into the trees, you're Shivaing everything like constantly. It can be really hard, really fast for Shopify to play this, but they are reaching their BKB timings shortly, I believe, so
Ryle.
that will help.
Ryle. Oh, they know where he's blinked. Crit, cookie. No, he doesn't throw it out. Oh, they noticed the last second.
He hesitated.
Yeah, he did.
If he just popped that tombstone instantly, they would get him. Like, they were close enough.
It won't matter. At the very least, the tier 2 bottom tower is going to go down basically for free. Now, Arbed has a double damage rune, so they've got plenty of damage for that.
Yeah, like, what's the power spike that they're waiting for?
Arbed, Requiem, Pop, trying to go after Tomato, but a nice
try.
pounce away, and the Glimpse back as well.
Nice try, nice try. Timado expected that. He knows that he can die from the tree's Requiem, so he just popped that Shadow Dance instantly.
Well, TSM still hanging around. They do find a tier 1 mid. Kasane to pick that one up.
Yeah, they get the tower, but they're not ready to fight. And you can see in the way that they play. They're waiting for the Shivas and Tinker. They're waiting for the Overlord Helm on the Lycan. Perhaps those 2 items will be the
Arbed?
biggest difference.
Bot lane, Brawl's just dead. Arbed just blinks in, gives him 3 raises and says
Glimpse.
bye-bye. Whitemon's going to jump in for a glimpse back. They could at least secure the kill onto the SF. We'll see, though. He hasn't died quite yet, actually trying to fight back, but the raise is not going to land. He will go down. But he literally just blinked in, gave him 3 raises and said bye. I mean, he dies in the end for it, but they're really making sure this Tinker does not have the game he wants.
They're stealing some stacks as well, like the ancient stacks.
But they
It
are.
doesn't look like TSM is happy about it. They're rolling in.
I imagine they aren't. Drums pop, they're trying to chase. There is going to be a stun out on to at
Glimpse.
least fly, and now a nice glimpse back. They'll find Saberlight. That's a much bigger target. Saberlight going to run towards the south and try to find a way out of this. Might even find himself a nice courier from Kasane. We'll leave that one be. Still just running with the webs out. Wolf form was popped by Kasane.
There's a
It will
glimpse
wear
again,
out
so-
now, but a nice lift up is there. Saberlight still trying his best, but is going to go down. I suppose you could argue a bit of space created, but TSM finding 2 nice pickoffs for themselves.
Was that a little bit cocky to try and take the triangle when your SF is dead? Perhaps, right? Like, it's one of those plays.
Yeah?
SF, you're creating space, you're dying bottom, we're gonna steal some stacks while you do it. Then you get punished for it.
They do. The Shopify, you can really tell that they are feeling very confident in this game, number 1. See where they head from now. Like TSM, like you mentioned, they hit a timing later on, especially with this Tinker, and it starts to feel impossible to deal with if you are Shopify, so you definitely don't want to drag this out too long if you can avoid it. Speaking of that Tinker, Brawl is going to be spotted here by Crit. Jump in,
Oh.
Cookie. Oh, it's off the mark. Brawl with a nice quick blink out is going to be just fine. So important he gets that Shivers guard up to at least have some kind of impact in these team fights.
Yeah, he's getting really damn close, but your call was also very damn correct. Crit, he needs only 1 more item, and he's got that tag in him. So, the Snapfire will be the difference maker, I feel like.
I mean, again, I'm a very humble guy, so I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, you're just going to stay silent and let everyone soak in that little detail, right? Yes, I called the item, yes.
Thank you for the acknowledgement. Yeah. John would never do that.
Just keep the topic going for as long as possible.
Well, Roshan is going to go the way of Shopify Rebellion. Ahmed, he'll be the one to take the Aegis, which makes enough sense considering how the man's been playing. Arteezy's got a BKB up anyway, so, you know, happy days for him. In the meantime, Tamada's getting very close to an Aghanim Scepter of his own on that Slark, and that's the big timing for the Slark as well, right? Once you have the Ags up with the double pounce, that huge range, that's when you can really start to be a menace in these team fights.
Yeah, that happens when an SF gives you a kill, right? Like that solo kill on the... Well, it wasn't solo, but he got the kill on the SF, so his Aghanim's timing definitely accelerated. In a game such as this one, Aghanims will prove to be damn solid for Timado.
Something they definitely need right now, that's for sure. Shopify push down the top tier 1 tower, looking even towards the top tier 2, but Kasane is going to be around to try and defend this anyway, and it doesn't seem like Saberlight's going to commit all the way. Even a BKB now on Arteezy. Not something I was quite expecting on the Bloodseeker.
You need it. Like, you're playing into a Tinker, everyone needs a BKB. It's just the way it is. Like, the Brood perhaps can opt to not go for it. Like, he's actually going for a Hex. Or I see going for a Hex. You need more catch for the Tinker. And for the Slark, it's decent, obviously, as well, but the snap with the Aghanims, that is completed now. Yeah, instant smoke.
Yeah, here we go.
They have the BKBs, they have the catch. More or less, they have the catch.
Who do they find first? That's the question. Like, they're going to see the Ancient Creep in the mid lane. Saberlight might be able to just snag that one, and it seems like he has caught it out.
Yeah, just look at Lycan and how he's playing. Like, this pretty much tells you everything. I think they know something's up.
Absolutely. They seem to have read the smoke rotation very, very well. Smart even bot lane just hiding himself here in the tree line. Not going to get caught out by Arbet and Crit. So they won't really have the info about the Ags yet on Crit, but no, never mind. They are in division now, so they will know Crit does have the Aghanim Scepter. That is if they did click on the hero, of course, but I'm sure they did.
I'm sure someone did.
Yeah.
Usually it does happen.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under
So no one gets caught out. But I suppose as Shopify, you could just start pushing in the tier 2 mid tower. Like,
Which is-
that'll force the fight.
They're converging on top of it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The thing is, it's much easier for you to get pickoffs than it is to just force a fight around an objective. Because if you're going for a tower, the Tinker is kinda safe. He can be blinking around the high grounds. It's a bit more difficult, I feel like, but so far no one is defending the tier 2.
It's going to be left anyway. Saberlight will not stick around on his own. There is a couple TPs that have come down here from TSM. Tomato's going to join his team as well in the mid lane. But they're not really going to find anything out of this. Like, they've already left the building. TSM, again, just kind of waiting and hoping Shopify make a bit of an error. There's going to be a smoke up there. They're going to be the ones that try to initiate. Axe is up on Tomato, so you do have that very nice timing. Of course, Shiver's Guard available on Brawl as well. And Saberlight.
I feel like he might be the one that gets caught out here. Like Undying and Bloodseeker, there's no way for them to easily connect.
Nice pounce. They're going to find the Brood immediately. In fact, Static Storm immediately dropped as well, just to ensure Saberlight does not get away.
It's like you can definitely feel the difference between the way Lycan plays and the way Saberlight played once the smoke was popped, right? Like you kind of have a general idea that they smoked, but you're still pretty damn cocky. You're just breaking that smoke with your face.
Yeah. Well, that'll be the top T2 tower to drop here as Kasane able to pick that one up. So things are still going relatively well for TSM. They're still 7k behind, but it doesn't really feel like they can't take a fight.
No, I wouldn't say that this 7k is a huge difference at the moment in the game. You just wait out the Aegis on SF, which is gone in like a minute, and then you search for another fight if you're TSM. Like you've got everything that you need. Obviously, it comes down to the execution of team fights now, right?
It certainly does. Webs was stolen by Ari, so he just hangs on the high ground for now, but Abed realizes he's around. She chase him down a little bit. They're just going to go for the outpost retake. Seems like TSM not going to stick around for this. They're just going to back right out of there. And you're in this kind of awkward stage of the game where it feels like both sides are just going to start split pushing with their offlaners. But look at Arvid, trying to abuse the courier vision to see where Ari is.
He really wants this Rubik.
He might find him too. The courier eventually going to spot him out.
Like...
They're really looking.
Ah, he's joking them.
He certainly is. And it looks like he's going to be just fine, at least for now. Sply is still having a look around. They will spot him out once again. Here comes Saberlight. It does feel like you need the Broodmother to really get this done, but the problem is the webs.
He's stuck.
He's stuck for a moment.
He's stuck. Help me, Undying.
He's alright. Abed's the one that's stuck. Ari, he's still sticking around.
Like he's just making them waste so much damn time.
He is.
Yeah.
That's a lot of space.
And in the end, they give up. They're like, yeah, we can't get this guy. Brood, if you can, send your spiders.
Tomato, mid lane. Will show himself for a moment, but no opening there for Shopify. Bryo in the meantime. Also down at the bot lane, showing on a creep wave, but nobody around to try and secure his life. TSM playing very cautiously right now, not giving any openings away to Shopify Rebellion.
Once he gets this BKB, how do you take down the Tinker exactly?
That's the hard part.
Yeah. It's definitely not going to be easy. What I do like about Shopify so far is they're the caliber of a team that even if the draft doesn't give them something, like if they're lacking something from their draft, they're going to find it through items. And you can see the Brood with the Hex, you can see the Bloodseeker with the Gleipnir. Like, they're lacking catch, obviously. So, Gleipnir, Hex, Aghanim Zone, the Snapfire. Slowly but surely they mitigated that problem.
Ari. They're still trying to chase Ari. Saberlight saw him for a moment. Here we go again. Gobblop's gonna land. But crit. Can they actually take him down? Ahmed, he'll get lifted up, but the Spiderlings are on the chase. Ari is still running. Web's out, it won't matter. They finally take him down.
I mean, at this point, it's worth it.
Yeah.
Like, at this point, he's created so much damn space that his death is like, yeah, sure. Good job, guys, you got me.
Oh, hopefully they don't give him webs again, I'll tell you. You don't want that. Now they can finally push out that top wave. Mid lane, Rupture was committed. Tomato, Gleipnir is going to lock him down. He was trying to TP out. Tomato forced the fight now, but Arteezy's got him. Perfect play from Arteezy. That's the thing, 1 pound to eruption. He lost over 3/4 of his HP.
Yeah, you buy that Aghanim so you can hurt yourself more from the rupture.
Well, here we go. Mid tier 2 tower. Gonna be under siege now from Shopify Rebellion.
I haven't seen Tinker really so far do anything but farm. Are we going to see him in the game, or what do you think?
I'm not sure. I mean, this is classic Tinker play, you know? It just doesn't do anything until it's ready to do something.
I felt like Shivas was that item, right? Like that one big item that they need. He got the Shivas and then, yeah, I'm gonna continue farming, sorry boys.
This is why when they removed March of the Machines, it was one of the greatest changes in Dota 2 history. Like, it was just... Could you imagine? Like, imagine March was...
I love your genuine hate towards this hero, like...
But think about it. Imagine March of the Machines was still available.
Uh-huh.
What would it be? The whole game would just be March spam.
It would be.
And that'd be it. He'd just be like, yeah, I never need to fight. I could just spam March of the Machines. Look at me. I'm so good. It's sickening. Thankfully, it's gone. Anyway, TSM, they've smoked up as 4. Roshan wasn't started anyway, but well, I suppose now it does spawn up, so they can get started, though TSM looking to take a fight and try to secure Roshan on their own term.
It's a nice position from Shopify, though. Like around this high ground where they have the wards, where Undying is ready to set up the tombstone. Like, if you're TSM, you have to think twice before you just rush uphill, even if you're smoked.
Very nice position from Shopify indeed. TSM still hanging around in their own triangle, just waiting for the right moment.
Yeah, this is just a stare down at this point. Both teams kind of have the general idea where the enemy is.
Ahmed pops a raise. Sablelight's going to move in. They're going to try and get started on the Roshan. TSM, they're the ones who have to make the way into the Roshan pit and try to find a way to fight this. Do they even know what's happening? It's so hard against the Spiderlings because they've always got vision over you. And Shopify, they're just doing this very confidently and getting away with it. TSM, they are not making the jump in. Bash is there from Roshan. Even Roshan was trying to help. But it's not it.
They thought about it. Like, Slark moved slowly into a position which would allow him to pounce in. But Tinker was TPing on top. So if you're Timado, like, jumping in with Shadow Dance, like, it's fine, right? Like, you have Shadow Dance, you have your Depth Shroud as well with a Shard. But if Tinker is on top of you, that's kind of scary. Risking both of your lives, probably not gonna happen.
Yeah. Well, 11 to 16, 14k net worth advantage now for the side of Shopify Rebellion. TSM, well, they're still playing that split push game. They're just pushing out waves, waiting and waiting and waiting till they've got enough farm to really get going.
I feel like they're stuck in the next item syndrome.
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Just one more item,
Oh,
guys.
Bryle's going to reveal himself to Arteezy with that Shivers, but he does have help around. Clayton is going to catch Whitemon, and there is going to be a Static Storm being wasted by the Disruptor. Arteezy, however, he has stuck around. They could still try to make the play, but he's the one to jump in. He wants Whitemon. There'll be a TP out, and he should just be in time. And he will be.
Yeah, he hits like a kitten. Arteezy, that is. His item build obviously isn't the greatest when it comes to the right click, but it does make a lot of sense when it comes to everything else. Right now he has that Basher too. So you have the Basher, you have the Blink Dagger, you have the Gleipnir, just itemizing fully into that catch versus Tinker. You can't necessarily kill off targets, but if you have help, top lane.
Abed was chasing. Meanwhile, mid lane, like Saberlight's just being forced away with the Shiver Guard spam from Bryle. Double damage secured, but oh, maybe he waited too long. Tomato, he's able to bottle it up himself, but can they get Bryle out of there? He's trying, but now the Gobble Up flies in. Tomato, he's still able to pounce out. He's all right.
Sane.
But Kasane now being caught all over a double damage rune. I mean, they got the rune, but Tomato pops it and just has to walk away.
I feel like it's... yeah, you know what the main character syndrome is? Like, that's with the Tinker as well, right? Like, I'm the one, guys, wait for one more item, and then once your time is there, it's already too late. You're 17k behind. They find ways of killing you.
Yeah. I mean, you may not understand this reference, but it's like this Tinker's Boruto right now. Lizard.
Yeah, please stop with anime. Like, I can understand that it's an anime reference.
I mean,
That's why you said I won't understand it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a terrible anime, by the way, Boruto, you know?
Every anime is terrible anime.
I mean, this is extremely bad.
I mean, I can understand why you talk about it. You already have a wife, you're settled, like it's fine. You don't have to, you know, find a girlfriend anymore.
Yeah, true.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Appreciate that acknowledgement as well, Lizard. Smoke up.
Dire's top tower.
5-man smoke here from Shopify. They don't look to back off yet. They want that mid-racks, but they want someone to show up by the creep wave. Creeps are just slowly taking it down to Arteezy. He's had enough. He'll jump in past the tier 4 towers with the Gleipnir, but he's not going to be able to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Whitemon, though, Whitemon is just going to die to crit with the Gobble Up. Tomato trying to move in, but can't do anything. I mean, they've popped their wolf form, they've popped everything, ready to go in, but how do you jump? Who's jumping in?
No one is. I mean, you have the literal jumper. You have Slark, he can pounce in. But if he does that, he gets ruptured. He doesn't have that BKB. He needs to farm it up before the next fight. It's like they're not on the same page. That's how it felt like throughout this whole game. Like Lycan is playing his own style, Slark his own, Tinker his own, and they're never truly combining their strengths.
They certainly are not.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion, everything they do makes a ton of sense. Like this Bloodseeker, even right now with the Abyssal. Yeah, he's not gonna do a ton of damage, but it doesn't matter. There's Brawl to follow up. Abbott to follow up. There's also Mortimer's Kisses. Just a ton of ways to compensate.
That's the thing as well. Like you spoke about the SF follow-up. Like he's got an arcane blink up. This is that timing where it's like, well, pretty hard to avoid the Requiem now, as we are going to have a bit of a pause here from Arbet. Cag is the call here from Arbet. It's like Crit's having the same issue, so we are going to have a quick disconnection. I mean, we are at a different stage of the game. I'll ask you the same question I asked before. What does TSM need to do in this game to try and make a comeback?
Right now, I feel like it even might be a bit too late, but 20k behind, 35 minutes in. What they first and foremost, what they need is a BKB on Slark, and they've got it. Now that you've got that BKB, perhaps you can be a hero that gets on top of the SF instead of him jumping on top of you. You eliminate him with a Slark. Another thing that could be good for them is to wait for the Aegis, which will be taken in, 16 seconds? A couple of fights in which everyone is present would be really nice as well for TSM.
Right. We really haven't seen that at all, eh? Like, just a 5-on-5 engagement. Just has... Oh, not this!
Oh, well, that's something that you can get in the game.
Oh, no. Wait, so they can't reconnect. This is that bug that happens.
The reconnect bug.
The reconnect
strikes
bug.
again. There was a patch.
Oh, there was a patch. XD is probably the way.
Everyone waited for the patch, you know. Valve. We finally get it at the right time.
Here we go. Rightio. Well, let's see how this one pans out.
I call TSM disconnects with two of theirs.
Yeah.
They play it out 3 versus 3. It's only fair.
All right, Arteezy's asking for... I mean, what do you do
This admin
now?
is sweating balls right now.
Bust out the rule book, admin. Figure out what to do.
Yeah.
What do you do now? Like
Admin is like, you have 5 minutes, guys. I don't care.
Oh, this is rough.
Shouldn't have disconnected.
This is rough. I mean, Shopify are clearly in a huge lead.
Yeah, they're clearly winning this game. I shouldn't say winning, but they're in a huge lead. Yeah, anything is possible. It's the game of Dota, obviously. And this is what I tell my teammates as well in my games. Like, anything is possible. Maybe they'll disconnect. Continue playing. Maybe they'll have lag. Maybe a patch hits.
Maybe. And it did.
You know, those small janitor patches, like 1-2 megabytes. You know, they come in often.
That's
Hope
probably
for
what's
that.
happened here.
Yeah, unfortunate though, because it was a game in which they really dominated versus a Tinker. They played their cards right, and now this happens.
Well, let's see what happens. I mean, no response
Are
yet.
you the admin, by the way, Mike?
Me? No.
Are we waiting on you?
I'm certainly not.
Chat.
This is why I can't be an admin. I have no idea what to say here. Like, you know.
Press 1 in the chat if they should continue 3 versus 3, guys. Like,
So who leaves? Does it have to be the same roles?
same roles, yeah, of course.
Right.
You leave with the Tinker and you leave with who's the 4? Is it the Rubik or nah, the Rubik?
It's the
is,
Rubik, yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of. Is he higher net worth? He is. Yeah, they're kind of the same, I guess.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see what happens. I mean, there's no way to fix this bug as well, I don't think, right? Like, you can't...
So, by the way, this сейчас поиграем, it basically means now we're gonna really play.
the thing is as well, like, I don't think you can actually fix this bug. It's
Yeah.
like you're just kind of stuck now.
They're just kind of stuck hoping that something changed, you know? Like,
Yeah.
maybe the last patch gave us the ability to continue the game from the same point, you know?
That'd be amazing. Well,
In before Gaben shows up and he just, like, the face of Gaben shows up. This game has been decided.
oh my. Apart from that, Lizard, I mean,
Apart from...
I was gonna ask how your day's been, Lizard.
How my day has been.
I mean, what else are we gonna talk about at this stage? Like, the game's just completely paused. We're going nowhere with this.
I'm just happy you asked me about my day and you didn't go into anime, you filthy weeb. You tried already once.
Well, with that, I mean, it's, you know, the anime reference, I mean, you don't understand the anime reference, Lizard, but I was making fun of an anime.
You were making...
I was making
Good
fun
job,
of
good
an
job.
anime.
Like,
Thank you very much.
you grow in my eyes day after day.
Well, with that, we are going to head off to a short break while we figure this out, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with this game number 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have loaded back into the game. A little bit of drama going on right now, actually, because Arteezy's got a 5-minute Aegis in his backpack, but it was meant to expire before.
It's a gift.
It's a gift, but he's actually saying he'd like to go die and just give up the Aegis.
Like he's a
Giga Chad move.
Giga Chad move right there, yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't want any unfair advantage. It was gonna expire in exactly 16 seconds when they paused it.
Yeah.
Well, he got an extra 4 minutes and what, like 20 something.
Well, Ari's asked a pretty
25.
important question. When's Roshan going to respawn now?
Nobody knows. Will it respawn even?
Whenever it's damn ready, that's when.
Slark lost all of his stacks
Oh, no.
as well. You know, obviously, Shopify Rebellion, they were in a lead. Now
Yeah.
they get an even bigger one.
Come in, I go, tomato.
I mean, it's a
I mean-
fair exchange, yeah.
Yeah.
Kill the Aegis.
Saberlight says it too. There you go.
Fair trade.
Fair trade. That makes sense. I mean, you lost all your Essence Shift permanent stacks, so here's one.
How many did he have?
I mean, I don't remember that.
Maybe one.
Maybe.
Two.
Not too big. I mean, you lost like 2 agility. You'll be right. You know, it's... Let's see what happens.
He's still 1-2, yeah. So basically, he didn't get a lot.
Yeah, true. I mean, so yeah, Tomato, if he actually kills Arteezy, I guess he gets the Agi. Problem is he gets gold for it.
Yeah.
And, you know, Arteezy's, he doesn't want to give a kill away to the enemy
Fair
camp.
play, just give him all the kills.
This is a great situation. I mean, I'm a real sicko lizard. I love this situation.
Oh, you're a real sicko.
I am. I mean, this is just a funny situation to me. Like, what the hell is going to happen? Nobody knows what's happening. It's amazing.
Yep.
At the very least, we've got the game. That's all that matters.
I just love that there's some poor admin. You know, he just wanted to watch some Dota. That's all, you know. He doesn't need this.
Yeah? I mean, look... Yeah.
Check any casters.
What do you want us to do, Crit?
Yes, we will fix it.
It's always the casters.
We shall fix it, Crit. Don't you worry.
We're on a Crit.
Like, Can we actually see when Rosh respawns? We can do that, right? No, we can't.
No, we
because
can't.
it's paused.
Apparently, it's respawned right now.
Yeah.
Is Roshan 3 or 8 minutes?
Oh, that's very
Yeah.
nice.
Just make a decision. I die or not.
Oh, there you go. One of the casters can see the time. Very, very good.
How can he see it though?
He's got the special permissions on his end of things, apparently. Very, very good. Have you ever been in one of these situations?
Yeah, I have, but usually it just resolves. Like it was a long time ago, right? So basically, the enemy team would always take advantage, more or less.
I mean, at the very least, you got to give props to the admins and whatever staff were fixing this issue. Like at least we could load back into the game, which is definitely a positive. Don't want to take away from those guys. Obviously, there is a lot of people working hard to try and resolve the situation right now.
Relax aja, Brody.
We've definitely came a long way.
Yeah.
Temporary stacks, yeah. It's a compromise, you know. Like he had, what, 1 or 2 permanent stacks. Give him 5 temporary ones.
Yeah. Makes sense. Problem with giving Slark the kill is that he's going to have 50 agi now. Then Tomato kills a Swallow.
Yeah, he's gonna solo the game.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That is fair.
Just move Bloodseeker somewhere where the tower is the one killing him.
After we kill Age, you guys smoke behind him. We all AFK Fountain, then I run down mid into Fountain and TP home. I mean, this is amazing. Like, the fact that the players are trying to work together to make it a fair game. Because Arteezy could have literally just said, screw it. I've got Aegis, too bad. That's how we're playing the game now.
Yeah. He's been blessed by Gaben.
He has.
What can he do? Like, who is he to question?
That's
What
right.
is game? Game giveth and game taketh. Obviously, it gave him the Aegis. It took the stacks away from Slark. What can you do? Is there
What can
anything
you do?
else that we're missing? Like maybe Rubik permanently has Rupture or something. You never know.
That'd be amazing too.
Yeah. He's just keeping silent, you know.
Well, we'll get underway rather soon, I'm sure. People are just trying to work out what's going to be doing, what's the safest or rather fairest way of doing things here in this this game number 1. It is game 1, of course, between Shopify Rebellion and TSM. In case you weren't aware.
Well, technically, it's game 2.
I mean, it's a second lobby for sure.
The second lobby.
Oh. 11 to 19. It's one of those weird games, right? I know a lot of people would probably just sit in there being like, guys, there's a 19k advantage for Shopify. They're 1 racks up. Surely they just got this in the bag. But you kind of said it earlier, like, it's Dota.
Anything can happen. And what Fly just wrote in the chat is also very true. Like, yes, Bloodseeker had the Aegis for a long time in the game prior to this point, but you're gonna have Aegis for. This is also true, like, because the way you use that Aegis is all about the next respawn, right? And right now, if he just feeds it, and then they have to wait for like 8 minutes until there is a new Aegis, it isn't truly correct as well.
I mean, now they're arguing over the Aegis timing. Like, do you get 10 minutes of Aegis? Do you get 5? Like, what's?
It's like, because if he feeds the Aegis, I guess he should feed it no matter what. I think, in my opinion, the argument is stronger for that because
Right.
he already played with the Aegis for a long time.
But it is kind of fair to Shopify as well, because if Roshan's going to take another 8 minutes to respawn, considering
Yeah.
they control the whole map right now.
Yeah, and you just feed the Aegis away, like it's.
And then, because in 8 minutes, if like you could have secured another Roshan and finished the game. But in that 8 minutes, anything could happen.
Look, like, I feel that the admin is going to make the right decision no matter what. I
Yeah.
have full faith.
Yes, of course. Someone's going to
And
give the
I
pay
don't
raise
think,
to the admin, I reckon.
yeah, and I don't think that his job is hard at all at this point.
Come on.
Not at all.
Oh, this is amazing. All right. Well, we'll wait for a decision to be made here between these two teams. Obviously, it's kind of hard to see a. Yeah, the thing is, you've got to really appreciate how mature Arteezy's become over the years, because he's the most mature. Like, he's making the most sense out of everyone, I think. Like, he's being the most fair out of every. Like, at least Fly's arguing for the team. He's like, come on, guys, I don't want Roshan in 8 minutes. Just give me the Aegis a second time.
Like the true captain should.
Yeah,
always,
absolutely. He's negotiating as a captain should. But Arteezy, Giga Chad move, has said, I'll give you the Aegis. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Just take it. I love it.
Yeah, it's fair play if nothing else.
Yeah.
You should give him the fair play award.
Yeah.
That's it. Imagine if the admin is the kind of a guy that goes through delivery app for like 30 minutes until he decides what to eat. He needs to decide this shit. He's like, his personal hell right here.
Just go play. It'll be fun. I mean, Ari's just like, oh, Arteezy saying, do you want to go? I mean, that is the simplest decision, isn't it? Like, just unpause and let's go.
Just unpause, go. Tinker kills your Aegis.
Oh, man, you really are predicting exactly what they say.
Yeah, I'm so good at reading.
Oh, you're getting it before I am. Well, there you go.
1v1 mid, let's go.
We need to we need to be in the same position. All right, so everyone needs to AFK by the barracks as Tinker takes the Aegis away from the Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
And that's it. Yeah, after that,
After that, free for all, pretty much.
Yeah, but you can't, like...
You all TP mid, you kill the Bloodseeker again,
Right. I mean, I suppose the Tinker has no way of locking the Bloodseeker. Okay, here we go. They've had enough of waiting. They're just going to go for it. So let's see how fair everyone is. This is great sportsmanship, by the way. If anything comes out of this, I think we can all agree it's great sportsmanship between these two teams to come to an agreement. This is how it's going to be done.
Abyssal him.
This is the most fun Brawl's had all game, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Abyssal him. No.
And now Brawl's just going to get the hell out before he dies.
Greipnir.
All right, here we go. And the play is there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really got to give props. That's great sportsmanship.
Yeah, they got the ages as they should have. Continue playing. I still don't see when Roshan will respawn. But yeah, Shopify Rebellion, they were in a really good position. They instantly smoke up afterwards.
There you go. Who finds who first? Blink back, Pounce is there. They found Crit on the snap fire. Meanwhile, Glimpse back. It seems like they have found Artesian, the Bloodseeker. Still Crit. He's the one in danger. Fly also in danger, but the Requiem, Arbed, he's going to jump in on Tomato. BKB was there, though. He's going to be all right to TP out. Nobody dies.
Nobody dies at whatsoever. Like 2 smokes from both teams.
Gobble up.
Oh, gobble up.
It's going to be there. Right on target.
Somebody dies.
That'll be Arigo.
Yeah. In the end, they get the poor Rubik. Like, that fight actually kind of demonstrated how TSM could have played this game from the get-go. Like, if they just manned up with the Slark and he goes in first, he creates enough space for the Tinker, like together with the Lycan, right? Like 2 of them running in. But they were just so disconnected and so afraid the whole game, just waiting for that one extra item.
Oh, jump in. Bryle, he's been caught out. Saberlight had the Hex, but the BKB is going to be there. Tomato still trying to fight as the Slark rushing in with the Shadow Dance, but needs to back off, or maybe not. They're still trying for Saberlight, but there is backup. Cookie is there, landing onto the Slark. They're on the high ground. This is Arteezy's position, but he's not around for the fight. Bryle's gonna drop. Here comes Arteezy on the cliff. Cliff Teasy makes his appearance. And this time around,
It's just
everyone's just dying. How great is this game?
the return of Cliff Teasy.
This is the greatest game I've ever seen.
It's like, at this point, I think he's just giving it to us, you know? Like, he
Yeah.
just gets cliffed no matter what.
They literally entered his house. Like, you can enter my house
Yeah,
and
he
try to fight
blinks
me?
on top. He's like, this is my house. Get the hell out. Yeah.
Oh, I love this game.
I love that TSM started playing. Like, they went in, they tried to get a couple of kills, they tried to initiate. However, they tried when they weren't all alive, and Tinker was the one jumping in first, so he wasn't really able to play exactly how he wanted to.
Well, mid lane, Saberlight is very confidently pushing into mid racks. No one there to stop him.
Casual Saberlight gameplay right here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only 2 supports alive, so you can kind of do it as long as he doesn't get glimpsed.
Group up again from Shopify.
Radiant's top
I mean, bot lane, there is a creep wave pushing in, so they could try for it if they want Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, they have the refresher on SF as well, so Arcane Blink, refresher, Aghanims. He can kind of solo these team fights, it feels like.
Yeah. Certainly feels that way right now. Shopify Rebellion. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be waiting for the next Roshan, by the way. Roshan still doesn't tell me when it's respawning. It doesn't for you either.
It's a secret this time around.
It's a secret.
He doesn't want to share. Maybe he'll never respawn, you know?
Yeah?
That's it. He has left the game.
That'd be amazing.
There was a game with 2 Roshans as well, right? Like
That
had
was a
friend.
bug. Tomato. Rupture is there. Saberlight still backing off. Tomato not really able to continue the chase as he has been ruptured up. Commits the depth shroud, does pop his BKB, just taking down the tombstone, waiting out the rupture. And it is going to expire. Pounce in, back in onto Saberlight. Tomato is going to be okay, but in the meantime, Arteezy chasing down Ari. Ari's still running, but is not going to be able to get away from Saberlight. Meanwhile, Arbed, he's found Bryle. He found Tomato. This SF. You know,
There's a buyback, but this might be GG as well.
yeah, I mean, Arbed's just doing Arbed things, you know?
I had that Arcane Blink just ready and waiting for Slark to pounce out. And I was maybe criticizing the Slark for not jumping in first, but that's one of the reasons why he couldn't do it throughout the game. It's the Rupture. I feel like Lycan and Slark pretty much countered by the Rupture, by the Bloodseeker. So they were afraid to do a lot this game. Maybe they should have just bit the bullet, you know, Lycan perhaps in particular. Went in a couple of times just to free up the game for the Slark, for the Tinker.
No GG call coming out.
There's still a tier 2 on top lane, so
Fair.
they can't. And actually. Yeah, on top lane. So they can't really get mega creeps. Can't take the throne.
Yeah, they won't go for the T4 towers. So maybe just trying to bait the buybacks, but they do not come out.
And Rosh has actually returned.
Ah. Third Roshan of the game.
Yeah, bringing the Aghanims, bringing the cheese and the Aegis.
Very good.
Yeah. This game doesn't get easier for TSM. I feel like you're gonna get that Hex on Shadow Fiend as well. The moment you have that with the refresher, Tinker can fall to you, Slark can fall to you very easily. Like you can solo them at that point. Meanwhile, is there anything that TSM is getting that's huge? Like not necessarily. Like I don't see it. Slark is going for a refresher. Like it's a damn good item, but I don't see it being game changing.
It's yeah. I mean the Shadow Dance and the Depth Shroud. It's strong, but I don't know if it's that strong. Like he needs a lot of time to hit people, but like one Shadow Dance basically just saves him from Rupture. That seems to be about it.
If even. Like,
right, if even.
You're still ruptured afterwards. I feel like it has longer duration, so.
It does. You are correct in saying so.
Top tower is under attack.
You can reset at least with it, right? So that's something. But I don't think Shopify is gonna wait for much longer. Like they're ready. The BKB on the Brood now as well.
Radiant's top tower.
Gobble up, bit off the mark, Arteezy. Bit of a jump in with the Gleipnir, but won't go too much further. Static Storm going to be dropped as well, but it's basically on absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it did force the BKB on Bloodseeker, but he has the Aegis still.
Well, Shopify, how much more do they want to go for?
They still have the creeps on the mid lane, like Lycan is trying to rupture.
Yeah, Ari. Going to be ruptured up, Arteezy just moving right in. He'll find at least the Rubik out of this.
Arteezy TPs.
Immediately out. Brio in the meantime in a bit of danger. Going to pop his BKB and blink towards the south as now Tomato going to make the jump in. But Saberlight going to be fine as Arbet in the
Where's the
backside.
Lycan?
He's got
Where did you
Kasane.
go?
Kasane's gone. No chance in hell.
I love how he tried. Like he actually tried to wrap around because Bloodseeker TP'd away, right? Like Arteezy actually had to TP away because Rubik stole the rupture, used it on him. And it was a nice idea from the Lycan to try and capitalize on it, but man, he just disappears to the Requiem.
Really, really rough, but TSM are still holding on. They are still holding on. In goes Arbit once again. Glimpse him back.
Aghanim's on the Brood as well, so you have to be careful if you're Tinker.
Brio, oh, he's been caught. They lift him away. He's going to be okay for now. Tomato, he'll take over instead. Rupture has been stolen actually by this Rubik, so you might be able to use that to turn this one around. Glimpse back. Looks like they have got Arbit there, but he won't mind. So they'll keep going for the top racks.
Yeah, that fight was without SF's ulti.
Rupture is onto Saberline.
Yep.
Gobble up.
SF.
Oh, that's a 4-man gobble up. Oh my god, Crit.
There we go.
What a setup from Crit. Arbet will clean up. In fact, it's Arteezy picking up all the kills. Oh my goodness, Crit's done it again. Saberlight, he'll move in. I mean, when's this game gonna end? When do you call it? When have you had enough, TSM?
Tinker, when Tinker dies, he's still holding though.
Oh, well, as you
Is
say
he?
that, he gets hexed up, he's down, though he does have buyback available. Oh, what a game. Forever known as the CAG incident, I believe, Mr. Lizard.
The CAG incident.
The CAG
yeah.
incident, that's what we call this game.
Immortalized. Immortalized
really
CAG
is.
incident.
Here we go, jump in, Arteezy, just right in the fountain. Godlike for Arbit, they're onto the Ancient.
There's the buyback. Yeah, but the Ancient is falling. They don't really care about the Tinker any longer.
Still going, still trying, Arteezy dropping very, very low. Tomato should go down surely. They've at least got the Aegis away. Well, maybe they could turn this. Arbit, Arbit's dropping low, he'll cheese up, turn right back around, but Braul's doing a lot of damage. The Dagon, but the Requiem, no more messing around from Arbit. He'll secure the dieback. That's gonna be it. GG is called. They've seen enough. And what a game one. I mean, that is literally a game for the history book. So many different things happen. This might have been
games for the history book. Two
two
lobbies, at
games for
least,
the
yeah.
history books. This might be one of my favorite games I've ever watched. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh my god, and you
I mean,
watched
it's-
this with me.
I know it's been a weird game, listen, but you've got to admit it's been a great
too
game.
emotional for me.
What a game. Well, with that, it is MLP Dota and Lizard. We're going to head off to a break, but before that, let's head over to our panel and see what they had to say about this game one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, indeed. I mean, what the fuck just happened, T-Panda?
Indeed. The CAG incident. That's what this game was about. That's
What
what
it
the
all
game
started
was.
with.
That's where it all started, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, am I the one to start this? All right. So let's go for real though.
chance. You just-
Well, let's
What
bring this back
happens?
in. What happened this game? Abed happened in this game with the SF, right? Like he played out of his mind. They picked this Tinker to counter the SF in mid. It did not go that way whatsoever. Abed destroyed Bryle in this game, and this Tinker was supposed to be like their clutch pick. I think one thing they didn't really keep in mind is that like Tinker has changed a lot from back when this combo was good. You no longer get to TP on the Wolves until I believe level 12, right? So you need to be able to get there. And if you have a bad laning stage, you're completely on recovery mode. But Arteezy did his best to try and get Bryle back into this game by dying multiple times to him. But however, it wasn't enough. He was still too far behind, and Abed was too far ahead in this game for them to get, any recovery.
The two Canadians in the NADPC,
Yep.
helping each other out. Arteezy was like, "Oh, don't worry, I'll help you out." And fed him a couple of kills, kept him in the game. But in the end, it wasn't really enough. I mean, Shopify, they were pretty much ahead the entire time. Did take them a while to finish things off. Also, considering that massive pause, a really long time to finish things off, really. But
Oh, that was beautiful.
oh, look at this bit
man.
here. Oh my goodness! Just put that on repeat and put it in.
I'm sure it will be some
Green room.
GIF somewhere. Watch on repeat forever.
Oh, I love that. Anyway, that brief distraction out the way. I mean, do you think they were showing just a lot of respect towards TSM? The fact that they kind of, waited things out? Do you think it was due to kind of the pausing incident, having to give up that Aegis sort of thing?
I think up till the point where we did get that long pause, the storyline didn't change from what it already was built up to be a potential 99% victory for Rebellion. So even with the Tinker, they needed time for the hero to build up items. With limited map control, it's not really a key to victory when the enemy team is 3, maybe you could in this case say 4 heroes farming. So 4 versus 1 in the end, you're just going to build up, and like I think Lizard put it really well. I need one more item. But the enemy team is always getting 4 items when you get 1. So it was not going to change the story no matter what would happen. Even with the baby rage my Aegis given away, it still did not change the storyline.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it was a cool way to work that one out, to be fair. Like, it kind of sucked that Tomato lost all his stacks, but,
Game-changing, really.
but has to be said, great performance there from Shopify Lions. Great performance from Arbed as well on the Shadow Fiend, who will be our MVP for this game number 1.
Why not for Arteezy for giving away the Aegis? I mean, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't want to give it away.
He could be most valued team player, which is
MVP.
I think this is meant off of gameplay alone, not sportsmanship.
Okay. Oh, sportsmanship never wins you actual games. So yeah, we'll give it to Abed. It's very, very rightfully put in so 27-2. So that's 13.5 KDA. That's pretty solid in the end. Shadow Fiend's just showing to be probably one of the scariest cores out there. Like the games we've seen so far in the Division 1 in all regions and also NA, Shadow Fiend seems to have massive impact no matter what game it is put into. And also with the Raze build-up, you've got the Arcane Blink that he has in this as well. Massive amounts of fear. Sorry, Fear, but with the Aghanim's on top of that, and you have Refresher, you can just single-handedly lock down the whole entire team. We saw it at the end as well. We saw the gobble up on 4 into the Requiem.
Nice.
They're just running away. They're not going to recover from that.
I almost like the second one more though, which was kind of happened like very, very quickly off camera, but then we saw like the kind of result of it when he did like the double Requiem like up onto the high ground. But he was just styling. He was just having fun. This was a great series for him. Really flexing on the Shadow Fiend, or at least a great start to this series. Will it continue to be an amazing series for him? We'll find out. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we shall be back with game number 2 of TSM versus Shopify Rebellion. Hello, my friends, and welcome back to TSM versus Shopify Rebellion as we get into the second game where hopefully things will go a little bit smoother, not just for the game, but also for TSM as they had a rough start to the series. Can they get back into it? Let's find out. I got my panelists joining me over here. We got T-Panda and Fear to jump us through this second game. T-Panda, you know, what do we say? No more Tinker, you know, do you want to see them shoot it down the straight and narrow this time?
I mean, potentially, yeah. The approach and the idea was all right. It was a pretty good Tinker game, just took too long, and, you know, now we're going into game 3, right? You know, 3.
Yeah, those 2 games,
like
right?
it, yeah.
Technically, that was 2 games. Yeah.
But Tinker's win rate's been on the rise. I think it's like 50, it was 55, it's like 59% now, like globally. So I'm considering we might actually get to see more Tinker. I'm not going to say it's completely gone.
I hope not. But here's a hero we haven't seen much of. Just kidding, it's Lena. She is coming back into the series here. Shopify Rebellion are going to be the ones in their hands. Because don't forget, it was TSM that 2-0'd Shopify Rebellion at the end of last season with the Lena. So now they got to try and get a bit of fiery revenge here.
Using their weapons against them.
They can try. But I think this hero did get a lot of nerfs, so it's not as extreme as it used to be. But it's still very strong. It's still probably one of the strongest laners from the carry position. It still attacks fast, even though it got nerfed. It still does a lot of damage. All the items it builds are still powerful. And, you know, we saw ban first phase last game because TSM thought it might come out. I've been playing against Artesian Pubs. He's been picking it a lot still, so he clearly thinks it's still good. So we're just going back to the old patch here. Like, it wasn't really that big of a patch change, guys. It wasn't that big. Sometimes you see a new patch and you just want to be like, let's just try all these fun strategies I've been thinking for the past 7 years, you know? But, you know, they're still not viable. These strategies are still fine. They still work. And they're probably going to work more likely than something brand new you came up with.
Yeah, it comes back to the theme and the ideology you talked about, Rebellion being a super systematic team, that if they don't see big changes, they will just stick to what works.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it is interesting though, because as I said, this is the exact same combo which TSM took both games against them, Lena and Trian, which at the time was like red flag, still, you know, maybe not quite red, maybe maroon or something close to that, but still, you need to have a plan to deal with it. Lycan though, coming out again, game number 1 didn't really work. Game number 2, yeah, they've gone for the first phase again. I mean, is this just a read on the hero with patch, or is this something they've been doing in the long term?
I mean, I think both teams are just going back to the last patch and kind of remembering, like, TSM, they loved picking this Lycan against the Lena as soon as it popped out. This specific game, he sees his matchup. The last game, he thought he saw his matchup. I mean, maybe he didn't this game either. Maybe Odd will take this mid. You never know.
Not twice in a row.
This could happen again, right? But we'll see. I mean, this is just his comfort against playing these heroes like Lena. Supposedly, I guess SF was one of these squishy, like, ranged heroes. You know, Kasane loves to pull out this Lycan.
Yeah. And, you know, the theory was there with the Tinker. You know, you have the walls to do the scouting. You always want to pick Tinker with some kind of vision. In that game, it was supposed to be the Lycan's walls. But unfortunately, you know, when you have so much control over the map, you can get those sentries down. And the amount of damage they had meant the walls just basically got one shot every time.
He also didn't have many levels on Tinker either to even make that happen. So
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, the rocket spam, the jumping in wasn't really an option. So just didn't really come together for them in game number 1. Let's have a look at some of these bans though. We've got Batrider, TA, and Ursa banned out by Shopify Rebellion. TSM, they're going to get rid of the Primal and the Tidehunter, so targeting that offlane quite heavily here.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, just thinking about like the offlane bans, because Saberlight's highlighted offlane pool, very versatile, very wide. So do you want to take the route of getting rid of some teamfight ultis, which is a possible route for sure, but he's still going to find a hero that's going to work. Like Saberlight's just the guy who always makes it work, no matter what he gets.
Or he doesn't.
Or he doesn't. 50-50 coin toss.
He has a very wide hero pool, but sometimes he's not consistent in his gameplay, right? As we saw in the first tour. He was pretty consistent, and I think he's really buckled down with the team and has like had less of those oopsie feed moments, right? And he's playing a lot more consistent here. I am very curious on like why they're banning out these specific heroes, because it kind of makes you think that they may want to pick something for TSM that these heroes may be good against. I mean, Tide, I get it. It's good versus Lycan. Primal, not so much. Centaur,
They're all kind of these heroes that want to get on top of one specific hero, and that's usually like a sniper. That could also be something like the squishy range cores. Like Drow has been pretty decent against the Lena from time to time, and also picked in a matchup versus Leshrac, which has also been a popular one. So TSM's definitely looking for something on that side, but you still got the tiny blink stun, or like the blink toss play that's coming in on the side of Rebellion, and they've got so much more lockdown this time. And TSM can't let any free pick-off slide. If they just let Rebellion always get the initiation out, they're in a very tough spot because it makes life hard for the Lycan to initiate with the shapeshift, and you're also wasting a big cooldown for what, toss cooldowns, like just a couple seconds in a sense. So
Yeah.
I mean, I want to see Terrorblade for TSM here.
Oh, there it is.
I was waiting.
That was
Down the straight and narrow. Love to see it.
easy clap.
I mean, he is playing versus Tree. You have a Manta right away. You're playing versus Lina. You get the Scotty. You can man fight him. You're playing versus the NP in lane. You have high armor. You don't really love playing versus Tiny, but it's a support Tiny at the end of the day. Hopefully you don't get tossed in. If you do, that could be bad. But that's all he has to really worry about. Now he has to ban out probably... I would ban out Abed Zeus 100%, not even think about it.
Yeah.
And then from there... I mean, there's still a Tinker in the pool. That hero is good versus the Terrorblade.
Yeah, those are the two good hard counters to it, yeah.
Round 2, maybe. I do want to ask, though, like, it feels like there's a lot of magic damage coming out from Shopify Rebellion. Is that not a concern for this TB?
I mean, TB doesn't like magical damage for sure, yeah. Like, he's very squishy early on. All the burst damage that he gets applied on, like the avalanche toss is already more than enough to kill the hero. He does scale into HP very good later on, which is kind of the savior for him. So what he needs is someone who can just buy that time for this TB. You no longer can play this meta where one hero is going to let every tier 1, every tier 2 fall and say, all right, guys, I'm ready. You know, the old times when we had anti-mages and TBs wait until the Rax defense when they're like, this is my ultimate form. Not really, lost the game. So you just can't play like that. You need that something, that little bit of, you like to say the oomph? I think we need a bit of oomph and tempo as well, that they can calm down the Shopify spot. Because this is a really spiraling lineup. This snowballs very fast if they get to that point.
Every cupcake needs some icing, T-Panda, and that's what they need.
I want some cupcakes.
Yeah,
I mean, I like mine plain, personally.
That doesn't surprise me, actually. They need a brawler on TSM. They jump in, stuns, you know, that kind of thing. You've got the clockwork. Give them a partner and ability to go and get some kills with, and I'll be happy.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to answer your question about like more on like Terrorblade focus, because this draft, like, it's very much so snowbally, and if they do run into some issues in the mid game, Lycan's not going to make that space if he's not taking tier 1s. You know, Clock and Rubik, probably not going to happen unless they have the games they're live. And there's going to be a lot on Bryle's shoulders, which they can do. So I do want to see them play a lot around the mid lane and try their best to just give space to Lycan and to this Terrorblade so they can get to a point of critical mass. Because like what Terrorblade doesn't like playing against, it is magic damage, but more than anything, it's magic damage that comes from long range. And they don't really have that right now. They kind of have to show their heroes and get in there, and TB can fight back. That's why the Zeus and like the Tinker, like they spam you from long range. You can't really do much about it, and you just get kited. So we'll see what route they do want to go for Rebellion and dealing with that. I mean, there is a Tinker available if they do want to do that.
Since TSM had some issues with limited map control last game, and they weren't able to really get to objectives, this is a pretty decent Rubik Meteor Hammer game.
Oh, I'm sure. I want to see it, personally.
I would like to see it too.
Oh, this hero's actually good versus Terrorblade. It used to be, but it's like, we don't see a lot of Storm, and I kind of hate on the hero. I was like, you know, it's a Storm game. This hero's nerfed, but it surprises
influenced
me.
that a bit.
Yeah, EG fans in shaking right now. Take your PTSD meds.
We've been seeing it more and more, and it's been doing really well. But I do like this Invoker pick a lot versus the Storm Spirit. It does make they're really low on disables here for the Storm, but it's good in the early laning stage.
But they bring out the Brawl Invoker. That'll be the pickup for them. That is a very, very interesting pick. And you were mentioning it earlier. One of these heroes, which we've been seeing more and more with kind of playing with the Meteor Hammer, could be a possibility here for Brawl if that's what he wants to go. What kind of build are we expecting from the Invoker this game?
I mean, if you want to look at control, obviously Quaswex is the route you're going for. The damage is already pretty sustainable with this Lycan. You have the Clockwork and the Rubik already dealing a lot. There's some great spells to steal this game. I definitely like a Quaswex. I've yet to see a Tornado Meteor Hammer combo come out, though. So maybe the Invoker does it instead. I'm just saying, I just want to see the Hammer.
I mean, it is good, actually. I think he's going to go for it this game. I think it has a lot of merits and why to go for it. And will it work? I don't know. Yeah. They're still pretty low on the Sable factor for the Obid, but if they shut them down on the laning stage, their draft just needs time, kind of like the last game. It needs a lot of time.
But they get the early building damage with it, too.
Predictions?
I mean, Rebellion was pretty convincing in that last game, but it was also a very one-sided draft on the side of TSM in the end, so it looks better for TSM, but I'm going to slide on the Rebellion train.
Okay, fair.
I mean, I think Lena's still a really strong hero, and I think it's going to have a fine laning stage. TB is going to need to farm too much this game, and I think Rebellion's going to play too fast.
Well, I mean, good calls, good calls. You know, TSM, I have to, you know, the red, white, and blue, which is, of course, the colors of the Union Jack, the British flag.
TSM.
And my boy Arrows,
okay.
gonna do it. So I'm gonna throw it to our casters for this game number 2. We've got Mike LaPhoenix and Lizard to bring you all of the action.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We are going to get into game number 2 here between Shopify Rebellion and TSM. It is MLP Dota and Lizard. Ooh, it's been a hell of a series already. Only one game down. Hopefully no pauses and no disconnections this time around.
What do you mean, hopefully? Why not? It was fun.
It certainly was.
Yeah, give me some CAG.
Yeah,
I need some more CAG. Just make sure that there's an Aegis in the game to make it extra spicy, extra hard to deal with for the admins.
Oh.
Like, yeah, I enjoyed the last game quite a bit. I think we'll all enjoy this one as well.
Yeah.
Like, Lina is back. Do I love that? Perhaps not. Lina plus Treant as well. They gave them some really nice stuff, but at the same time, they've taken this Lycan. Like, I really like it. Kasane, he perhaps didn't have time to shine in that last match. In this one, like, you're playing into a Prophet, you're playing into a Lina. Like, you have ways of really messing these heroes up, getting on top of them easily.
You certainly do. See if they do go for a bit of a fight over these bounty runes. Whitemon's going to show up with the battery assault, but you do have the treants there to try and protect him. Whitemon, actually the one taking more damage is Saberlight, going to go for the body blocks out. Tomato there to help out. Crit is going to chase him down. The treants are still chasing Whitemon, but he should be okay.
Yeah, he should be fine. Like, once the blocks stop, like,
Whitemon even had the time to place a damn sticker.
yeah. Like, they tried to block him. Like, every time you get rid of that body block, you feel like, oh man, like, you nerds, stop it.
Well, let's start with the mid lane. This time around, you're going to have Arbet on that signature storm against Brawl on that Invoker. I believe the Invoker should have a hero advantage between these two.
Right? Like, you just tornado EMP every now and then. You have that cold snap to work with. I feel like Brawl should be fine. Later on in the game, it can be kind of rough, obviously. Like, Storm Spirit can get on top of you. His main objective on the Storm Spirit will probably be the TB. Like, you want to be jumping the TB, eliminating him, controlling him for the Lina's damage.
Well, there's your tornado. No EMP to come out quite yet. Just a quick tornado out on Arbet.
Of course. It's a bit too early, right?
Yeah.
Like, do you agree with the Meteor Hammer build? Like,
Oh.
Are you gonna see it?
I mean, he does have the crown already, right? So, like... and
What else?
I guess so. Like, it's... I hate the fact that we've... Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
No, I bet you they're going to be extra careful if they go for the disconnect. But I don't know, man. Meteor Hammer, he has queued it up, by the way, Lizard. So good call on that. It is coming.
No, I didn't call it. It was one of the...
Yeah, T-Panda called it.
T-Panda,
Yeah.
Nomad. We have casters in our Discord.
What? We have casters in our Discord.
I
That's
don't-
not us, by the way. We're not there.
I don't have Discord open, so...
How do casters get in the Discord?
Oh, they I think they do hear us.
Oh, they can hear us. Well,
they
hello, everyone.
They probably can hear us.
I guess it is us.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bit awkward. How did we get there?
Hi, Lizard. Oh,
Look at that.
Fly, I can lift more than you can.
And I just get ignored. Well, that's nice. Well, there you go. At least you got a
Hi,
hello.
MLP.
I mean, I
Hi.
met Fly. I casted with Fly, but he just acts like he doesn't know me anymore, this guy. Unbelievable. Anyway, moving on.
It happens.
You guys are just gym bros. That's what it is. You got that gym connection. Anyway.
Like you're getting there as well. You told me. Like,
I mean-
you're working on it.
Yeah, somewhat. We won't talk about it until we actually see some results. Still, let's look at the side lanes for a moment. How's that top lane going? Artesian Fly, they're going to be up against Ari and Kansane. In fact, never mind that, because we're going to have a look down at the bot lane instead.
Yeah.
Whitemon and Tomato against Saberlight Crit.
Yeah. Prophet got real low, but he got tossed back, so he survives versus the first meta. Overall, if you're surviving versus the first meta and you're getting those last hits, it's all that matters. Once Timado loses it, the lane becomes a little bit easier for Crit and Saberlight.
Well, for now, Timado's having a pretty decent time, though. 17-4, though I say that. Crit's going to go for an Avalanche tossback right onto the TB. He does still have a creep there, so he's going to be just fine to de-aggro the tower and walk away from that.
The lane itself is kind of rough, right? Like later on, Prophet versus you is pretty strong because he has that extra nuke across the map. But in the lane itself, like he has way too much armor. Like your treants aren't really doing a lot, so...
Yeah, absolutely. And what about that top lane we talked about? Artesian Fly going to be against Kasane and Ari. Because last time around, Kasane did not have the greatest laning phase. Pretty late timing on the Helm of the Overlord. In fact, hold that thought, because mid lane there is going to be a bit of an EMP being thrown out onto Abed. Yeah. Doesn't really seem to mean too much to it. I mean, it drains a bit of mana, does a bit of damage, but ultimately he just seems perfectly fine.
Yeah, wasn't really in the order that I expected. Like, not Tornado into EMP, but EMP first and then Tornado. But yeah, this is early on. You just spam it for last hits as well. You asked about the top lane as well. Lina and Treant. Like, she shouldn't be pressured until Kasane gets that Helm, right? Like, until he gets a creep, gets at level 6. I feel like Treant and Lina should be the stronger duo here. Are the stronger duo, arguably. And it's represented in the CS already. Lina is doubling Kasane, so... kind of to be expected, right?
I thought this hero got nerfed, Lizard.
Lina?
Yeah. Everyone keeps telling me she's super strong anyway.
She's still kind of the same hero, I feel like. You can still farm up really fast. Like, the general idea of the hero hasn't been ruined, so...
Oh, nice lift up. Not really going to make a difference, though. Living Armor's going to be there from Fly, and... I mean, Artees is going to be just fine to just casually walk away. Does have his Falcon Blade up as well now, so does have that extra mana regen to be able to continue spamming out those Light Strike arrays here in the laning stage. No First Blood's being drawn quite yet, though bottom lane. It's like a bit of a chase onto Waimon, not going to really amount to too much.
And they're just taking their time. It's going to be just much sweeter, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, Tomato's still having an extremely good time on this TB. 32-12 here on the Terrorblade. Saberlight not able to do too much as Whitemon. Continues doing a great job of zoning them out, even catching Saberlight now in the cogs. The Avalanche barely going to save the life of Saberlight. They could not finish the job off. Crit able to save the day. With that though, TSM, I'm sure they're just very, very happy with the way this safe lane's going.
It's just hard. Like, you aren't really doing anything to the TB. Later on, both the Tiny and the Prophet are a problem, but in the laning stage itself, it's like, whatever. Like, you're barely scratching me with your right clicks.
Avalanche out. Tomato this time being body blocked up by those treants. Gonna go for a juke into the tree line. Oh, there's the block out.
Okay, okay.
He has the quelling. He's alright for now. Tomato, how well can you juke? Saberlight's still chasing. They toss in a creep to give the vision.
Okay.
And they secure the kill on Saberlight.
Caster's Curse or whatever it's called. But, yeah, they block him really well, and Clockwork wasn't around. He left to pull. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication between the two of them. It's like the worst thing, you know? You say, I'm pulling, and then your carry just decides to like go ham, fight 1v2 or something.
Every time. Every damn time. Still, I mean, it's just great body blocks all together from SR. And
For sure. They kind of forced him to go towards their tier 1 tower instead of
oh,
their zone.
Brow's got that Meteor Hammer up now. Haste Rune up as well. He's rushing down towards the bot lane. Saberlight, obviously the target. Rocket Flare going to give the vision. Brawl should have a very easy setup here onto Saberlight. They will hand over the Living Armor. It really shouldn't make any difference though, as he does Sprout, still running away. There is no way out. They do get him. But in the meantime, Arbet does kill off Ari at the very least. So there is a bit of a trade, still obviously in the favor of TSM.
That Meteor Hammer did so much.
Oh. Mid lane, Brawl is going to rotate on the Invoker. There is a bit of a push happening now, as Arbet does have that 5-minute siege creep timing. So a bit of damage being dealt.
Braille was a bit afraid. He didn't see where Tiny was, so because of that he didn't really approach the lane instantly. But now that he has spotted him, he's fine to defend. Will this tier 1 already fall?
Getting close.
Like, they have to do it in one go. If they don't, you're playing it into a treant. Like, he's just gonna heal it up, so most likely TSM will commit to this.
I mean, siege creep has remained alive, so they can keep going. Waimon just going to tank through it with the Sprout up. It'll be fine to just tank the damage here from the tower for a little bit, and that'll be the tier 1 tower gone. Living Armor just not going to do enough to keep it alive. That's pretty big for the side of TSM. Already a tier 1 tower going down to the bot lane. And of course, I suppose once meta's back up, Tomato can rotate top lane and try to get that other tier 1 tower.
Hold your horses. Slow down a little bit. He can. Like, he did a really good job, like 7 minutes in, 8 minutes in, you take down the tier 1 on the bottom lane. Right now, I think focus on yourself, you know? Just let your teammates do their own magic, do their own work. Like, you have a Lycan as well. He should be the one pushing. For Timado, I think the best thing is to stick in the jungle, send those illusions on the lanes, get to that farm.
Regen rune picked up by Ari. In the meantime, Whitemon is trying to protect the other power rune that was potentially spawning up, but does go down to Arbet. A little bit sad for Arbet there, as it was a regen rune, which would have been amazing for him as the Storm, but again, it was picked up by Ari on the Rubik instead. Still, they do find at least a kill onto Whitemon for their trouble, but 1 to 3 so far in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. Thing is, though, you look at the objectives being taken down here by TSM. Not only have they found the bottom tier 1 tower, but they're about to find the mid tier 1 tower, and again, this Treant just doesn't seem to be doing anywhere near enough to protect it. As Meteor Hammer does come in here from Bryle, that'll force out the Glyph onto the tier 1.
It feels so bad being 3 and not being able to defend the tier 1s.
Yeah.
You want to keep them up for as long as possible, and this is just too fast. Like, the aggression from Bryle's Meteor Hammer is kind of catching them off guard.
I mean, it's back off cooldown. That's the thing. Avalanche is there, though. Arbet gonna make the jump in onto Bryle. There's a toss-up as well. Bryle getting trapped in the cogs now from Whitemon, but Fly, he's the only one nearby. He can't really keep going. But he is able to get out, surprisingly.
I'm surprised Invoker went back with the Ghost Walk. I felt like they could have just killed off Fly. But perhaps they didn't check the mana on Storm. Which was really low from the get-go, right? Like, Abed didn't have a lot of mana.
Certainly not. And with that, I mean, it seems like TSM, they're only interested in the tier 1 mid tower, and it goes back to what you said. Like, you have a Treant, you want to protect these tier 1s. That has just not been the case. Media Hammer Gaming, once again coming in from Bryle. That'll be another tier 1 to drop.
Is this like the biggest nerf Treant Protector got? Like Meteor Hammer getting buffed?
Yeah, sure seems that way. It's just, this item, like the cooldown as well, like 24 seconds, it just flies by. Like, he's got it back up already. It's just, it's so silly how often you can use this Meteor Hammer item.
He got it like minute 6 as well.
Yeah.
It's, yeah.
It's like the new urn, you know?
And he's getting the urn as well, so all of these mini items. Top lane, Abed. Just there to defend, I guess.
So they have caught out RTs in the meantime. Nalina dropping very, very low, trying to run from Whitemon, but unable to get away. Kasane able to take that kill as Fly now being chased down. Will drop as well. That'll be a Treant down.
Yeah, I really like how TSM is playing this game, obviously. Like, the score is 3-3, but they also got all the 3 tier 1 towers. They're drawing some straight line across the enemy jungle. Not sure what it means. Maybe contain them. It's gonna be hard to just not let them leave anywhere across that line, but
Ari,
it's a good plan.
Mid lane, Arbet just gonna dive in for the Rubik. Does find a very easy kill on his own. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the idea is just contain them within that side of the map, but doing it is another thing. Like,
yeah. It's like what TSM has to also understand at this point, I feel like, is that they shouldn't overstep their boundaries. Like, you're playing into an Aegis Prophet, you're playing into a Storm. You can get punished extremely easily. So perhaps play it safe. Like, you have taken all the tier 1 towers. Your TB is free farming absolutely. Like, the late game isn't necessarily bad for you or any worse than Shopify's. So no need to be too rash.
3-man smoke up from TSM. Seems like they are going to try and apply that pressure.
Yeah, they don't care. Just getting one pick off after another. After all, you have an earn Meteor Hammer in Walker. What else is he gonna do? Farm? Like,
yeah. Arbet, massive target if they can secure, but he does zip away in time, and it's the Treants from Saber like giving the vision over, but a nice hook shot from Whitemon. Gonna land onto Arbet, but they don't time the tornado.
Yeah, they didn't have lift. Like, Ari was a bit too far.
Ouch.
Perhaps they didn't believe, they didn't trust in Whitemon.
How dare they?
This man, he's always on point, except when he isn't, but that's not very often.
Nah. A bit of a shame they missed out on the Arbed kill, but it doesn't matter. I suppose in the meantime, Tomato is just freely farming up on the Terrorblade as well. So things are going according to plan. Like, sure, you can't stop Shopify Rebellion from farming at the moment, which is what you really want to do, but nevertheless, they are still doing a great job as Crit. Bottom side now going to get caught out. Whitemon is there with the battery assault. Avalanche already committed. A nice toss-up from Crit, not allowing any kind of follow-up. To be fair, Whitemon did not have cogs up at the time, so couldn't hold him down. And that allows Crit to just luckily walk away from that situation scot-free. It's seemingly the second time where it feels like it should have just been a guaranteed kill, but doesn't really happen for TSM.
Yeah, they are rotating down bottom though. Lina, perhaps she's one of the easier kills for them at the moment, but the scan connects.
Just fine to walk away.
They have a smoke here, they don't, right? Like, Rubik doesn't, Clock doesn't. He has one, but he just bought it. It's in the base. Maybe if they had the smoke, they could have invaded the triangle again, but without it, that's just not happening.
Still a 1k advantage here for TSM. Kasane going to have a much better timing on the Helm of the Overlord this time around, I believe.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You should have it rather soon. I guess I can't say it's a better timing.
Yeah,
but
kind of similar timing, really. It's more about the usage of his hero, where he is on the map and what he's doing. So far, he's been just completely contained to the top lane.
Hook shot. Oh, but Tornado at the same time. Oh no. I mean, it happens. Bit of miscommunication here from these two, but that's a little bit rough. That's the third time they've missed out on the kill. Hey, it's
Maybe.
It's kind of sad to see 0 earn charges on Briar, although maybe now they can get a fly. He'll pop the overgrowth, but he should die here, surely. So he tries to walk away. Meteor Hammer's coming in. Fly does eventually go down, but what's it going to cost TSM? Oh, it's going to cost a lot. Whitemon, the third target. Arbed right on target as well.
That's 3 heroes for the Treant.
Oh, no.
This is, remember, just a couple of minutes ago, I was saying they should be careful with how they approach these fights, as there's Storm, there's Prophet. Like, you go for a tree and suddenly there's 3 heroes on top of you, plus the Lina. I didn't necessarily expect it to be happening on their side of the map. I more so expected it to be happening on the Dire side, where Dire has an advantage anyway. But the fact that they went on the tree without the hookshot, without anything, just running him down, bought enough time for Shopify. Overgrowth, into the Prophet, into the Storm Spirit zip in. Yeah, that one hurts. That one definitely hurts. And it's unfortunate, right? Because all of these spells, they just didn't connect. And I know that you're a clockwork fanboy, aren't you?
I am. My most played hero, Lizard. It's 1-1. Hookshot, he's just perfect with this. A double cogs out as well. Avalanche out. Where's the backup? In they come. Double Tornado, double Meteor Hammer, and that's what you wanted to see. Perfect setup from Whitemon. And Roshan's open.
When you said double Meteor Hammer, I thought they had 2 Meteor Hammers, and I'm just frantically clicking on everyone to check who's got it.
Oh, Arteezy. Getting taken down by the Spirit Vessel of the Invoker, though. There is going to be a root out from Saberlight, but it won't matter. Keep in mind, Saberlight does have the Axe up now. So you have that root with the Wrath of Nature. Nevertheless, Roshan's still going to go back the way of TSM, as seems like they want Brawl to pick up the Aegis.
He gets it with the meta and the DD. An easy pickup for them. Just continue farming up. I believe he should have a Manta completed as well. Yeah, a Manta completed on the TB, so the roots aren't as scary any longer for him. But he's still very susceptible to being blown up by the Lina, by the damage from the Prophet. The Tiny who's actually like 17 minutes in, he's not that close to his blink. Crit is, what, 1,000 gold away? And it's a big item for them. It would it would activate the ways that they can play the map.
Very, very important here for Shopify to pick that one up, but like you said, just not close at all.
Because right now all they have is basically Storm Spirit zipping in, and you don't really want to be putting him in so much trouble, like putting him in dangerous positions. If it was a position 4, sure. Suddenly you can play with the Prophet, you can play with the Storm, you can play with the Lina. Possibilities open up.
Top tier 2 tower just being forced down here. Meteor Hammer's going to be thrown out by Brawl as well. Shopify hanging around the mid lane. Hookshot this time around off the mark onto crit. Does mean they can go for the fight. Manta is going to be able to dodge out that route. They did come in from Saberlight.
Has been killed.
Meanwhile, Brawl trying to move in, but won't move in too far. Does leave them be.
Is under attack.
Seems like Shopify Rebellion going to wrap around into that Radiant jungle. TSM in the meantime hanging across the other side of the map. Nice little arcane rune for Tomato, so he might want to try and go for a fight. That lower cooldown on the Metamorphosis while he's got the arcane rune going.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Meanwhile, bot lane, it seems like that's where the fight may break out. The T2 tower is being forced in right now by Saberlight's Treants. Ari will TP down, Crit will show up. They will get started with the Cold Snap of Bryle. Does get stunned by the Avalanche.
Under attack.
Shopify continue waiting in the wake.
Dire's top
But TSM, they will not move too far, though I say that, Bryle. We'll go back after seeing Arteezy on the Lina. Doesn't want to dive too far into this hero.
Abed really wants to jump here, but
is under attack.
perhaps not this time.
Are fortified.
I'll leave it be. Because once you have the BKB up on Abed, you're going to feel a lot more confident in doing so.
Oh, Lina has a BKB, right?
He does. Won't pop it, just will be able to casually walk away. They don't have Saberlight to fight with him either. He's been forced to defend that tier 3 top tower.
He can always TP in.
Kasane's being so annoying, by the way. He found the mid tier 2 now as well on the Lycan, so he's just playing that classic rat style Lycan.
I feel like in these 2 games that we have watched Kasane play, he's been PvE,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
He really strikes me like a good WoW player, you know?
Well, with that, I mean, they get so many towers out of it. 2k advantage now for TSM. Buying even more time for Tomato to get to that Eye of Skadi timing he's looking for. We'll have it up relatively soon. Currently has 1 ultimate orb available. Abed's going to be spotted here by the ancient creep of Kasane, but no way to lock him down. Still, TSM are grouping up in the mid lane.
And they still have that 1 minute on the Aegis. And they could use it. They could perhaps force a fight or 2 around the top lane with the Lycan finally.
They could. And they may.
Ral going in. Look at Arteezy. He's already just chilling on the high ground. Like, there isn't really a lot of space on the map for him.
Saberlight in the meantime, just going to TP up from the bot lane. Though that triangle is occupied, and Saberlight, he's going to TP right into them.
He
but
wants
he's got
to,
back
though.
up.
Yeah. Or not.
And just a casual sprout, that'll be enough for them. Doesn't seem like they want to risk their lives just for the sake of picking off Whitemon here, as Whitemon's still going. It's going to be a toss back, though, onto that Clockwork, and Whitemon may have sacrificed his life. Meanwhile, Brawl on the backside got caught by a Vortex, but is still fine to continue the fight, as Saberlight will go down.
30 seconds on the Aegis.
Pretty good
Don't-
trade for TSM so far, but like you said, 30 seconds left on that Aegis. They've got to probably back off here.
Abed was probably thinking about going on the Invoker, but because of that fact, like 30 seconds on the Aegis, there is literally no reason. You're gonna lose all your mana and then you'll die afterwards, so he just bails. It looked like it could be good for Shopify Rebellion if they fought instantly when the Prophet TP'd, but as they waited a little while, like the whole side of TSM converged on that triangle, and you can't really fight them any longer. Not with the Aegis, at least.
Nah. Well, 7 to 8, 21.5 minutes in. Pretty slow game here between these two teams. As I say that, they are going to pop a 3-man smoke on Shopify's end now.
They have the blink on Tiny, they do. So that's literally the play.
Yeah, and he finds Ari immediately. Ari going to get caught out of the Rubik. Will get bursted down by Arteezy. There's your blink reveal here for Crit. And Crit obviously very, very good with these heroes that can reposition the enemy.
Yeah, what kind of heroes isn't he good at?
Well, that's a fair point.
Yeah, but definitely, Tiny just completely changes the way the game is played. Lina.
Arteezy. Cold snapped up. He's taking a fair bit of damage out of this. Gonna get force-staffed away. Or rather, he force-staffs himself, and he's gonna be okay. It's a very, very close game between these two teams. Like a less than 1k net worth lead. Dota Plus currently sitting at a 52% win probability for Shopify Rebellion, but that could literally go at any way at any time. Like, it's just such a close match between these two teams.
It's really close. I just feel that Shopify's draft has perhaps a bit more flair.
Yeah.
Like, there's kind of more things that you can do with it. Like, it's easy. It's fine, yeah. Like, it's kind of... I don't know, it's not as straightforward as TSM's. That's how I see it, at least. Like, basically more flair. Like, you have this Tiny with the jumps in, the Nature's Prophet and the Storm to split push if it's ever needed, to approach the fights from different angles.
Abed?
What did he give? Remnant?
Yeah. Not too big of a deal.
Meanwhile, if you're TSM, it's kind of straightforward. Your Lycan pops his ulti, runs in, Clockwork hookshot. Invoker with Meteor Hammer isn't really that mobile too.
There's going to be another 3-man smoke here from Shopify Rebellion. Blink now up, so there is a bit more mobility on Brawl. AC up as well on Kasane, so this could be terrible timing for Shopify to try and force a fight. Hell, even the Force Staff coming out on Ari could make all the difference. For Shopify, they are not going to find the fight anyway. TSM currently just waiting by their mid lane.
They might find it if they go on the high ground here on the triangle.
Oh,
See.
there's a double damage on top of that.
This could be horrible for Shopify.
I mean, they just got everything on the side of TSM.
They killed the Blink though, from the Invoker. So
Okay.
that's not gonna be used. And they also know in which direction the Blink was going. So they have a really good idea. You can see the scan from Radiant. Like, that's where they expect them to be.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, they're on low ground here.
They are. Crit, he's still going to jump in. Whitemon immediately caught out. Does go down to the Clockwork as Brawl wants to keep the fight going. He's going to try. He's been caught out. Vortex is there. Back to the backside. Who have they got? Bryle, he is going to go down. Meanwhile, Ari also getting chased by Abed. Will drop.
They got crit, but
I mean, that's all they've got. It's really a nothing kill right now.
that was with the DD and everything, but doesn't matter.
Well, Roshan's available. That's the big issue here, is it respawns up, and Shopify, they're going to have first dibs on this. TSM, they really don't want to allow this to go down for free.
I was really thinking that maybe because they're on the low ground, it might benefit TSM a bit more. There's the DD, the TB, the Meta, the Manta, but it all kind of falls into water because you have already set up vision around that area, as Shopify Rebellion that is. The Cliff Ward basically wins that fight. Like, you have the Cliff Ward, you see them approach, even smoke, you initiate first, you eliminate 2 heroes before they can do anything, so...
Yeah, pretty rough affair here for TSM now. 3k behind. You've still got Tomato to fall back on. Like, he's having a great old time on the Terrorblade. Still the highest net worth on the board, but only by about 400 gold.
Yeah, and you're playing into Alina, like, she has a ton of burst damage, and...
So how are they going to nerf this hero next? Like, what are they going to do next to nerf Lina?
Remove Maelstrom? Not sure, like, she just farms way too fast, that's the problem.
Yeah.
It's not about, like, anything else. The fact that she can move across the map as fast as she does, and the stacks are still there on her. I know they tried to nerf them, and they have, but she still doesn't buy boots. That's the problem, right? Like,
oh boy, they've got Bryle top lane. Dust Root is gonna be out. Abed a little bit low on mana, but it's not gonna matter.
Maybe if the tornado connected.
Yeah, maybe. That'll be your tier 2 top tower to go down. As well, Arteezy takes care of that. Still, TSM will at least try and trade the bottom tier 2, but the Living Armor is making it rather challenging. It really does go back to what you said, like, Kasane's PvEing this whole series. He has not gotten involved at all.
It's just the playstyle. I feel that it's one of those Lycan playstyles. Maybe they should force him to play on Mars or something like that, right? Like heroes that need to fight with their team.
You know what he needs? Necrobook. If they brought Necrobook back, this would be a legitimate strategy.
Yeah, just let him win the game on his own, like in pubs, and that's it.
Be amazing.
But this is literally a pub mentality. I'm not saying that it's wrong at all. Like they do need time to get their stuff together. And now they smoke up with the AC. Perhaps this is it.
Perhaps. Brile. Looking at Arbed. It's a big pickle. They'll get the cold snap. They'll get the tornado, but the avalanche is going to save the day. The meteor hammer will not be able to follow up. Even the hook shot, not going to do enough. Brile's been caught. Meanwhile, Tomato still trying to fight. At least takes down Crit. Trying to go after Arbed, but he takes down Whitemon while he's at it. Meanwhile, Arteezy trying to fight, but does need to back off as Kasane is on the chase along with Tomato. It's still a 3v3 scenario, but Arbed, he's dropped way too low on the storm. Needs to go for the reset. Meanwhile, Arteezy, he's still sticking around. Goes for the Gleipnir, gets a double stun off, but can't fight into the high ground. Needs to get the hell... Oh, Saberlight!
He got baited by... I'm not sure who baited who. I think most likely Arteezy baited Saberlight. I'm not sure. Maybe it's Saberlight's call as well.
Arteezy's just like, no, I'm not doing that, thank you.
I love also how he just snatched that Invis rune in front of the Storm that had a bottle. And he also has Aegis. And Storm has no mana, and he's like, okay, bro, whatever. I guess I have to go back now. But...
I mean, he's the pos one.
Yeah, he is the pos one. You have to obey your carry.
Yeah, it's a pos one tax. Arteezy's just claiming it, that's all it is. So with that 11 to 15, TSM nowhere near out of this game yet. Dota Plus sitting at 62% the way of Shopify Rebellion, but again, still a very close matchup here between these two teams. Be anyone's game, just one team fight could make it here for TSM.
Yeah, it's just that these items that will come from Shopify Rebellion will make a difference, right? Like the Aghanim's on Storm that's already picked up. Eventually, the Ags on Tiny as well can make a huge difference later on.
Yeah. But when he picks up this Ags on the Storm, like we've seen so many moments where he finds those mini black holes and
into a TV as well. Like those illusions suddenly aren't as important anymore.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2 mid tower now under siege. TSM not looking like they're going to try and defend this, though it is a bit of a slower process anyway. Arteezy just slowly chipping away. Needs his creep wave to be there, of course, and we'll get it done eventually.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
A lot of hexes coming out here. Like Saberlight's building a hex up. Arbed's queued up a hex as well on the Storm. That's going to make Tomato's life very, very hard as you do go into the game. Because you do have one being built up on Brawl as well, but the thing is, it doesn't feel like the Invoker's going to have as much space to get the farm for that.
It's gonna take a while, that's for sure. I was worried for Shopify Rebellion's farm, but not any longer.
Hookshot, Whitemon is out, does find Crit. Arbed, he'll zip in for the Vortex, catching up the TV, but Tomato should be more than happy to fight and does at least pick off one. Though Ari does drop, and now Saberlight in massive danger. He actually gets away! The Sprout TP, it's barely enough.
Oh, and the Sunstrike as well, he dodges it.
Oh man.
Oh, he didn't even use the Raid Pact in that whole engagement. Like, just chilled with it.
Amazing. 5k advantage now for Shopify.
Yeah, you can see the power of TB at the moment with the Skadi. Like, you can't mess up a fight. If he gets to hit you, like, you will die. Or you'll get close to dying if you're Prophet in this case.
TSM now being the aggressors through the mid lane.
Yeah, they just want to use that meta. The moment it's off, like, there is nothing more for you to do on the map. You need to go into defensive mode once again. Look at the items they are queuing up. Hex Invoker, Hex Lycan. Is there any more? Anyone else? No?
A lot of hexes.
There's one on Prophet as well. Like, he's queuing it up.
Arteezy trying to go for a solo pick off onto Ari, but he gets lifted up.
Oh,
Arbed, though?
zip.
Yeah, big zip in from Arbed. I'll take care of it, sir. No problem. It's still kind of not too important kills though. Like these are just support kills being taken.
It's the emotional damage that's inflicted. That's what matters, you know? Like you zip in front of his base, you kill him, you inflict emotional damage. He's like, if I can die here, well, where am I safe?
Yeah.
Nowhere, that's the answer.
Super effective as well, that emotional damage. Very, very effective. Zip in top lane. Kasane, he could be in massive danger here. It looks like they've lost vision. Saberlight. Not going to have a look around through the tree line. We'll just leave him be. Thought Abed might have been zipping towards him, but he's just zipping around farming because he's got a regen rune.
Perfect rune for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, just clearing out literally everything on the map right now. We'll take the creeps of Kasane as well while he's at it. Why the hell not?
They're slowly but surely like tying this noose around Radiant's base. It's gonna be hard for them to leave, even with the Lycan's illusions with the wolves. Like,
hook shot. They have got fly. The Treant still fine. Gets
Bryle.
the Evergrowth. Arteezy, Bryle. He's going to go down on the Invoker. Tomato still going to fight. Arteezy dropping so down low. Gets forced up. Now the Vortex from Arbed. Going to hold them back. Not allow them to get any further. So they have at least caught Crit on the Tiny. Though Crit and Saberlight still trying to find a way to fight this one out. Saberlight the bigger target, though he has no way out of this. He will go down.
yeah, nice little avalanche stolen there by Ahri, preventing the TPs from Saberlight. Overall, you forced the Bryle buyback. I think this is a win for Shopify Rebellion, no matter what. Like Invoker was forced to buyback, you got your Lina out. Very nicely called and very nicely played by Storm Spirit there. He was waiting, he jumps in and he just prevents any aggression on Arteezy. As if you don't have the attacks on Storm, Arteezy is dead.
Yeah.
For sure.
Problem is, though, Roshan is going to go the way of TSM, it seems. So,
Okay.
So there is that.
It's quite okay. That changes things, definitely.
Tomato, he's going to take the Ag's Blessing himself, so you do have that inbuilt fear now. As well as that second Metamorphosis, always very nice.
It changes things as well because of the Terror Wave. Like, it's an amazing item versus Storm, right? Like, he can't feel as free jumping on top of you. Also, the Storm Spirit does not have an BKB or anything like that, so...
Oh, speaking of, Arbed, he's just going to jump in on his own. Gets a double Vortex, kills off Ahri, but they do land the stun. He is out of mana. He should drop here, Arbed. He's going to get punished for this play, and he will go down. Whoopsie daisies.
That's definitely a whoops right there. It's not a kill that was worth it. Monster kill streak.
That was his first death of the game.
Like what, 1,000 gold at least going their way?
I believe it was 1.3 going to Tomato of all people.
1.3 for Tomato. Okay.
That's problematic.
Just gets closer to his Daedalus, you know.
Certainly problematic.
It's okay. Storm wants to make it a little bit more interesting. Understandable. He's been having a really damn good game.
And he has. Thing is, TSM now going to group up into the mid lane they go. Tomato suddenly 8k net worth ahead of Arteezy. So this TB is massive.
It's the Axe Blessing, right? Like,
oh yes, of course. Nevertheless, I mean, he's massive. D3 tower, gonna be under siege.
he is massive. I'm not gonna
I stand by what I said.
That.
Tomato.
Massive boy hitting the tier 3.
Absolutely. Tomato, not afraid of anything. He is taking a bit of chip damage, but does go for the Sunder onto Whitemon. It's that pos 1 tax kicking in here from Tomato now.
Yeah, he has Tranquils, you know. He's gonna heal up, it's fine.
Yeah.
Can they take the Raxes before meta is off? Like, a quarter of the duration is left. It's kinda scary if you go for this.
Well, it seems like they aren't going to go all the way for this mid-Rax. They're going to leave it be.
I think discipline is what was necessary there, because if you go for it, quarter of the meta left remaining, you do have Terror Wave, but it's not really that big. You could get punished. But it was very tempting because you're playing into 3, so he's gonna heal it up very fast no matter what.
Oh, it's easy. I'm going to ping him out on this Lina, but won't try to make any form of play towards that Lina quite yet. Tomato, though, now has an Arcane Rune up. Has the Terror Wave available if he wants to try and commit with this.
2 minutes on that Aegis, so he should feel free to make a play. Arteezy, he is scouted, obviously, he knows that.
They won't make any play right now. Not seeing the opening that they wanted. Very annoying as well, because in the meantime, Saberlight's just going to split push all the lanes. As he is a tree, or rather a Nature's Prophet after all. There's not really too much you can do about it unless you can pick him off. Pings are out. They do want to try and catch him, but he will just TP out of there. He'll be just fine.
There's nothing massively mobile on TSM. No spirits, nothing like that. Just a poor old Invoker traveling across the map with a Blink Dagger.
Terror Wave, but there's a toss-back crit right into the loving arms of Arteezy. Is it enough? Vortex is there. Abed will hold him down. They've got Whitemon, and now they found the TB. Crit's doing crit things. Tomato, he's going to get the hell out of there, but the Sprout's going to lock him down. He'll at least BKB, but the Overgrowth, he'll mantra it off. Tomato should be okay. Though Arteezy, he's still going. Abed wants the kill. Tomato, he'll get the Sunder. There's no Vortex. He'll be forced to back off. Instead, Crit, he'll find the side. He'll find the support. There goes Ari on the Rubik.
Arteezy.
Star Arteezy in trouble now as Tomato has decided to try and force the fight. Kasane gonna move in as well. Arteezy still running, is okay for now as the Sunstrike does actually land, but it won't make the difference. Arteezy's fine. Crit in the meantime will hold them back. Sacrifices his own life for it. Making sure Arteezy does get himself out of there. So you got the Aegis, but you don't find that secondary life. And thing was, the Aegis was expiring anyway. Abed, where's he gone?
Double buybacks. Baited out by Abed, actually. He's the one that jumps in.
Everyone's baiting.
Yeah, he baits his own team. But the way the Shopify played that last fight was still pretty damn good. Like, they forced the meta on the high ground in the triangle, and the moment Arteezy gets hit is the same moment he gets force stabbed by Tiny. Like, just to save his life instantly. Then he has a Pike as well, obviously, to work with.
These kind of matchups as well, like these two teams, right? Like, it's always been said, but these are like the top two teams in NA, and you feel so much safer in the NA DPC if you can win this series between these two. Just, you don't want to risk losing against Nouns if you lose this series or losing against Wildcard, because then you're in trouble. We'll see who can pull it off. Still Shopify 1 game ahead, but TSM are not giving up. Now 3k advantage for themselves in this game number 2.
So we were definitely not saving the best for last this time around.
And I tell you what, this Tour 2 is going to be way more exciting for the NA DPC considering the teams we have. I don't think it's as clear-cut as just saying Shopify and TSM just make it through to the major this time. But I could be wrong. Arteezy. Oh, he's surrounded right now. Invis does wear off. Whitemon, he's in with the hook, but a nice 4-staff away.
Instantly by Crit.
Arteezy, though, still in danger. Crit trying to stick around looking for a tossback. Arteezy, he needs some help. 4-staff away. It's going to avoid the Sunstrike. He's going to pop the Satanic, but it's not enough. Arteezy's down. He is down for 85 seconds. That is massive. No buyback available on him. Briar will capitalize. Onto Saberlight they go. Overgrowth to try and hold them back, but Saberlight is still being chased down. Sprout up, TP attempt, but the Hex is there. Saberlight is gone. 80 seconds without buyback.
Abed is this whole time just on the bottom lane split pushing. But I don't know if you can split push versus Metamorphosis TB.
It doesn't feel like it. Fly just gonna get shredded here by Tomato. Suddenly a 2v5 scenario. TSM looking to make a massive comeback in this game number 2, and I think they've gotten away with it. Ahmed's trying to split push the best he possibly can, but he's just a storm.
I don't think that's working, sir. Your tier 3s, tier 4s are falling, actually.
It's like, what else do you do? Ahmed just had enough. Just take my Ancient.
That's it.
Yeah, he calls it.
Yeah.
He's
GG.
seen enough.
GG.
Well, there you go. We're going to game number 3 here between Shopify Rebellion and TSM. What a series it's been so far between these two teams. TSM obviously not feeling too good after that game 1 considering the circumstances. I know Moonmeander in particular was not happy, went on Twitter and to express his displeasure after that game 1. Obviously they do get the game 2 victory, and that means we get a game number 3 between these two teams.
Yeah,
so it's almost like game 1 didn't even matter.
it didn't even matter. We just go into one big grand best of 1-4, and I'm happy. I'm happy we get all the 3 games between these 2 teams that are like, just so good in NA.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, the thing is as well, I don't think it's clear cut for these 2 teams going to the next major. Like the teams in NA have gotten better, I would say, for 2 or 2. So it's very important.
Teams
for these
in NA got better.
I mean, come on. This is the best region. I know it's hard to imagine getting even better, right? But they are getting better, Liz.
It's what 5 a.m., 6 a.m. almost. This is a nightmare. NA got better. I don't believe it. Send it to the panel. Let them explain this.
I mean, panel's not ready yet, sadly, is it? No, they are ready. We are going to throw to the panel and hear what they have to say about that game number 2.
Damn right, it's the best region. Well said, Mike. And yes, indeed. It is going to be TSM evening things out here in this game number 2. And they kind of make it happen there. You know, getting a bit zesty with the Invoker Meteor Hammer. But in the end, it was Tomato who brought the game home for them. But overall, what were your personal highlights, T-Panda?
Personal highlights, I think it all started all the way from the draft. I think TSM much more unified, with a better execution coming out with the Invoker added up into the mix. And now it's not just about, you know, we had the Tinker playing his own game and hoping he can carry it. This is a game where you have a hero that can fall onto what is already built in front. And so this TB gets to shine a lot in this game. I mean, nothing taken away from Rebellion in a way. I think they still played very well. And they did very few mistakes in a sense, but this just plays into TSM's drafting advantage in this game. It's so hard to play against this lineup.
I mean, the highlight for this game for me is that Lina first pick and Treant lost the game. We're in a new patch, and you know that's good to see. So I think that's a positive thing, because if this would have won, every other team would have been like, hey, this isn't a new patch. Let's just go back to the old patch,
combo, guys.
So it is nice to see that. But yeah, this TB pick was really good. I think it did everything they needed it to do. Then Invoker, I think it was pretty crazy. Like the fact you go to this Meteor Hammer build, sure, I think there was points in like the mid-late game where this item didn't help him very much and he was trying to get it off but got chain stunned during it. But in the early game, like he was sieging towers against the Treant Protector, and like not often is Invoker a building damage type of hero, and he doesn't make that type of space usually. So even though Invoker did fall off, you see his net worth now, got really badly, I think that could have been remedied if he didn't try to do the combo so much in the mid-late game.
Yeah, I think like the only thing that could have saved Rebellion maybe this game is if the game got loaded again into patch D. So that's not gonna happen. But you know, I mean, good things. I really liked like the way that this TB kind of sits into the lineup. There wasn't a direct counter to it. There's a lot of difficulties killing a plus 30-minute Terrorblade because he just spikes up in HP like massive amounts. Usually he's like this 1200 to 1800 carry hero that is totally burstable by Storm, by Lina. These heroes don't have troubles with it, but you go to 30 minutes, this guy is already peaking at, what, 2800 HP? He's got 3.5k at this point. What the hell are you going to do against this guy with a massive amount of armor and a big bunch of HP? Like, it's just...
40k net worth by the end of the game. My
and that
God,
too.
Yeah, I'm looking at the guy that's 0-7 there. Like this Clockwork, he actually had so many good hooks. This like getting 2 heroes on the cogs, initiating every single fight as a pos 5. I think his job was really hard, and I think Whitemon played really well. Yeah, even though he probably won't get the MVP, but still, he played really well.
Actually, Fear.
Oh no.
Actually, Fear.
Oh yes.
Oh really?
Oh yeah. We're going to wipe on the MVP for this game number 2.
Hey!
We're all in agreement.
I'm down for that.
Absolutely. Yep. He will be our MVP for this game number 2, landing the hook shots, making the plays, whilst being in the position of 5. Old Warden Master 5000 as well, getting it all done. Look at that, 48 wards placed, and the amount of initiations this guy made was insane. Yeah, great game from Whitemon, my standout player as well. To be honest, Panda.
Yeah. I have nothing to add here. Like the fact that this Clockwork, because with like, okay, I'm gonna talk about Division 2 for a second. I'm talking West European Division 2. Most of the MVPs were Clockwork players, and I'm happy that we also get that in Division 1 for Whitemon especially. I think he's been grinding his heart out since he got into this team, and before he was in this team. I feel like Whitemon has been one of the most, I wouldn't say successful, but he's been one of the most improved support players in the past 365 days. So this is a very good sign for TSM in terms of their support duo, where you have this one super reliable support player who makes great plays.
Yeah. I mean, I still remember 2 years ago when I was actually here in Romania. We were covering the SEA region, and we were singing Whitemon's praises. You know, we loved the guy. He was eating every single draft. He was just constantly eating food, but he was taking names. He was doing a great job. He was bringing his team up, making a name for himself, and now here he is on TSM doing the exact same thing. Great to see the development of this player, and hopefully we can see them perform. But of course, you know, there's still that major hanging over them, but they're looking like they want to get some revenge for that right now. They want to make a statement. Will they be able to do it in game number 3? I mean, game number 40, Panda, sure. I mean, we've already seen them take one game here. Do you think they're going to go all the way through?
That is really hard to see without the drafts. I think these teams, like, the draft is going to be super important for who wins this game number 3. What is important, though, is we're getting game number 3. It isn't a quick 2-0 stomp. These are some of the best teams in the region, number 1 and 2 of last tour. We finally get a game 3, which we didn't get in the last tour, so it's very nice to see that. And I think I can't really say there's a clear favorite. Like, both teams have won one game apiece. When I see the draft, I'll probably have a different opinion.
I agree. Like, this, honestly, into a map 3 with the 2 best teams that NA has to offer right now at this moment, it deserves to be this way. Honestly, guys, I mean, we all are just waiting to see this game 3 roll out, and it is deservedly so. We're happy to be here at 6 a.m. here. What is it, like 9, 10, 11 p.m. at local time watching North American Dota? You want to be here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. These 2 teams coming off the back of the major, you know, it's time. It might be a little bit rough around the edges for sure. Like, you know, it's a little bit of dirty Dota here for these 2 teams, but I'm excited to jump into the 3rd and final game. So we're going to throw it over to a break, and then we shall be back with that match. We are cooking here in the NA region as we have the battle of the two titans facing up against each other on the very first day. What a treat. It is TSM versus Shopify Rebellion, game number 3. This time we are going the full series, and I have T-Panda and Fear here to guide me through it. Guys, what are your hopes for game number 3, Fear?
More.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm not Fear.
You're not. All right, so what am I hoping for this game? I'm hoping Rebellion give us something new of the patch. That way we can see what's good in the patch, what some new ideas, something fresh, nothing old and stale, such as like the Lina and Tree. I don't want to see that again. So hopefully, I don't want to see the Brood, I don't want to see the Lina, I don't want to see the Treant. I want to see something new from Rebellion. Something, give me something, right? That's innovative. And that's about it.
New ideas, new plans. I guess that's something that Rebellion could definitely do here in game number 3. Because we've seen some, you know, getting stuck in the old days, right? We're living the Rebellion days these days. You can't just live off of what you've lived before. You got to stay in the present, in this day, this specific moment. So they got second pick for themselves. I'm curious if they want to swap like core priorities during this draft. Like, do they still want to prioritize that mid-last pick? Do they want to get themselves a good RTZ last pick at the end, for example, and just not go for the core first phase?
That is the question. That is the question. Yes, indeed. I mean, let's not forget, you know, TSM were the guys being a bit too zesty in game number 1, going in with that Tinker, which didn't really work out for them. So, but then game number 2, you know, they freshen things up again. They stick to their kind of new plans, and
but I would say
the Invoker works.
In both series, they did try something new, even though they did the Lycan again, blah, blah. They did the Rubik again. But we got the Meteor Hammer Invoker, so it was something new, something fresh to the patch. And as expected, most of the time, like when I see people buy Meteor Hammer, including myself at the beginning of this patch, it works out for the first 10 minutes, and then about like 15, 20 minutes, people start pinging that item in your inventory and flaming you, as his net worth did go down the drain there. But speaking of something new from Rebellion, we didn't get it. We got the Undying Lina. We're back in the old patch here. Yeah. They're swearing by it. They practice it, and we get a Rubik with the Lycan again. This is...
I mean, there's still small hopes that we might see something different in the second phase. Let's not let our copium tankers, the canisters, what we used a lot in tour number 1, that they're not completely empty yet.
I mean, we really needed it in tour 1.
Yeah, we need it.
It's a small patch, though. It's a small patch, and you know, that means small changes to the draft is what we're going to be seeing. So I'm not expecting entirely new heroes coming out for every single position, but you know, just a little sprinkle here and there. Boop.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the Lycan is just a response to Lina. I think TSM just... I mean, everyone knows Lina at this point, right? You've seen it for so long in your pubs, you saw it in your scrims, you saw it in your officials, and they've decided Lycan is the best hero for them, so I can't blame them. They're just picking what they think is best versus the Lina here. And what they're going to pick later on in the draft, I mean, that really depends at this point. Like, they're just going to ban out what they think is good versus their draft. The Whitemon Clockwork was removed by Rebellion. That's some respect right there. I think much needed respect. He did really well in that game number 2 there.
There's one hero that is currently really, I would say, almost busted. Really good hero that just doesn't seem to get picked often enough, and that's Pango. But like Pango as a 2,
he gets banned a lot, though,
and sometimes a 3. It does get banned a lot, yeah. But it's, I mean, it's from time to time. I feel like this is a great Pango game, and it hasn't been banned or picked either. So that is one thing that they could look for, especially with last game TSM. They have the Clockwork, right? They wanted to answer this Lina. They banned it out this time. Was Clockwork really the big nuisance on the side of Rebellion that they couldn't figure out because of TSM and Whitemon just having a fantastic performance? And what does he replace that with?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Clockwork is that I think it just enabled TSM to play really easily, you know? Having like a support which can just go in really hard makes it really easy, because, you know, if he goes in and it turns out to be a terrible jump, oh, well, we lose our 5, big deal. They do that warding all the time, doesn't matter. But if he goes in and finds it, then, you know, you can follow up on that as well, and that's exactly what they were playing. So it enables their team a lot, and I would like to see them go down that route again. But yeah, when it comes to...
I mean, I think they don't have a lot of options, though, for that in POS 5, though, right? Like, you have the Clockwork who can do it, but there's not many heroes from the POS 5 position that can be your initiator. That's what makes Clockwork very unique. And I think one of the biggest issues they had in that last game, sure, the Clockwork was a problem, but it was Tomato's Terrorblade. I feel like they just did not have an answer to that. He had a free laning stage. I mean, sure, they outplayed him a little bit, and they ended up getting first blood on him. But even with that first blood, that Terrorblade was by far the highest net worth. It was just like a road bump, really, for his success there in that game. And I think they're going to put themselves in a situation this game where that doesn't happen again, because they already have 2 heroes that are not good versus Terrorblade. Undying, he's terrible versus Terrorblade, like one of the worst heroes. And then if they pick into that again, I doubt they're going to open the same way and show the NP and get TB'd again.
And you know, you would like to see like a team like Rebellion perfectly know how to play against mirror movements that the Terrorblade wants to play around the map. And like Tomatoes had a lot of good games in Tour 1 where he was completely uncontested. You'd suspect that Rebellion is just going to shut him down. So TSM is trying to find a route around that where they can both protect Tomato's carry pick if he wants to go for that heavy, farm-heavy hero and just kind of open up the map in that sense. But Rebellion, going for a pretty frisky hero pick here with the Willow. It's not a direct stun. The Undying doesn't give a stun either, but that's a very interesting amount of crowd control into damage as well, provided as well. So that helps with the Lycan a bit. Lycan can't hit him, or hit her. And Rubik also kind of struggles with this Willow because the big cast range that this hero has.
I really like this pick. I mean, as you mentioned, good against the Lycan, also for the Brambles coming down as well. Very annoying to play into. You know, you're moving so fast, you got to like kind of do a little dodge around the Brambles, sort of annoying. But also, it's a crit Willow. It's a classic. He's absolutely incredible on this hero. Always a treat to watch it. And yeah, hopefully we'll see a performance coming out from him in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a trade-off this game. Like, in a lot of ways, too, it's also a block pick, right? So, like, you don't want to do TB as much now, as the Terrorize is incredibly annoying to play against as a Terrorblade. It's very easy to set up, and it just makes all your illusion go backwards, and then you can get some setup stuns for that. And so they're kind of just like covering their bases with that. But they are going to lose their initiator here a little bit. So Willow's not the best initiator, nor is Lina until she has more items, and neither is Undying. I said that game number 1 that they won as well, but they managed to win their laning stage and then itemize into those initiation items. So anything can happen as long as you have good lanes here. But they are second pick this game, so we're going to see more chances for them to counter pick here what they see.
Also about the crit Willow, he played 3 games of it last year, and the last time he played it was 10 months ago at the Stockholm Major versus Beast Coast, and that was a loss. But looking at, and he loves that Blink Dagger on this hero, so it allows you to get that extra initiator, which Undying really isn't. Like, you just drop down your Tombstone and hope it's in the right area, while Willow actually enables you to make some plays happen.
All right, let's talk about the Storm Spirit real quick as well. Sorry, like, Puck is banned, Invoker's banned, Ember's banned. Those are some like the best heroes you can pick for Storm right now. So like normally I'd see the Storm and like, this is terrible, he's gonna get hard countered, but like this is really premeditated. They really looked at the bans on both sides and picking this. It's kind of smart, and I think it's quite good this game as well, just because they don't have that reliable lockdown too. But I think the main thing I did want to highlight is like they really looked at their bans here and were like, wow, we can actually pick a Storm here. Everything that's like your priority picks against us is already banned.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's really heads up, very kind of dynamic drafting, not just sticking to the script. And again, that's what we've been praising TSM for in these past 2 games, even the one they lost. But, you know, we wanted like this initiation focus pos 5, which they can go in with, and, you know, high mobility, but we've got a Warlock instead.
I mean, this is the little bit of flair that we were hoping for. A hero that hasn't really been played in the last patch, and give that little bit of extra spice. That's the hero. You were talking about this Warlock earlier on. Whitemon is absolutely fantastic on this hero, and getting it into your team with Storm Spirit, already a lot of damage, helps out with the Rubik, has some nice bursts, great spells to steal as well for them as well. And then you add in the Lycan, who just gives you vision on heroes, gives you damage, you got the control. I like this Warlock pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think Warlock stocks are rising. I think we're going to see a bit more of it. Same with Witch Doctor, because the same thing, right? The Mango nerf to the HP regen basically means that we're going to be seeing more healing heroes. It's kind of this tide we've got in Dota at the moment, where healing gets nerfed, these 2 heroes become strong, healing becomes strong again, these heroes don't feel as good anymore. But yeah, we also have the DK for Shopify Rebellion. That's going to give them that blink in and stun, which we were looking for. Pretty nice, you know, just some simple frontline.
I mean, at a draft glance, it's fine, but it's Rebellion, and that's probably Obid's hero, and Obid, without a doubt in my mind, is the best player on that team. And he normally plays very flashy heroes like the SF. He played a lot of those type of heroes. Zeus at the major. Like he's been popping off on those heroes. You don't really pop off on a DK, like not very frequently. That hero can be very difficult to execute here. So I think they kind of needed it here, but this is not a hero that I really see Rebellion gonna shine with unless somehow Abed manages to pop off the DK, which is very rare.
Yeah, it has happened though. In the BTS Pro Series, he had like 2 insane games on it where he just went like 24-1 or something. Yeah, went like Ags with like Kaya Sanj or something. It was pretty insane.
Yeah, probably a Manta too or something with the Ags.
And he's got 72% win rate on this hero too, so that's pretty sick.
Yeah, but they will need something else. I feel like something else to kind of get in and do a bit of tomfoolery along with his Dark Willow.
Well, I mean, no disrespect either to the BTS Pro Series and stuff, but Rebellion versus TSM, it's a different ball game.
They did actually lose a series, but
it's a different ball game, and I think like what you could get away with against certain teams in NA, you probably won't get away with against TSM. They tried that with last tour versus giving the Lina away. They got away with that all the time against other teams. They did not get away with it against TSM. So we'll see if it has the same impact here. I'm at glance here a little worried about it, but it is Abed. He is an amazing player. If he can find that farm, if he can win his lane versus a Storm, maybe with the help of crits rotations, anything can happen.
You know what looks really good for TSM here? I'm thinking Morphling and Morphling Shard. Like, those two things are really good against just plain straight up stuns. Of course, you're going to be worried about the burst damage that kicks in before you pick it up, but honestly, if you go Morphling this game, you go for an early Shard, it's going to pay off really quick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any problems with Morph this game. It looks pretty good. I mean, you can steal the Tombstone as well for the early team fights. You could become the Willow. If you really want to, you can buy the Ags yourself, steal that type of cheesy gameplay, if you will, while you turn into Willow as Morphling. Very fun.
That is fun.
Yeah, so I mean, they could do it, but he does have to pick his hero here. He does have a Storm mid, like an offlane. These heroes are slightly greedy, but you do have the Warlock. This hero does enable your laning stage quite easily. But you do have to worry about the counter pick from Rebellion, and they're going to go for the carry Abaddon.
Wow.
Okay.
Now, this is a patch special.
Yes. That's something I have not seen in a very, very long time. And unless we're not talking about this specific patch in pub games. But like Abaddon Core with the base attack speed buff is actually huge. Like this hero attacks really fast, is a great silence versus the Lina can't use spells. It's also really good against both the DK, just feels like a bit disarmed against this hero. But is this like Abaddon Radiance build or something that we're going to see?
Radiance Manta, of course. The Manta illusions, they work with the passive, so you can pretty much instant silence on. So this hero was always on the verge of being a carry. Like if you watch like K1 Hector, he was one of the few players to play this a lot. I mean, this hero has at level 15 like a level 65 damage talent, which is absolutely absurd for like any carry hero. People have been waiting for this hero to come online as a carry. I mean, his shard is a little underrated as well. So he has everything that you need for him to be a carry.
Yeah, and now you got the hero that kind of counteracts versus the ult Abaddon has. It's also good against the Storm Spirit. It's okay against the Lycan with this Doom, but I'm just excited to see an Abaddon carry. Like, I mean, we got some pretty cool heroes on both sides. Some new heroes, something different. It's what we were begging that last Tour 1. Just give us something different, something unique, something new, and we finally do. So I'm actually happy this Game 3 ends up... This is a best of 1, right? Yeah. And we get some unique heroes. I'm happy.
Sort of, yeah. Third game. I mean, I'm very excited for this Abaddon. It's going to be cool. Again, TSM shaking things up, doing things a new way, doing things their way, which I think is great. Is it enough to get them a third game?
I think so. I mean, I think their draft I favorite a little bit. I think this Doom last pick doesn't have a lot of like presence in this game, and they just kind of have to like outplay him in this situation. Well, the draft from TSM looks very solid, and I'm quite happy with it.
I went with Rebellion last game, and I thought that they are pretty solid in terms of the experience they have, the roll-up that they had from game number 1, but I'm, again, jumping into the other train. I don't know which train tickets I'm holding onto right now, but I'm hoping it's TSM.
You're hoping you're holding the TSM train tickets.
In both trains.
I want to go for this Abaddon. I do think this hero gets kited.
Just say it. Just go with it,
I'm not sure they have the control, but screw it. We're going for the Abaddon. I want to see it work. And who else I want to see work? I want to see Mike and Lizard work their magic on this game number 3.
Actually, an excellent throw. It is MLP Dota and Lizard going into this game number 3, a best of 1. Lizard, we've got something special. We've got the POS 1 Abaddon. Do you believe so?
I have one game with it in pubs. I've lost with it in pubs.
Excellent.
I believe in it.
All right,
it looks strong. It looks strong.
We believe it. I mean, Lizard, if you've lost, I mean, chances are these guys know what they're doing. At the very
Yeah, like I don't. I usually don't. But it's not that hard. Like the hero is pretty damn simple on that position 1 at the moment. You get the Manta, you get the Radiance, you get the Blink Dagger, you just jump on heroes, silence them instantly. It's kind of obnoxious to play against.
Certainly is. I can't wait. I mean, I haven't had the most chances to play in this new patch quite yet. Haven't had the experience of all these Meteor Hammers and these Pos 1 Abaddons, but I have been hearing a lot about it and very excited. And like they mentioned earlier on the panel, like it's basically Radiance into Manta build up is the idea here with this Abaddon. And I'm intrigued to see like how it works out. Like this Doom pick against the Abaddon, like do you really feel like it actually does the work in terms of countering Abaddon?
I don't feel that way. Maybe there's something that I'm missing, but it doesn't feel like the best pickup against the Abba.
Yeah.
Like you can still borrow time, right? Like you can still pop that ulti. It's gonna be interesting. I'm not sure. You have the Doom into the Storm as well, but like, there's a Photic Shield, there are heals from Warlock, there's like a lift that you can use even on your allies, right? Like with the shards.
Uh-oh. They do land a Light Strike Array here. Kasane, he just kept going for Fly and Fly. Just baiting him forward, takes the kill. It's one of those things, Undying level 1, like, it's the one guy you don't really want to fight.
16 strength stolen. Woo. Feels good.
That's a big boy.
Especially into the Lycan.
Ari's shown up now. Light Strike Array is going to be available and they might not even need it. Ari, look at this crit. He's going to hand over the kill to his Pos 1. That's why Arteezy loves crit so much. I mean, it just... He always hands the kills over to Arteezy. Like a good support.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Not always, but yeah. I agree. Definitely more than most supports. He definitely does sacrifice himself from time to time.
I mean, we kind of saw what happens if you don't. I think there was a Twitch clip recently from Arteezy's stream that kind of shows you what happens if you don't hand the kill over. So, you know, Crit probably wants to avoid that situation happening in this game 3 of a best of 3 here between these two teams.
Some baby rage here and there, you know, it's always nice.
Yeah, absolutely. We all miss it. Arbet versus Braille once again. The Storm versus DK matchup. Now, look, I say the same thing every time a DK is in the mid lane. It's going to be a very boring matchup, to say the least. But is there anything you'd like to add before we move to the side lanes where there's actually some action happening?
Well, it's probably going to be boring, but Storm should have a decent time here. Like right now, DK is winning, but there's almost a full wave being pushed in. So if there is anyone that can kinda deal with the DK, it should be Storm.
Yeah. Well, of course, bot lane Arteezy taking a hell of a lot of damage already from Ari. That is a massive amount of harassment being dealt by this Rubik. Because he's going to have the support of Fly there, and you do have Kasane and Ari once again on the Lycan Rubik combination on the offlane.
Do you think Kasane is kind of sick of this Lycan by now?
I would be, if I was him.
3 games in a row, PvE Lycan, literally.
Yeah, it's rough, but what can you do? You got to do what you got to do.
He's practicing, you know, practice makes perfect.
Absolutely.
He's one of those better one move 1,000 times than 1,000 moves once.
That's very true. We'll see if he can find an earlier Helm of the Overlord timing as well, right? Like, this is the one thing I guess we can compare throughout these 3 games for Kasane is how fast can he get it?
Yeah, because his lanes are basically the same, right? He played versus a Treant and versus an Undying, so...
Yeah.
Now again an Undying.
To be fair, it is a pretty hard lane for the Lycan. It
Look
can't
at
be too
Fly
much.
with his Tombstone under the tower.
Giga Chat, just walking in. It does get denied off, but Light Strike Ray is going to be there to follow up.
Wait, it wasn't denied. He, like, Kasane actually got 125 there.
Okay, that's pretty damn nice.
Yeah, it's like... Yeah, why did he... Okay. Maybe he just tried to scare them away from the tower, zone them out, but that's just not happening this early on in the game.
It's all about asserting your dominance here, Lizard. Top lane, speaking of asserting dominance, Whitemon doing exactly that with his Fatal Bonds. Crit and Saberlight unable to keep up with the Warlock to be able to do any kind of damage up. In fact, Crit almost dying. He might actually die here to the Fatal Bonds if he's not careful. Trying to run. Saberlight stuck around, forcing the stick charges. But this is the thing with Warlock. Even like early levels with this level 1 Fatal Bonds, it's a lot of damage you can do.
Was the hero changed at all? Just the ulti, right?
I believe so, but Fatal Bonds itself in the laning stage, it's still pretty busted if you can land it onto like a bunch of creeps. Really strong.
Yeah, and how do you even kill anyone here if you're Rebellion, right? Like, you have Whitemon with the heals, you have Abaddon with the heals. It's like very unlikely you're getting kills.
Yeah,
Like
very, very true.
You talked about the mid lane and how it's probably boring. Top lane isn't much better.
No. Bryle, gonna get stunned up. Mid lane, not so boring anymore as Bryle's being chased down here. Very nice rotation out from Crit. Crit gonna continue the chase, giving the vision over. Bryle
Should be fine.
is gonna survive. In fact,
Might
Crit,
even turn.
Oh, Crit, force the fairy fire, is gonna survive just barely. Whew.
He didn't have that static remnant.
Kasane, meanwhile, though, is gonna go down. Look at Fly. Fly just gonna set up on Ari. Kasane goes down to Arteezy. Meanwhile, Saberlight, he's gonna be okay. I'm not sure if you caught that, but there was that that ogre about to stun him as well. It was mid animation, but decides to cancel it and just walk back to the to its own camp.
And he was like, I'll let you live this time, bro. You better not approach me again.
I think they're called the ogre bruiser, if I remember.
Yep.
Worst creep in the world. If you are a jungle enthusiast, very, very annoying.
Yeah, just you have to look at where your hero is. Saberlight, dropping low, but he also has a magic wand, ice armor on him too. Should be fine.
Thing as well with Pos 1 Abaddon, like you can take towers very fast. With that Curse of Avernus just kicking in, and just look at Tomato, how confident he is. Saberlight got to really play on the edge here on that Doom, make sure he doesn't get caught out with that Aphotic Shield damage.
Yeah, they are able to kill him at the moment. Like, he's only level 4. But there just aren't enough heroes here. It's just Saberlight. He's the only one. They kind of abandoned the lane.
So 4-0 in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. TSM yet to pick up a kill. Tomato now taking a fair bit of harassment from Saberlight, but is going to be fine to just back his way out. Crit is going to return to the top lane, and they will go for a bit of a Brambles maze out, though Tomato, pretty fast movement speed on the Abaddon, can just run his way out, no problem.
What about mid lane?
Yeah, mid lane, that's not so much the case. Bryle, going to get chased down, and will drop. Fly's doing a lot of work on this Undying, you've got to say.
Yeah. He didn't have level 6 on the Storm Spirit, Brawl that is. And he tried to contest the rune, Abed pops that ulti, and like you said, the Undying Tombstone was enough. Just gave them enough slow to catch on the Storm Spirit.
It certainly did. So 5-0 now, TSM again, yet to pick up a kill. One of the things with this Pos 1 Abaddon, like it might be a pretty busted kind of hero right now, but if your team falls a little bit too far behind, you may never have the chance to just get online. See what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, the Radiance is cheaper, so it's one of the main reasons why this hero is back into that position 1 role. Like, you get the Radiance faster, you can farm up faster. Also, in this game, Abaddon is actually pretty good regardless. Like, you're playing into Dark Willow, you're playing into Dragon Knight. Having that Aphotic Shield, just to use it on your allies, is also really good.
That it is. Chase out. The borrowed time was popped there for Tomatoes. Going to be just fine to reset. Saberlight backing himself out. But still dishing out a lot of damage here on this DK. And the top of the net worth board right now is the Dragon Knight. I wonder as well, because the panel pointed out, like, Abed, arguably the best player on Spotify Rebellion at the moment. Excuse me, Shopify. I did that thing that every other talent has done. Shopify Rebellion. What do you think, though? Like, they gave him this Dragon Knight. Can he pop off? Can he put on a show?
I feel it's a hero that still can pop off. It's not as common, but it definitely does happen from time to time. He's fine, right? He should be fine.
Now, we're going to see Ari show up here on this Rubik. Abed's just chipping away at the tier 1 mid tower. Whitemon doing what Warlocks do best and just channel up evil, as John would say. Does get caught up by the Brambles. Whitemon, yeah, I mean, the Brambles, I mean, rather the upheaval was not really worth.
Channel it until you die.
This is what... I wish John was here so I could give it to him right now, because he's been doing my head in for months about how great upheaval is.
It is. Didn't you see how much they were slowed?
And I keep telling him...
No,
John,
it's the best thing. What are you talking about? John, I got you, bro.
I hope you're listening, John. I hope you're listening. You can't just channel upheaval like that for however long you want.
He just did. What do you mean? It was amazing. Didn't you see the impact?
Oh, tier 1 mid tower still going to drop by the looks of it. Saberlight
Oh, Doom.
is out, but it's not really going to save
Look at the
Saberlight's
upheaval.
life.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, that is actually nice slow.
Look at that slow.
Saberlight's gone.
Just all white mon.
Yeah,
All
I mean,
white
absolutely.
mon right there.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah, that Doom really didn't do pretty much anything. Braille just moves away afterwards. Doom kind of wasted. Like, you asked, can Abed be flashy on this Dragon Knight? I feel like he needs to be. It's not if he can or cannot. Like, his teammates aren't necessarily going to do a lot in this game. Early on, at least. And it's basically all on him once he gets that Blink Dagger to lead the charge and set up fights. Also take towers until Delina comes online. Which usually, to be fair, doesn't take too long.
Fair. 2k advantage, 6-1. Stun is going to fly out onto old Whitemon and try to heal himself up. Go for a bit of a run, but it's not going to be enough. Abed's got plenty of damage. 3rd kill for him on the Dragon Knight. And it seems like they're more than ready to try and set up onto that top tier 1 tower now. Considering they found a very early mid tier 1 tower timing. It's going to be very, very easy for them to just take this
Mid
one
lane
out.
crit.
Zip in. They're going to try for crit here on the Dark Willow, and they should eventually be able to get him. Crit doesn't have the Shadow Realm yet, but does go for the Brambles to hold them down a little bit longer. Problem is the TPs are taking way too long, but the Cursed Crown, it does stun him up. There is no mana available on Bryle, and Crit from the graveyard is going to have his revenge unless Bryle can get a deny off, but oh, he tries to go above the walls of the Roshan pit, and Roshan's doing him no favors.
Yeah, he did. Roshan wasn't even looking at him. Just went straight for Abed.
Roshan is a dragon enjoyer.
He doesn't like dragons, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Top tower.
Went straight in for him.
Well, there you go. 8-2 now. And I suppose the kind of answer to my question, Abed is currently kind of popping off.
He definitely is. Has that Blink Dagger, by the way, flying over to him. So with the Blink Dagger, the game just becomes completely different for Shockfire Rebellion.
Relax aja, Brody.
I know you and I, neither of us understand what the hell that voice line means, but a white mod. This is a classic SEA play right there.
It sounds like relax, brother.
You might be accurate. Oh, that's a
Not
classic.
sure, but yeah.
That was a classic SEA play, by the way. Get baited into high fives and voice lines, and then get turned on by Abed, who just picked up his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, the classic SCA. Stay still, pretend you're disconnected.
Ari, gonna show up. Abed just jumps right back in. Who was it that said this man can't pop off? Was it Fear? I think Fear said it.
I definitely think it was Fear. Yeah.
Unsurprisingly.
But we don't talk badly about old men here, please. So
That's true. We'll respect our elders for now.
exactly.
Bryle.
They get just one mistake a day.
Yeah.
The elders.
Absolutely.
And then we...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Take him to the nursing home.
exactly.
Shopify, 10-2 now. 3k advantage.
Saberlight is gone on by Bryle, but yeah. It's one of those... I don't want you in my jungle, but I can't do anything about it. Abed is here, no.
I mean, at least Tomato's been finding farm in the meantime, but it's just you're losing so much in the process as Terrorize is not going to land. Shopify trying to go for a 2-for-1 special, but unable to find either one, as now the zip is there. Bryle going to try and turn, but the immediate doom out from Saberlight, so they've got plenty of follow-up here. Or do they? There is going to be a Curse Crown stun out. Can they get the deny? Well, of course they can. Kasane will deny off Bryle.
Yeah, it was the Tombstone actually that forced them to deny even. Right, the Doom itself probably wouldn't have enough damage, but the Tombstone was ripping hard into Bryle. Like, one of the worst things that happened for TSM in this game is Warlock didn't have any experience. Like, he was just supremely under-leveled. And he didn't get the Tome, I believe. So, now that he gets his level 6, you have the Fatal Bonds, you have the Upheaval, you have the ulti. Now you can fight. There we
Get
go.
stunned up. Nice golem drop there from Whitemon. Does land onto 2. TP attempt from Crit. Not going to pan out. Abed, though, still going to try for it and does get away. They at least find
But
Crit.
look at the Upheaval. He actually maxed it out. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I hear it's a strong spell. That's what I'm hearing.
It's pretty solid.
Yeah. I mean, the slow is quite ridiculous, to be fair.
Yeah, especially when your chaotic offering golem is just running around dishing out a ton of damage, like in AoE. Like, it's pretty solid.
Abed, we're gonna play. Fly gonna get Vortex, but they have found the Storm with the stun. Still, Braille has plenty of mana to play with. So Fly's the one to go down. Nice start for TSM. They'll go after Saberlight now on the Doom. Saberlight will drop once again. Shopify really feeding quite a few kills away here. Constantly trying to pick off this Storm Spirit, but they haven't got the follow-up control for him.
Yeah, they just couldn't move.
Right. Stop it. Stop it.
I love how it took you a second. Yeah, but there's a relic now on that. Not a relic, sorry. There's a full Radiance completed now on Timado. And he's farming up a couple of stacks as well. Yeah, that's the build, right? Like Manta, Radiance, Blink Dagger. You jump on top of anyone, you pop the Manta, you silence them instantly, you kill them off.
Bottom lane, Fly's going to scout out Kasane here. Stun is going to land. Problem is he got the wolf form off in time, so they aren't going to have the follow-up damage here for Kasane. Fly pops the Flesh Golem. Nothing really going to come out of it, though. Meanwhile, Drums popped on the other side of things, so Shopify rushing towards the mid lane now, but what's the game plan here?
Stupendous.
Not sure exactly, like they don't have anything big on their heroes that just came out. It's just a Shard and Dragonite. Abed wants to actually be able to continue farming and continue staying relevant in the game. I like the pickup from him. He's just able to scale a little bit easier.
That's fair.
If you're Shopify Rebellion, I don't think you're forcing things any longer.
Doesn't feel like it. I mean, Arteezy's still top of the net worth board, but you're getting into that danger zone now as well, where like the Abaddon's got Radiance up, so Tomato's having a pretty splendid time, and his farm should escalate quite quickly now on the Abaddon.
What do you believe in more, though? That's the question.
I mean,
The Lina core or the Abaddon core?
I feel like Lena's better, but I feel like Abaddon is one of those weird heroes right now where, you know, once you get that Manta into the blink timing, you know, you get the blink on that Lena, pop the Curse of Avernus immediately. It's like, what's she gonna do? I mean, we'll see. Ari, lift up, gonna find Fly, zip in immediately from Bryle, and that's gonna mean another kill here for the Undying.
Can they catch more? Probably not, right? Like, not enough mana on the Storm Spirit. But they do smoke up.
They are gonna try.
Like, why not? Why not fight when you have this Radiance on Abaddon? He almost has level 12 as well. It's a huge power spike for them.
Wrap around through the Radiant Triangle. TSM. They could be fighting into Arteezy's BKB if they're not too cautious, though. He just picks it up. Seems like instead they'll take over the Radiant Triangle, control the area around the Roshan pit.
Do they go in?
I suppose that is another thing. Like, you have Abaddon Pos 1, right? So you can go for Roshan.
Yeah, and it's not that hard even, right? Like, that Curse is level 4 already.
Abed. Gonna find Tomato. Doesn't want that target, though. Wants somebody else, but they can't find anything. Abed eventually will jump in, but there's your borrowed time being procced.
Do you now force it or no?
It feels like this is the opening, right? Like, you have gone through borrowed time, at least for the next minute.
You have, but Dragon Form is also running out. So I guess it's kind of even, right? You do have Doom.
Well, top lane is where they'll go instead. Maybe trying to hunt down Bryle. Nice read from Bryle. He's going to TP out just in the nick of time, so they could not punish him either. And it does feel like Shopify has been running around for quite a bit of time now, just unable to find absolutely anything. The TSM doing a fantastic job just making sure they just keep them running in circles.
Yeah, but why aren't they able to find anything? There's only one hero on their side that's able to initiate, and that's the DK. Like, that's Abed, right? Meanwhile, on the like Saberlight, what do you have? You have Midas and Boots of Bearing. They're good. They've gotten a pretty significant buff, but at the same time, you don't have that Blink Dagger to initiate with.
You certainly don't.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, TSM
Radiant structures
group up into the mid lane now, looking for that tier 1 mid tower.
under attack.
It's quite late to take this, but better late than never, I always say is. Tomato gonna walk in, and again, the Curse of Avernus just makes it so easy.
Radiant
Beautiful as well that it works with the Lycan Creeps. Is just everything starts attacking way faster. As they do
Storm.
zip in, big zip onto Fly. Can they take him down though? He'll go for a Sorin, but there's your golem drop. Wymon's gonna hold him down. Saberlight in trouble as well. Tomato, he's starting to drop quite low. The borrow time's about to wear off. Can he survive through it? Saberlight's the one to go down. Tomato eventually dropping, but they've got Arbet as well. Arteezy, he's been left alone to try and fight, and he can't do it. It's a full team wipe for TSM.
Damn, that's such a good fight. Arcane Rune on Storm Spirit just did so much. It looked bad at the beginning because Undying managed to literally pop everything he needed to. Like there was a Tombstone pop, a couple of decays, his ulti as well. But Arcane Rune Storm Spirit just doing a ton of work. Abaddon lost all of his, by the way, ulti just hitting the Tombstone. That's why I thought maybe, okay, this fight would be good.
Yeah, even our observer now trying to mess with me with this damn warlock, showing me all the damage as Fly.
Yeah, all the damage from that
it was
beautiful Fatal Bond.
It really was a beautiful Fatal Bond, to be fair.
And yep, he will look at it.
I mean, it does do work when you can channel it like that. I'm not saying it's bad.
No, you literally said it's bad. What do you mean? You
Anyway.
can't go back like that now on your word?
Oh. 3-man smoke again. Shopify Rebellion. Upheaval Radius. That's what he gets. Oh, they found Bryle. That's a massive pick off. They can get it. Bryle, perma-stunned up it feels like. Can zip away and does zip away. Just in time.
Oh, he zips into the fire.
Whoopsie daisies, Bryle.
Okay, he is the last one that dies, so no experience was given, right, at least?
It happened.
Yeah. And straight into the pit, obviously. Lycan plus Abaddon, this should be extremely easy for them. I don't know, Arteezy in that last fight, he looked strong at the beginning, but the moment they turned on him, he just disappeared. He's a glass cannon, obviously. And he's going for that Silver Edge. I wonder if maybe a Gleipnir earlier on would be better. Like some more control versus the Storm as well, versus the Lycan's creeps.
TSM just really doing a fantastic job in this game 3 now. 2k advantage.
Radiant's top tower is
We haven't even hit Tomato's power spikes yet on this Abaddon. He's just about to have the full Manta up, just needs the ultimate orb. And I mean, it really does feel like it's the blink timing that starts to really scare you
Radiant's
if
top
you are
tower has
Shopify.
fallen.
Yeah, for sure, it just changes things. Like suddenly your Lina isn't really that safe, and suddenly Storm isn't the only one that jumps in.
Crit caught out immediately, gonna get bursted down through the Shadow Realm. No chance of survival. They won't be able to find anyone else, it doesn't seem like, but they can start pressuring the tier 2 mid tower if they wish. There's your Manta up now, and Tomato, it seems like he wants to play with this. It's kind of the thing with this Abaddon +1, like you've got this borrowed time to always fall back on. Such a defensive yet aggressive hero to play, and well, the T2 mid tower, it really just melts.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
That's
There's-
only him attacking it.
Yeah, there's nothing really they can do about it. And this is the second time that I see the same thing happening for Arteezy. He's playing this Lina, just chilling on his high ground very early on in the game.
It's just not what you want.
Well, it's better than a cliff still, but
Not in game 1 it wasn't. Tomato.
Dire's bottom
Looking
tower
very, very strong here as you just kind of wonder what Shopify Rebellion can do now. Like, it looks like such a rough game for him. Like, your Doom's just nowhere near ready. Doesn't have any impact.
bottom tower is under attack.
Arbed's impact starting to, like, wear off a little bit. Like, you're not really seeing anything happening. Golem drop from Whitemon, upheaval straight away. Trying to find Saberlight.
They
As
will.
long as they find him, it's worth it. And they will.
yeah, he is the creep in the end, you know, a little bit of efficiency there, but they kill him, they kill the tier 2 tower. I don't know, like he's still going for that BKB, like Boots of Bearing, Midas BKB, and then a blink only afterwards. Like hindsight obviously is 2020, but maybe if you had that blink earlier, they would be able to play the game a bit differently, perhaps jump the Storm, kill him off easily.
Perhaps. Arteezy.
Yeah, because so far, what did they have? They just had the Dragonite, right? Like, he's the one that does everything. Like, Abed is forced to take towers, take objectives, jump on heroes, control heroes, damage heroes. Like, he's done well, but it's too much.
Way too much.
Lina?
He's going to be okay to back off. Do they still know he's around here somewhere? If they had a bit of detection.
They might go on him.
He's still sticking around. They don't know he's there. Arbet's going to back him up. Bryle now should definitely know the Lina is around the corner somewhere. Arbet, though, is going to be the target. He's going to try for the TP up, but it's not going to be enough. Just way too quick once that curse comes in. Nothing they can do about it.
They were trying to maybe set up on the Storm Spirit. They got set up on themselves instead. Like the Dragonite falls. It's also another thing, right? Like Tamado goes there as a carry to help out kill the DK. If it was anyone else, maybe you can even turn with the Lina and DK and kill off at least the Storm Spirit, but not versus an Abaddon.
No, certainly not.
You just save them.
Well, bottom tier 2 tower now going to be under attack here, TSM. We'll get it started.
Is under attack.
And it will not take very long, that's for sure. This is the current meta we're in right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's the last tier 2. Taken down by Abaddon.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Zip in. Oh, Arteezy. He was being watched the whole time. Nice lift up. Cannot survive through it. No chance in hell. Everyone else just forced to TP out.
Yeah, probably good that he died so fast, so he isn't tempted to BKB and try to run away, right? Like you just waste that charge.
That's fair. Speaking of BKB, now you have one coming out on Arbet, but I'm just questioning whether that's going to make any sort of a difference here in this game.
I mean, it's a pretty solid item. It helps you in these team fights. Like, a lot of damage is still magical coming from TSM. The problem is, like you said, for this game, there's a golem against the BKB, so they can still stun lock the... Well, not stun lock, but stun him once at least.
Well, TSM still in complete control of this game, number 3. Again, so much riding on the line here for this series. Like, the winner of this can... I don't want to say guarantee, but almost guarantee their spot at the next major. Almost.
Like, you put a lot of faith in this game, like... But I understand it. Like, everyone else is kind of easier, right?
Yeah. I mean, not so much... I mean, there is still wildcard nouns that are looking very scary. But it's...
Radiant are scanning.
There's still 2 clear top 2 teams here in the NA DPCs. Kasane gonna get shown up. Stun is there. Immediately onto the Lycan. That's a big pick off if they can get it. Kasane, he can knock it away. That's something for Shopify.
Yeah. Sadly for them, Roche will respawn only in 2 minutes. So most likely they won't be able to completely capitalize on that kill. Maybe get a little bit of freedom on the map, you know, like reclaim the triangle, give more space to Arteezy.
Thing is, what do you do now as well? Like, you look at the Bryle, he's got a Lincoln Sphere up on the Storm. So that initiation that you were relying on with Arbet, like, it's kind of gone in terms of picking off the Storm now. You can still kind of rely on the Brambles, maybe a Light Strike Array. The Doom's going to be a lot harder to hit as well.
Yep, Doom definitely will be harder, but perhaps you can find a way. You'll find a creep or an item that breaks the Lincolns.
Jump in, fly, immediately caught out. He does have help around the corner. Arteezy, he's going to try and fight. Golem has been dropped right on top of his head, but he's popped the BKB. He'll keep going, but this Abaddon doing way too much damage. Arteezy's gone. Still a massive 4-man Curse Crown is going to land, but it won't matter. It only allows Arbet and Saberlight out of there. They just have no follow-up.
Yeah, they go in, they maybe get 1 kill, they get punished every single time. And like you said, no follow-up whatsoever. Now there is a blink on the Doom at least, so perhaps they can use that, but it just feels kind of late.
It's very, very, very rough. And with the Golem they go. Lift up Ari. That's a great setup. Onto Saberlight. Vortex there to follow up. Saberlight gonna get ripped to shreds by Tomato. And TSM,
Radiant's middle
It was a rough game one of this best of 3, but suddenly they are looking very strong.
Yeah, honestly, in that game 1, Shopify Rebellion just looked like a stronger team no matter what. Like, they had a couple of disconnects, the game was remade, doesn't matter. They looked like they understood the game better. But, yeah, the next 2 games tell a completely different story.
TSM looking for a repeat of what happened in Tour 1 for the NA DPC.
They 2-0'd them, right?
They did.
Yeah.
I mean, it won't be a 2-0 this time around, but I think the win is all they want here. Zip in again. Arbed gonna blink away just in the nick of time. Still Arteezy. He's the much bigger target, and he's constantly locked down with the Terrorize. It's gonna buy enough time. He'll get the BKB and run.
Is that the bite?
It is the bite. They've got the Ags up on the Lycan.
They got the bite, okay.
That's a really scary bite. Like,
That's a
Abaddon,
scary wolf, yeah.
this will be an interesting combination. See how this one works out. I mean, I'm kind of intrigued to see it now.
Blink in with the curse.
That's... Whew.
And the Basher now as well.
That's so scary, man.
Abyssal, actually. Full Abyssal completed on Abaddon. I was maybe thinking overwhelming Blink instead, but Abyssal is probably better.
Here we go. Smoke up behind Tomato. No wolf. Oh, Arbet? Uh-oh. That's
Yeah.
a bit of a misclick.
Just checking if it works.
Yeah, and there you go. There's the oops. Thank you very much. Arbed now has confirmed that his BKB is indeed working.
Scanning.
Very, very good. TSM. Looking for this Roshan, perhaps. It is completely open for them. Like, Shopify just can't make it in time as bottom lane
It's just
brawl.
too fast, right? Like you have the Medallion, the Radiance.
Oh, just look at that.
Yeah.
This is balance, if I've ever seen it.
Nothing they can do about that.
Nah,
Who took the shard, by the way?
he did. The Abaddon, that is.
Abaddon? Oh yeah, I see it.
I mean, he doesn't even have Curse of Avernus, does he?
He doesn't.
These POS 1 players, man.
Wait. He has Curse of Avernus, he doesn't have Mist Coil.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Bryle,
Yeah.
oh, gets rooted up. This is a massive pick-off, Bryle. All right, that's a huge pick-off here for Shopify.
It's still a good shard because it still improves the base slow from the curse.
Jump in. Arbed with the immediate stun out.
But half of it is missing. Like half of the benefits is definitely still missing.
Oh, I guarantee if none of the benefits were there, they'd still take the shards. These damn POS 1s. Just take everything. And his net worth is currently massive. 22.5k here on the Abaddon. 16k for Arteezy at the moment as Tomato going to jump in. Lift was there. They don't have detection though. Dust finally comes out. Arteezy, how do you get out of this one? Golem drop right on top of his head, but crit. Crit with the Terrorize. Going to allow him to run. At least for now, but the chase is still ongoing. Wolfbite wasn't really popped on Tomato. That may have made the difference. Curse Crown to hold him back.
I feel like that's the second really good used Terrorize of the game, right? Crit actually still falls.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the minions of the Lycan following him around for 3 games straight. Imagine being a support playing versus Lycan 3 games in a row. You're like, bro, do I have to die to these stupid creeps once again?
There's been a couple patches like that, Lizard.
This isn't the worst one,
No.
for sure.
No. Here we go. High ground. Time for TSM.
Double damage as well.
Beautiful. Call that Gaben's blessing. Lift up, Ari. Who's he got? Looks like he's found Saberlight. Immediate zip in from Bryle from a mile away. Meanwhile, Tomato, he just destroyed Crit with this wolf form. It's too much
destroying
damage.
everyone.
It's too much damage. Arbed, get the hell out of there. Tomato, has he gone too far? Not quite. He'll go on to Arteezy. This does not look very
Good game.
balanced. GG is called. They've had enough. Oh, you saw Wolfbite Tiny. Let me introduce you to Wolfbite Abaddon. My goodness. That is scary.
Oh, that was an interesting one.
Yeah.
Kind of quicker resolved than I expected. But the Abaddon gets his little Radiance Manta Blink Dagger, and the game is just almost over straight from there. Then he gets Wolf Bitten as well. I think the main problem was, though, for Shopify Rebellion was the fact that they had one hero to play with, and that was the Dragonite. He did well. He was praised during the panel, but it's still just a Dragonite. He has that one stun. It's kind of straightforward. It's that if that's the only thing that you can play with, like, you aren't going to make too many things on the map.
Yeah. I mean, props to TSM. Like, that's a very important win for them against Shopify Rebellion. It does put SR in a bit of an awkward position now because they basically can't afford to lose to any other team in NADPC, which most people, again, would assume wouldn't be a problem for Shopify. But at the same time, I'm telling you, these teams
can
in NA,
happen. Yeah.
It can happen. It's a bit of a dangerous territory. TSM obviously feeling a lot safer now throughout the NADPC. What a series it was. A very, very fun one. Obviously, historical game number 1 as well. The CAG incident, as we're calling
The
it
CAG.
currently.
Exactly.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we can finally throw to our panel to see what they thought about this game number 3. See you then.
TSM somewhat make up for their shortcomings at the major by getting a huge first series win here over Shopify Rebellion, getting the 2-1 in the end of a long, exciting, and very spicy series. But in the end, yeah, I mean, they pull it out the bag. The Abaddon, it worked.
Yep, and they did it again against Rebellion. It wasn't a 2-0, but it was a 2-1. It's still a W in their books against the team that is the best contender that they can get. And winning them again, showing that there's some TSM dominance. But man, there's some really cool stuff going on the side of TSM with this draft that they built for themselves. We saw the Warlock in the second phase, worked out perfect for them in this game. And then you have this core Abaddon, carry Abaddon combined with a Lycan Axe peeking in later on. Just beautiful.
Yeah, it worked very well, but you know, there were some answers to the upheaval, which we were a little bit divided about in the green room, perhaps, Fia.
Yeah, I mean, let's just start with the Doom. He's the one that bought the Boots of Bearing here. I think this item is incredibly overrated right now. And, you know, they added it in the new patch where it has unlimited charges now if you make Boots of Bearing, which is tempting, right? But Saberlight did rush it this game, which will allow you to get out of the people for 1.5 seconds, but it doesn't stop the Fatal Bonds. It doesn't allow you to push forward into the fights. I really think the itemization here from Saberlight really hurt his team, as well as the hero pick. I don't see what was so special about Doom in this game. Like, it's not the old Doom. You don't just buy the Aghanims and it breaks now and all of a sudden you have no game on the Abaddon. So I would even argue that the carry Abaddon might be pretty good versus the Doom here, but I think this itemization was very much so a problem. And I want to go back to Abed as well. I did mention, like, this is not the type of hero that I want to see him playing because he's a great player. He had a great game this game too, but there's only so much you can do as a DK compared to a lot of this other hero pool.
And very importantly as well, he didn't really have anyone to play with. Like, the Doom would just jump in and Doom someone, and they'd be like, okay, well, I'm just going to get healed by a bunch of random stuff. You know, unfortunately, Crit just didn't really get a game on the Dark Willow, which was disappointing to see. I was very excited to see the Crit Dark Willow, but it just got shut down. It didn't really have any impact. And in the end, you know, Arbe just kind of ran out of teammates eventually. Arteezy just kept getting jumped as the first target of every single fight. Really hard for him to play the game. Running away most of the time is not ideal, but T-Panda, what do you think of MVP?
For the MVP, I mean, on the side of TSM, there is a couple things to take into account. Firstly, Tomato, great ingenuity bringing up some of that new patch flavor with this Abaddon carry, but I think you got to look at the supports again. I mean, Brawl had a great game. Kasane, he did his, you know, natural offlane duty, but between Ahri and Whitemon, I mean, I'd have to go with Whitemon here. Like, the fact that this Warlock sat in so nicely with the rest of the draft, and we talked about items are now being replaced by sustain heroes, and when the sustain heroes are underwhelming compared to the regen items, we go for the items and we forget the heroes of Warlock and the types of these. So Whitemon, beautiful game, great positioning. He's got the Boots of Bearing. This is the guy you want to build it on.
Yeah, exactly. And he's got the Solar Crest. These are like buffed items, so I do respect the fact that Saberlight's like out there trying to try some new stuff this patch, right? We didn't see a lot of that from his other teammates wanting to try new things, but he tried it out. But this item, is not an item that you want to rush. It's like, it doesn't really work out, but if you are playing a support, you'll get there eventually. I think he just went into early drums, into the Solar Crest, and later on, then you finish the Boots of Bearings, so you have the unlimited drum charges.
Yeah, and by the time they were pushing high ground, I looked at Abaddon, he had like 9 buffs on him. One of them was, of course, the DD rune, but still like a massive amount of stuff to just buff and buff up this Abaddon, who has, what, a Radiance and a +1 item. He went for the Basher into Abyssal, so you get so much out of these like support aura items. So yeah, just speaks for itself.
And like when you're playing this Abaddon as well in the late game, the biggest problem usually is that you get kited, but you can't kite a wolf. It's not how it works. It doesn't work like that. Too fast, really nice plan and really nice execution. And we get to talk to the mastermind behind that plan. We've got Whitemon on the line. Whitemon, hello. And how good did this win feel for you?
I feel really good. I think it's the toughest opponents for us, I think. Yeah.
So how prepared?
And it feels good to win. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, how prepared were you guys coming into this one?
Actually, we're not that prepared because everyone is kind of sick going back from Peru. Yeah. So we just play. Yeah.
Just play. It certainly worked. Is Warlock a hero you really enjoy playing?
Yeah. It's really fun to play Warlock.
Each their own, I guess. T-Panda.
All right. I mean, congratulations on your win. That's back-to-back wins against Rebellion here at the NA DPC from Tour 1 now to Tour 2. It wasn't a 2-0, it was a 2-1. I wanted to go all the way back to game number 1, where Saberlight had the Broodmother and Ari stole the webs for at some point. So I want to ask you, who was the better Broodmother? Was it Saberlight or Ari and Rubik?
I would say maybe Ari.
That's what I wanted to hear.
I mean, he made a lot of space on that. But then going all the way back to game 3, I mean, you were able to tie up the series and heading into the draft. Rebellion, they seem to favor like these previous patch heroes, you know, like their living history, basically. They don't look towards the future. Was it easy to adapt with these new patch winners against them, with the Abaddons, the Warlocks, especially in that game 3 draft?
Yeah, I think it's not like a big patch. It's still like same patch, I think. Just some couple of nerf and buff heroes. And yeah, we read it and we figure it out what's the best for this patch, yeah.
All right, nice.
All right. Hello and congrats on the win. I was going to ask you, since you just got back from Peru, like, what was the biggest lesson your team learned while in Peru?
What's our biggest lesson? I think we just need to play like online, because at online we are strong, but in the LAN we are kinda sus.
So work takeaway.
Like online.
I mean, that is something a lot of teams do actually discuss, like making sure you do play like you play online on LAN. So that's a very good lesson to take away. So my second question was going to be, what is like your role on the team other than just being the POS 5 player? Like, do you do the shot calling? Do you like help with people if they're down, or like what is your role outside of just being the support player?
Yeah, I make a lot of shot calls and which map do we want to play, something like that. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I mean, certainly doing well for you in this series, that's for sure. I mean, obviously, you know, coming from SCA, you know, this year you've been in NA. What's the biggest difference between the two regions for you?
The biggest difference, I think, SCA. I don't know. SCA right now feels like their draft is with SCA is just, I don't know, they still play for like late game. They play like really slow. And the NA, we're just playing fast. We play with the timing, with the objective, something like that. But SCA, it's really slow. You need to like get the second draws or third draws. Then you can go to high ground, something like that. I don't know, it's just, for me, SCA is just really slow compared to the NA, yeah.
I actually want to ask you about that. Which one do you prefer personally? Do you like the faster tempo, or do you like the more long, stretched out games?
I prefer the fast game. Yeah.
All right.
Nice. Speed player.
Speed player.
Well, considering where you are now, I got to ask, we always used to see you eating in the draft. So what's your favorite food where you are now?
In here in America,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just eating whatever the Timado's mom make it. Yeah.
Oh.
Put it in front of what's she cooking?
Yeah. What's she cooking?
Yeah. I don't know. I think some like chicken or beans, pumpkin soup, something like that. Yeah.
Sounds lit.
Yeah. Let her cook.
Let her cook, indeed. Yeah.
It seems to bring the wins.
Exactly. Good fuel. Good fuel. Maybe that's what you need on land is a bit of Tomato's mum's cooking. Absolutely. Alrighty, Tomato. Whitemon, thank you very much for joining us and talking to us. And of course, best of luck in the rest of NADPC to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomato's mom.
I was about to. I was like, is that a weird thing to say? That feels like it might be a weird
I mean, can we get some appreciation in chat going on for that? I mean, obviously a big impactor for them in a sense because they've got like this good upline mood. We talked to them in Tour 1 and they seemed a bit stiff. They were very conservative, still searching their grounds. They don't want to be like that American flamboyant, like we're going to stomp everyone or be like, oh, I don't think we really feel like we're in the right place right now. It feels like
those flamboyant American people.
Yeah, but they've got like good uplifted
seriously.
spirits, and I think this was the series to really get that energy from, and I feel like that can take TSM very far. Another 7-0 could be looming in our hands, potentially. This was day one.
Yeah, but I mean, day one versus the toughest team, it's a really, really good sign for this team. And online, they look like absolute beasts. Phil, what's your biggest takeaway from that interview?
I mean, I think it was just the question asked about what was the difference. They just need to play like they play on LAN. They just clearly stated that they have some type of nerve issue playing on LAN environment where they're not playing the same as they normally would, and that's getting to them on LAN. And just hearing that just really makes me think I've been on teams like that before, and it's not something easy to overcome, but as long as you're self-aware of it, you can definitely improve on it.
Yeah, like during the COVID era, we were talking a lot about like these online-only teams that would beat everyone in online tournaments, and the moment they were maybe get towards a LAN, it's like they have no chance. Like they're just not going to survive. So I can definitely abide to that.
Yeah, it's a different kettle of fish, different environment, different playing conditions, different things on your mind, when you're online. You can just focus on the Dota, but when you're there, you've got to think about all the different factors as well, moving around, hotels. And it's a whole different ball game and something they're going to have to get used to if they want to get those LANs win, but certainly something they're going to be working upon. Well, that's the first day of NADPC out of the way, but we still have plenty more to come, plenty more days of action coming your way, including in 2 days' time where we're going to have Dogchamp versus Team Felt and Bait versus Wildcard 2. Very interesting series, I think. Felt and Dogchamp, they've actually swapped players a little bit, so have actually Bait in that kind of triangle there. So we're going to get to see all of those guys, and of course Wildcard coming through with a completely fresh squad. Who are you most interested to see?
Well, I mean, Dogchamp, they took the series 2-0 in Division 2 when they played against each other, so we've got like the elevator teams playing up against each other. I'm excited to see Solji play from Felt. I've been talking a lot about this mid player. Again, one of the East Europeans that has been playing in North America for a while. Good success from time to time, but I feel like now he's maybe reaching, I wouldn't say the best that he's been so far, because obviously we want to see more than just that, but he's definitely a player I'm excited to watch on Felt.
I mean, now it's my turn to shut you down because they're going to play against Dogchamp, and it's going to be RCY. He's actually the prodigy from NA, 16-year-old kid. Yep. He was absolutely amazing in Div 2. They didn't drop a single game. He styled on most of the games there. He styled on Felt, and he's going to do it again.
Another prodigy coming out of the American region, perhaps, but you're both massive hipsters for not going for Wildcard, who are, the new team coming through. We got some legends coming back. MSS, Yawar coming back out of the limbo they were in to come and play some more Dota. So I'm excited for those guys. But of course, you guys will have to join us for those series. But for now, we are all done. Thank you so much for coming to join us on today's broadcast. We've enjoyed having you. And another fantastic day of NA Dota is up just around the corner. But from today, we are going to say goodbye, and we'll see you next time.